Good morning, everybody. If you have a seat, take it. Welcome to Tampa City Council. Why is everybody here today? Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Clerk, could you please call the roll? Oh, we have to have the invocation first. Okay, who has the invocation? Let's do a moment of silence, please. Everybody stand, if you're able. I'd like to make a remark that Tampa mourns the loss of Dolly Parton. If you're not aware, that we have changed our lights on City Hall last night and our cultural assets to pink in honor of her legacy and her life. Now, if we lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So good morning, everybody. Can we do a roll call, please?
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Pertak. Here. Young. Here. Vieira. Carlson. And Clendenin. Here. We have a fiscal quorum.
Can I get a motion to adopt the minutes from the regular session held on August 6, 2026 and the evening session held on August 20, 2026? I have a motion from Councilman Miranda. I have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Approval of the agenda. We have lots of changes. First, I would like to get a motion to adopt the proposed revised order of business that I had emailed everybody yesterday, and it mirrors the same pattern we did the last time when we did the MOU. It should have been in your email yesterday. Here's a copy of it if you like. So what we'll do is, for the public, I will read. We are going to have a special call CRA meeting after item number 69. So the initial public comment is going to be limited to board administration appointments, item 3, consent agenda items 4 through 53, items 54, 57, 78, 81 through 91, and 58, and off agenda topics. So basically, in plain language, the first public comment period is going to be everything except for item number 80. So if you're here to speak to the raise, as a matter of fact, if you're here to speak to the raise, you should be downstairs in floor number 2, because we're going to get to you guys a little bit later today. After item 69, Tampa CRA will be called to order for both bodies to receive public comment on item 80 and the City Council agenda on item 1 on the CRA agenda. To speak on board administrative appointments, we already talked about that. To speak to the combined City Council and CRA public comments on item 80 on the City Council agenda and item 1 on the CRA agenda, members of the public should sign up to speak on the first floor. There's a sign-in sheet. If you're here to speak to general public comment, you should have already signed up on a card. If you haven't done one or the other and you plan on speaking today, please find staff over here or outside the chamber, and they will assist you in signing up. We'll give a little grace this morning, a little bit of time for people to make those changes if they need to. Again, if you're here in the morning to speak to on-agenda items other than the raise, item number 80, you'll need to sign up on a speaker card. If you're here to speak to item 80, please find staff, and they'll show you the form to fill out or to sign. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Good morning, members of Council. Also, a reminder with regard to off-agenda items. Off-agenda items not related to the raise also require a speaker card be filled out. And also, if you're here to speak on public hearings, which are items 59 to 70 and number 71 to 76, the time to speak at those public hearings are during the public hearing when that item is called up, and the time to do that is when that particular item is before City Council. The sign-in sheet outside is for you if you wish to speak and be heard at the public hearings.
Thank you. Also, for council's information, I have lunch. We'll have lunch at 12 o'clock. We'll have it brought in to the chambers, and in order to try to make this more expeditious for people waiting, we're just going to break for the 30 minutes since lunch will be here. We won't have to go offside to find food. At 12 p.m. Yes. If we're still at 12 a.m., it'll be breakfast. So we'll have that around 12-ish to 12:30 for the information. That's when we'll break for lunch. For those of y'all that are waiting for public comment for the raise. It may start it before that, but it might continue till after. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the proposed revised agenda? I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Viera. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Now let's go through the agenda. Item number 4 is a request to pull that and hear it with item 62. We need to hear item 62 before we approve item 4. Can I get a motion, please? I have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. I have a request to continue item number 46 to September 3rd, 2026. I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Request to move item 82 to September 3rd, 2026. A motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. I request to move item 87 to October 1st, 2026. Let's do 3 at a time. 87, 90, and 91 to October 1st, 2026. A motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, I understand there's no administrative updates. Do we need staff on 81, 83, or 86?
I just need to recuse myself from 81.
Okay, so
And Mr.
okay.
Shelby, you were going to have a form ready.
We will anticipate that.
So that needs to be a separate vote.
Okay. Very good. Anybody, anything else? Any?
Yeah, I just want to, ma'am,
Councilman Carlson,
I just want to pull 41 for a separate vote.
41 for second vote. Okay.
And may I, Mr. Chair?
Hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
Separate vote. Okay, Councilman Viera.
Yes, sir. For item number 40, I don't ask for a separate vote. I would like to make a brief comment once we pass it, if I may, 30 seconds, whatever.
Okay, just remind me after,
Yes, sir.
do you want to do that right after, or can we do it after we finish the consent agenda?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
In
after
other words,
consent.
once we pass it, not.
Okay, so after the consent agenda, I'll
Yes, sir.
recognize if you remind me,
Yes, sir.
okay? Very
Thank you.
good. Okay. Anything else? Staff, do we have anything else that we need to adjust or change? Did I catch it all, Sue Lynn?
There was a misnotice on a case.
Oh, yeah, misnotice.
Could we see?
Can we do that now, or is it?
Clerk, please.
Okay.
That's
I was a
number seven.
misnotice on item number 77. Can I get a motion
No,
to
no, it's
move?
number, excuse me, I believe it's item,
Oh,
it's 77?
yeah. I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco to remove item 77 from the agenda, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Mr. Shelby?
And Mr. Chairman, have you taken action on item 71? That also should be removed from the agenda as it has already been taken off per council's direction.
Motion to remove item 71.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak to remove 71, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
And there was also a staff report we needed to remove associated with the police. And what was that one? Because it was redundant with the
5?
85. Can I get a motion to remove 85? I've got a motion from Councilman Viera, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
I do need staff here for item 84.
84, we need staff, okay? Okay, any other changes? Council,
Item 59, can we pull item 59?
item 59.
Or actually, no, it's under public hearing.
Yeah, it's a public hearing.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, thank you.
okay. Okay, anything else? Going once, going twice. We have a motion to approve the agenda from Councilman, oh,
So I just have a, I mean, obviously today is going to be a big day, and I know that Mr. Shelby has worked hard on the new resolution for rules of procedure. I'm thinking that maybe that might be something that requires some conversation today, and maybe that might not be a good idea, and maybe we should move it to next week. I'm just, like, if we wanted to shorten the
next
day.
week's gonna be a big week too.
Okay, well then, never mind.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah, remember next week we have the, maybe even a bigger as far as public comment.
Okay.
I had a motion in a second. Can we withdraw it?
No, I'll withdraw it. I just
Okay.
thought
Okay.
it might be, yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Never
okay,
mind.
Okay. Nope, we do not need staff for 81 and 83. Mr. Shelby.
I'm going to make a recommendation that we move those after we move the consent docket, so they travel with that, and those high-ticket items are resolved early in the meeting.
81 and 83 you're referring to, and 86? No, 86 is the thing, never mind. 81 and 83 you're talking about? Okay, so we'll move 81 and 83 after the consent agenda. Somebody remind me of that if I forget it.
Write it down.
I'm doing that right now. What was that? Can I get a motion to receive and file 88 and 89? Motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes
Could I
have
just
it.
say, may I just say
Yes,
thank you to
Councilman.
staff for the hard, CFO's office for hard work on those, or at least 89.
Yeah.
Yeah, 80.
That's it? Okay. Now, I had a motion to approve the agenda from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Vieira, and the addendum. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Ooh, that was a complicated one. Okay. We are now at item number 1, the aquarium. Councilman Miranda. Councilman Miranda?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Tampa City Council. It's indeed my pleasure
State your
to
name.
be with you and stand next to one of the best directors and
I'm sorry, sir. Who are you?
Jose Jimenez, the second.
State your name, please.
Yes, sir, my name's Charlie Miranda, and I want to get sworn in before I speak later on with the Rays. I want to make sure I tell the truth. There was a movie about you called To Tell the Truth, Your Honor. But anyway, the convention that we have in the city of Tampa, the business that we have in the city of Tampa, the convention center, it's all related to many things. One of them is the Florida Tampa Aquarium. Let me say this. I remember where Mayor Sandy Friedman thought about the idea and took it to the task of having it built. And it was open, March of 1995. And it's an honor because when I was first elected in '74, which was there where the convention center is at, was about 80 feet of citrus nitrate in open air. It was a little different then. And now that convention center has made, and I'm not going to brag about it because I didn't do it, but Roger and his staff did it, 4 years of over 1 million people in attendance of the Florida Tampa Convention Center. And Roger's the one responsible for it, along with his staff, and he'll talk about that later. But the Tampa City Council proudly recognizes the Florida Aquarium for being voted one of the 10 best aquariums in the country in USA Today. And that is a deeply honor, and it goes to you and your staff. And these things happen. A global leader in maritime conservation, the aquarium hosted the world's first center for special survival focus on coral conservation, pioneering and reproduction of the Atlantic polar and rigged cactus corals. You will talk of that because I don't know too much about cactus corals. The Tampa City Council presents this commendation to the Florida Aquarium on this 27th day of August 2026 in recognition of an outstanding contribution to downtown Tampa, a continued dedication to a stronger, more vibrant community, healthier future for the Tampa Bay region. Altogether, this means a whole lot to the city because it brings what it called tourist dollars. And they're one of the reasons that Tampa is doing what they're doing. And not only do they do that, but the children, when they go there, learn a lot about conservation and what to do with an aquarium. Roger, it's your.
Well, thank you, Councilman Miranda, and thank you, City Council members. And look, on behalf of our board,
You have to say your name.
staff. Oh, Roger German, President and CEO of the Florida Aquarium. Sorry about that, but I will say again, thank you, Councilman Miranda. Thank you, council members, for the accommodation for your Florida Aquarium, as we like to say as well. As the councilman mentioned, we opened in 1995. You know our story, but over the last few years, we have said make no little plans here at the Florida Aquarium, and we have been driving to create an experience and an aquarium that you and our community not only are proud of, but deserves, and a world-class aquarium. So this is a great honor, and so So on behalf of myself, our board of directors, our 300 members of our staff, including Tony Rokita and Sally Keklik, who are here, thank you very much for this honor, and we will continue to drive to make an impact and make this aquarium the best aquarium in the world, and again, one you and our community are very proud of. So thank you very much.
Roger? Councilwoman Hurtak?
I just want to say congratulations. The aquarium is a real asset to our community, but one of my favorite things about the aquarium is, if you did not know, you can go to the public library and you can check out tickets to the aquarium. I think you can get 4 at a time.
Yes, yep.
So you could take your whole family and you don't have to pay for it. You're just checking it out from the library. It's amazing. It's a phenomenal program, along with many of the other programs they do. But if you live in Hillsborough County, take advantage of that. Take your family to the aquarium. I just think that's something that we don't talk about enough. And just, we are lucky to have the aquarium. It is a wonderful asset. It is, and I really appreciate what you're doing. Your renovation plans are gonna, just help make it even better.
So thank you, Roger, and thank you for doing everything that you've done with the aquarium. I'm really looking forward to the expansion plans and the new exhibits that you're bringing to the community and to the kids, and to be able to learn about wildlife from all over the world. It is, as Councilwoman Hurtak said, a great asset. And as Councilman Miranda said, it really is remarkable, and especially when we're talking about these types of things. You had an area that was dilapidated warehouses, nefarious kind of businesses, and no economic activity, and the government got involved and they built the aquarium, and it changed Tampa forever. We have billions and billions of dollars now of growth and infrastructure in these beautiful areas. I mean, I don't know if we would have the Streetcar, Channelside, Water Street, now future of Gas Works, and the revival of Ybor City without the aquarium. It was an anchor piece. I don't even know if the Emily Arena would be there without the aquarium. It's remarkable that one small project becomes a catalyst, and we're even going to have a Ferris wheel. There's a, but it is remarkable, and it is a beautiful building. My family, my son, my daughter-in-law, and my granddaughter are members and are there frequently. I think my granddaughter is only 6, but she can name every animal and fish in that building. So thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for your staff. You have wonderful staff. It's a great experience. And as Councilwoman Hurtak said, if you haven't gone to the aquarium, go to the Florida Aquarium.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Oh, Councilwoman Hurtak.
It's okay. No, I just wanted to, when you and I met along with Tony, and you had such a vision for what you want to do with the aquarium. So I'm really excited to see the expansion as well. It's awesome to see. I went to visit when they had the Howard University swim team and the coaches, and they came to the aquarium, and you all provided them with such an experience. And so I'm just happy to to have this asset in the community, but also thank you both for your leadership and your outreach and making sure that all of our youth are being exposed, and our community can be exposed and come and enjoy the aquarium. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a beautiful day. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Young. Take care, Roger.
Alrighty,
Councilwoman
good
Young.
morning, Council, Councilwoman Nia Young. So I am very excited today because we are presenting a commendation to Mr. Jamal Jefferson, who is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Inspire Change Changemaker Award. Tampa City Council proudly honors Mr. Jamal Jefferson for his role as a pivotal community leader and mentor in the Tampa Bay community. This commendation is in recognition of Mr. Jefferson's dedication to uplifting the youth of our community through his leadership as site supervisor at the Jackson Heights NFL Youth Center since 2010. The NFL Youth Center, as we all know, is a staple in the East Tampa community, and it provides a safe space for our children daily. They provide after-school programs, summer programming, sports mentorship in partnership with the Buccaneers. guitar, ukulele lessons, and other enrichment activities that really just illustrate the variety of paths and opportunities available for students at the NFL Yet Center. Mr. Jefferson additionally supervised the Teens Lead and Change program with Tampa Parks and Rec, and he has helped to organize the Primetime Turf Takeover earlier this year to support teens wishing for more positive gathering spaces. Through his work, Mr. Jefferson has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to providing a safe haven for children and teens in Tampa. He has been a true leader and public servant and is someone that our youth look up to. In gratitude to his efforts, Tampa City Council presents this commendation on this 27th day of August 2026 to Mr. Jamal Jefferson as Tampa Bay Buccaneers Inspire Change Changemaker Award recipient.
I didn't know I had this many fans. I see the cameras and everything. I'm happy to know they came to see me this morning. In all sincerity, thank you to Tampa City Council. Thank you, Councilwoman Young, and your office for the recognition. Also, thank you to Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't think I see Mr. Ford here this morning, but the Buccaneers have always been a gracious and supportive partner of us here at Parks and Rec and the Jackson Heights NFL Yet Center. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my wife, who graciously shares me with the community all the time. My mom is here this morning. My mom is here this morning, my brother, my family, some of my colleagues and peers and other community partners are here this morning. I can't leave without thanking the staff at Jackson Heights, and I have to say their names: Shalonda Dye, Ralph King, Josh Alexander, Martin Jordan, and Omaro Buggs. Because I'm the person that people see all the time. I'm the face of the Yet Center, but they really do the work. They're the boots on the ground. They're the ones that are engaging every day. So thank you to everyone. I won't hold up too much time because I heard y'all got something big to do today. So I'll get out of your way, but thank you all for the recognition. Thank the community for the support, and we appreciate it so much.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Just thank you for all the work you've done. I know Councilwoman Young, works in this area and, was helpful in getting the city's teen takeover project and plan. And I'm really happy that we are doing more and more for our youth. And I'm really expecting and hoping to see in the budget this year more money for those types of programs, because it does help our youth and helps with what they want to become later in life, gives them an opportunity and somewhere to go and something to do. And just, working with youth and children is a calling.
Absolutely.
And so, as a former teacher, I just want to say thank you, because it is a calling that not everyone can do. It is a hard, hard job. And I just really appreciate all the work you put in and the love you pour into each of those children, and thank your family for enabling you to do that. And that's, and if your family wants to come up and just be around you and your supporters, that would be wonderful. Just to see everybody who supports you today.
Come on
So
up.
if you're here to support him, please stand up and come on up and just. It's really important. Thank you so much for all of the work you all do to support him and the community. Appreciate you.
Leah, it's come to my attention that you're a Jefferson Dragon.
The one and only. The one and only.
I did that to garner favor with Councilman Miranda.
I watch every Thursday. He's always representing the Thomas Jefferson University.
That and the late Councilwoman Gwen
Absolutely.
Henderson. She was a
Absolutely.
champion of, I'm sorry, Ann Suling. Our clerks, would you like to stand, Suling?
Thank you.
Go Dragons, go Dragons. Thank you very much. Lewis, I'm sorry, Councilman Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, just congratulations for all the work you do with our youth. You know, but I know we have some really good folks up there. I see Mr. Tim Crosby with Tampa Fire Rescue. Good to see you. And we obviously have. We wanted to recognize a representative-elect, Jacqueline Coffey Leaks, who's here. And we honor you for your service in Tallahassee and everything. And see Miss Oates and lots of different good folks who are here. And Mr. Ted Fowler, and just a lot of good folks, but particularly with your work with youth, what's the name, that movie? Boys Town, Father Flanagan. There's no such bad thing. There's no such thing as a bad boy or a bad girl, I guess you could say today. I'm a big believer in that, and we can't give up on our youth. And we, no matter who they are, where they come from, when you're, your work is based on the idea that when you're a young person, so many things are changing rapidly in your world. And you're given the chance to do great things, but also to make mistakes. And that with 99.9% of those mistakes, they shouldn't be permanent. We deserve second chances. To quote Brian Stevenson, we're all better than the worst thing that we've ever done in life, the biggest mistake we've ever done in life, that especially when you're a kid. And a lot of times when you're a kid and you come from a certain part of town, mistakes are held against you permanently. Absolutely. And we should do better. We should remember Father Flanagan, and nothing wrong with being a bleeding heart Catholic. So there you go. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we'll give a second to clear. What do you mean? Okay, got it, okay, very good. Yes. There was a few reasons. Okay, just a reminder, we are going to have public comment on the agenda and off-agenda items except for item 80, except for the raise. If you're here to speak to the raise, this is not your opportunity, or if you're here to speak to public hearings, this is not your opportunity. So this is for agenda other than public hearings and other than item 80. I have the cards that you should have filled out. Normally, we would have stopped filling out cards at this point in the agenda, but because this is a little chaotic this morning, if you're here to speak to agenda items or off-agenda items and you haven't filled out one of these cards, please see one of our members of staff and they will fill it out. If you're here to speak to the raise issue, item number 80, there is a sheet that you will put your name on, and staff can help you out with that as well. We're not going to do public comment for the raise yet. That will come later today after a short bit of city business. I'd like to recognize Mr. Shelby, our city council attorney, to read the rules for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Briefly, the rules of decorum for today's meeting. And as the chair has stated, the members of the public are allowed a reasonable opportunity at the beginning of today's meeting to address any item on the agenda before the City Council takes official action on the item. And as he stated, per council's rules, preference will be given to those speaking on agenda items. A 3-minute time limit applies to all speakers providing public comment. Speakers and members of the public are also reminded to please refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks, or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds, or displaying signs or graphics. And please direct your comments to the entire City Council rather than individual members. The chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address the City Council from outside the speaker area. At the lectern, persons failing to comply with council's rules may also be ruled out of order, and at the discretion of the chair may be removed from the chambers and Old City Hall for the remainder of today's meeting. And again, if you're here to speak on items set for public hearing, and that are items 59 to 70 and 71 through 76, you will have that opportunity. Also, no public comment will be taken later during staff reports. The time to speak to those items and items on the consent agenda is now during agenda public comment. And finally, please, City Council, refrain from engaging a speaker under public comment. The public should be aware that the City Council does not take questions or have a dialogue during general public comment. This is your opportunity to express your position to the Tampa City Council. Thank you.
Okay, and since we have a lot of new people, I just want to remind folks, again, this is one-way communication. When you're in public comment, you come to the dais or the podium. There's a microphone embedded into the podium. And you speak to us, you don't turn around, you don't talk to the audience, you talk to city council. And when you start with your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes. There's a timer. Once you see the yellow light goes off, you have 30 seconds left of your time. Because there's some folks that were not able to make it into the chamber because we were full, I'm going to read multiple names off so you'll know that at least you're coming up. So if you're downstairs and you hear your name, please come to Tampa City Council chamber. The first speaker is going to be Pamela Cannella. And by the way, these first speakers are going to be speaking to on-agenda items. They've indicated on-agenda items. Pamela Cannella, followed by James Ransom, Stephanie Pointer, and Rick Fernandez. Pamela Cannella, are you in the room? Come on up. If I called your name, you can queue up against the wall if you'd like. Okay, ma'am, start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Pam Cannella. Don't worry, I'm not going to need 3 minutes. I just want to speak on number 86, the amendment of the city council procedures. Again, I stand by putting public comment, both of them, at the beginning of the agenda. It shows respect to the public and the residents of neighborhoods who wish to express their concerns. And that's where it belongs, at the beginning, both of them together, not at the end of the agenda. Also, I just would like to make a quick comment that I was in the library yesterday and I noticed the on-base agenda that I looked at and I go by and prepare for. And then I noticed just a few minutes ago when I looked at it, there was an information added to number 80.
Remember, we're not talking about 80.
Okay, well, let me make it general. I don't think that you should add any information once it's been, it's been put out there for the public to notice and to read. Because I didn't see it until I just looked in here today. And I don't think it complies with state and local public notice laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. James Ransom, followed by Stephanie Pointer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and City Council members. I first want to let you know that I'm standing here with some board members from TOBA Leadership Institute, and our Saturday morning breakfast group to thank you all for listening to our concerns, reading our concerns about agenda number 59. It has to do with the EBO ordinance proposed change, which we asked you most recently this week to set aside indefinitely. The reason for that is because, we know that taxpayers and voters who look like us and anyone else in the room should feel valued and have a real opportunity to actually do business with the city of Tampa. Anything that takes us further away from that, certainly codifying a law change, is going to make it a little more challenging for us to fix that later. So we provided to the city attorney, the city council, and the mayor other alternatives to look at rather than change the law, but look at policies that might still achieve not breaking the law, but still valuing the taxpayers and citizens who look like everyone that should be able to have a fair opportunity to actually do work with the city of Tampa. And so I'm here to thank you for that. Council member Hurtak really pointed that out and helped to support us initially, and Council member Carlson, and then all of you agreed to sort of slow it down, let the attorneys go back and look at it. Now, the attorneys sent us some very voluminous legal jargon, and we sent back some very voluminous legal responses. And they should take some time to look at what we sent back and then suspend and set aside, we think, indefinitely that situation rather than change the law. So that's why we came this morning, speak about this particular issue, and we'll talk about other things later on in the agenda.
I didn't catch that 59, which is the issue that you're speaking to as a public hearing. So normally, if anybody else is here to speak to that item, you got a freebie. Because for public hearings, the time to speak to those issues are actually during that public hearing.
I will tell you, Mr. Chair, that there's been a little complication in understanding when in the past it was just one segment of time to do certain things, and now we have all these different changes.
No,
so
public hearings are
if we've
always
missed
during the
something,
time.
we apologize for that.
No, it's not. I should have caught it. It's
No problem.
My bad. But you got a freebie.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we got Stephanie Pointer, Rick Fernandez, and then Frank Pirtle III. Pointer?
Good morning. Stephanie Pointer. For the record, the bingo cards are all the same. Sorry, I might have a prize, but not today. I want to talk to you about the budget because that's what we should all be talking about, because Amendment 3 could take our budget and throw it in the garbage. So every year I analyze the top 3 salaries in each and every department in the city. And the proposal that the mayor brought forward, she said that there was $24.5 million in salary increases. Chief Bennett told me that about 80% of that is union increases. Now, I don't know about you, but if I were in the union, I would be able to say, yes, it's okay to postpone those raises until after November the 5th, because we may cut our budget significantly. And we need to rethink this. The union needs to rethink this. Everybody on staff needs to rethink this. I'm not saying take away their money. I'm saying let's just hold off on the increases. But I just analyzed a couple departments because they were the ones who threw up at me. This one was the one, marketing and communications, that went up by 25%. And then the director actually sent an email to you guys and said, no, that's wrong. It's actually correct. His department acquired 3 more people. I guess he has a hard time going from 9 to 12. That's a lot of math. But bottom line is his department did grow by 25% monetarily. The next one, and this is funny because it came up on my timeline on Facebook, and the mayor's office. This picture is from a meeting in 2024. So 2 years ago, I talked about the mayor's salary in her department. This is 5 people. Their increase will be $166,000 this year for those. I'm sorry, that's between 2023 budget and this budget coming up. $167,000. One person in her department will be getting a 21.9% raise. That's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. So we have to look at all these. No one wants to lose their jobs. I mean, that's reality. We have no idea what's going to happen. But looking at these 2 departments, it shows us that we're not being conservative enough with this budget. The other thing I want to talk about for just a minute is item number 41. I want to know when the policy for the city of Tampa, when the city of Tampa's policy changed that somebody can come back and work for and with the city less than 2 years after they resigned, after they left the city. This has Vic Bidet's name on there, not once but twice. And he approved the contract when he worked for the city. So now we approve contracts and then come back to work for the contract? Yeah, we really probably need to look into number 41 a little bit deeper. Because I have lots and lots of great employees who work for the city, who are my friends, and they have sat on the sidelines for the last 2 years and haven't been able to advocate and do work for the city. But this guy can.
Thank you, Ms. Pointer.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, the next speaker is Frank Fernandez, but I called Frank Pirtle, but it appears as though you want to speak to item number 59. Also, Ms. Dorsey, Stephanie Hopkins, Sunday Reynoso, and Tommy Whitehead. Those are public hearings. Your opportunity to speak to those items are public hearings. If that is not your intent, just make sure you get my attention, and I'll call you up. Mr. Fernandez, come on up.
I'm deferring, Chairman.
What's that?
I'm deferring.
Deferring. Okay, Ms. Fernandez for defers. So we've got Sandra Achilles Tyrell, Allison Date, and Mr. Hayes. Sandra Achilles Tyrell. Are you in the audience? Good morning. And Allison Date, followed by Mr. Hayes and Valerie Bullard. Go ahead. Start with your name, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Achilles Tyrell, and I am the co-owner of SAT Industrial Supplies and Solutions, a local small business founded in 2018. Long before SAT Solutions existed, I had the privilege of serving the city of Tampa as a sales representative for a large national distributor. Beginning in 2007, I worked directly with the city departments, learned how they operate, became familiar with their needs, and developed relationships built on responsiveness, reliability, and trust. That experience gave me the invaluable knowledge and the tools to understand government procurement. But when my husband, Kevin, and I built SAT Solutions from the ground up, we still needed the opportunity to demonstrate what our company could do. The City of Tampa's Shelter Market program gave us that opportunity. This program is not a handout. It does not guarantee us a contract or guarantee our success. It allows qualified small businesses to compete with a smaller pool where our capabilities can be seen and fairly evaluated. We must still understand the specifications, submit competitive pricing, meet every contractual requirement, deliver what we promise, and resolve challenges when they arise. The shelter program may open the door, but our performance determines whether we earn the city's trust to serve again. Although SAT Solutions is a small business, we have built strong partnerships with manufacturers, distributors, and technical experts. These relationships expand our capabilities and help us locate difficult products, obtain technical support, provide competitive solutions, and respond with the personal attention and flexibility that small business can offer. Through the Shelter Market Program, we have gained valuable knowledge, established strong performance history, and grown into one of the city's trusted suppliers. For that, Kevin and I are profoundly grateful. Because of this experience, I regularly speak about this program with other small business owners. Through my involvement with the Tampa Bay Latin Chamber and other community organizations, I encourage entrepreneurs to become certified, understand the city's procurement process, and pursue these opportunities. I share our story because I want other capable small businesses to know that these resources exist and that success is possible. When one local business gains access, performs well, and then help another business find its way to the table, the impact reaches far beyond one contract or company. The Shelter Market Program did not build our success. It gave us a fair opportunity to build it ourselves. Whatever name or structure the program carries moving forward, I respectfully ask that you preserve the strengthen the shelter market essence at its heart. Thank you so very much for letting us share our story.
Thank you very much. And after more advice and counsel from our city council attorney, it was brought to my attention that the hearing, even though it's a hearing and normally you would speak during that hearing, because it's a quasi-judicial hearing, non-quasi-judicial hearing, it would be basically no harm to the record to allow. So what I'm going to do is I'll move through the cards, and then I will call up those of you that had indicated that you would to speak to the item number 59 as an agenda item, public hearing during this time, if you choose to. If you want to wait until the public hearing, you have that option as well. Okay, but thank you very much. No,
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got Allison Date, followed by Mr. Hayes, followed by Valerie Bullard.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name's Allison Date, and I wanted to talk about number 14. This is the time to do that? I'm all confused.
Yes,
now.
it is. Thank you.
Okay, about Nelson's Tree Farm, new contract for $250,000 for Parks and Rec. I just wanted to be sure, because when I looked at the trees that were being allowed for them to plant, there was the famous crepe myrtle and bottlebrush on there. And one of the emphasis of the revision of the tree code is to focus on planting type 1 and 2s, because that's what was removed, and also to not plant those this coming year, to see how that could, if possible, but use other trees besides those, especially native trees is preferred, because that's what benefits the plants and animals, other plants and animals, and us the most. So that's what I wanted to make sure, that those two trees had been removed from the list of trees that are going to be used by the Nelson Tree Farm. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Allison. Mr. Hayes, followed by Valerie Bullard, followed by Tara Bluma. Bullard. Mr. Hayes? I don't see the doggy. You may be downstairs. Mr. Hayes, if you're downstairs, please come to council chambers and I'll call you up as soon as I see you in. Valerie Bullard, are you in? There you are, Valerie. Good morning. And then Tara, followed by Sierra Sizemore.
Good morning, Valerie Bullock from Ponce de Leon and College Hill. I'm coming down here to talk about number 17 and 20, where we're going to charge the citizens for cleaning up their yards. We really should put that on a moratorium, because we are giving all the big money to corporations and the billionaires, and the homeowners are the ones who suffer. I'm asking you to waive the fees for cleaning up the people's property. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Okay, Tara? Tara Bluma? Tara Bluma, if you're downstairs, please come to City Council chambers, and I will keep your card here. She's in the hall? Okay, if someone wants to get her, I'll call her up next. Sierra Sizemore, followed by Steve McLeany. Sierra? Sierra Sizemore, if you are in the building, please come to Tampa City Council chambers. Steve McElhaney.
Minor hearings.
Your hearings, okay. We're going to disregard you. Okay, Frank Pertle. Followed by Sunday Reynoso.
Good morning. I'm Frank Pertle, business owner of Ambit Engineering, a local small business enterprise. I'm speaking also as a member of the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Committee, and this is to agenda item 59, and so I'm urging you to adopt 59. I know that there are a lot of changes that have happened nationally and at the state level, and we think that the ordinance changes that we are proposing allow us to continue to support small businesses and not garner the attention of others who are not in support of minority and women-owned businesses. So a lot of effort has gone into making these changes, monthly meetings when we're only mandated to meet quarterly. So for over a year now that we're in August, we have met and sought to propose changes that not only support our businesses, but allow us to stay in accordance with state and federal law. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, Sierra Sizemore, followed by Tara Bluma. Good morning.
Morning.
Start with your name, please, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Sierra Sizemore. I'm here because I live very close to the Rays Stadium, or
if you're
no,
here
I'm sorry,
if you're here for the
I meant
Rays,
the Raymond
yeah.
James Stadium. I can hear their concerts from my bedroom. I've lived in the Tampa Bay area 15 years. I'm just saying like where I live, because I'm relating to an intersection that's coming off of Dale Mabry onto Waters.
But if it's about item 80,
No.
the time, okay, very good.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a traffic concern in general. I just happen to live very close to that
Okay,
area.
very good. Thank you.
So I go to that tax location very frequently. I know it's one of the busiest in the county, and they give good service, and I'm really concerned about the relocation in general because the traffic patterns over there, my area specifically, there's an intersection that has been missing a stop sign for over a year now. And I specifically looked at amendment item 8 because the budget was confusing and a little bit general and generic. And I have noticed that in that intersection where there should be a stop sign, on the opposing side, they've just put a caution sign. And I just worry that we're spending all of the funding as effectively as possible in regards to the safety of the area. Even on the way here, I saw potholes, and I know you guys have heard before about cosmetic concerns, where our budget goes mostly to cosmetics. And I'm just asking that you continue doing all the work that you do. I've seen how hard you guys start to work to be earnest about where the money is going to. I just ask you to keep doing that and put citizen safety first, because it feels like there's always a rush to spend taxpayer money and not as much of a priority towards citizen safety. And that's really all I have for you today.
Could you please see a staff member to let them know the intersection you're referring to that is missing the stop sign? So
That I'm here for.
Would you please see a staff member to make sure they understand which intersection?
Yes.
Mr. Chief Bennett, could you find out what intersection she's referring to for a document? Okay, Tara Bluma, followed by Sunday Reynoso.
Good morning. I'm Tara Bluma. I am here because I want to sincerely thank Mr. Ted Fowler and Mr. John Delaquila from the Parks Department for installing 8 new beautiful trees at Westshore Elementary. I was here a month ago and begging for these to get some traction on this project, and they heard the issue and they solved the problem. So this really highlights the fact that we can plant beautiful big trees and that there are still places to do so. I hope that the new policies with the Tremendous Tree Program encourage more partnerships between neighborhoods and schools and the Parks Department to plant more trees. And I am very happy that type 1 and type 2 trees are going to be prioritized in the new Tremendous Tree contract for the year. I think that that's gonna help our percentages tremendously. I didn't mean to make a pun there. And the clarity that trees will be allowed in the front and side yards and at schools. So thank you very much to the Parks Department. That's all.
Thank you, Tara. Okay, Mr. Hayes, if you are down, and Mr. Hayes and Cairo, if you're downstairs, please come to council chambers. Sunday Reynoso, followed by Stephanie Hopkins, followed by Junette, I think it's Junette Darcy, followed by Tommy Whitehead. Good morning. Start with your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Sunday Reynoso. I'm here for line item 59. I serve on the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Committee, where we are tasked with advising and championing the policies that ensure equitable access to all businesses, thereby fostering a diverse and prosperous business community, strengthening neighborhoods, enhancing the quality of life for every Tampa resident. I'm one of those Tampa residents, and I have been for about 14 years. And as a certified woman, LGBTQ, Afro-Latina business, I've had my tutoring business for about 8 years. And because of the opportunities that are available through the sheltered market, I am counted in instead of out. Even as a small business, I have a seat at the table. And so that's what this ordinance champions, and that's why I'm urging that we adopt this. This is about having a seat at the table where everybody eats. Small businesses, mom and pops, dreamers. This is about the small businesses that need an opportunity. And it's not spoon feeding. It's just having a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Hopkins, followed by Jeanette Darcy. Good morning. Start with your name, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephanie Hopkins. I am the EBOAC at-large, and I also serve as their chair of the subcommittee of governance. And I first off would like to thank each and every one of you for appointing me to this amazing committee. So the question that we need to be concerned with today, the controlling question is, what will Tampa look like in the 21st century? This ordinance has two-part disparity. The first one is race disparity, and the second is economic disparity. So I want to talk about the economic disparity because the numbers that are living in 2026 are from 2008. The dollar has eroded the buying power. So currently, every dollar that we put down is worth 63 cents. And the 2.5 mil threshold that we currently have for construction has eroded by approximately 35% and is worth 1.6 mil in today's dollars. The African American wealth is at risk right now. By 2053, it is deemed to be at zero. By 2045, this will be a minority nation. It will take 708 years for African Americans to be at the same wealth as our counterparts. So my question is again, what will Tampa look like in 21st century? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Jeanette Dorsey, followed by Tommy Whitehead. Good morning.
Good morning.
Start with your name, please. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and members of council. My name is Judith Dorsey, CEO of Skilled Talent Workforce Solutions. It's a certified small business here in Tampa, and I've been in business for over 7 years and in workforce development, which is what my organization focuses on. I have over 20 years of experience in workforce development, and now am a small business owner here in this community. And I've lived the realities of this program, both its benefits and its limits. One thing I can definitely speak directly to as a part of the ordinance is the professional services sheltered market threshold. When I first became a registered or a certified business in the city of Tampa, I was approached by an employer who not only needed my services, but had 3 other sister companies who also needed the same services. And because of that threshold, I was able to gain business from them as well, who successfully needed that program, not only to win bids in this area, but to be in compliance, and I was happy to service them. And to keep it short, I respectfully urge you to approve the ordinance. Because of this, it's very helpful to us as small businesses to be recognized in more than one area. It's a practical, overdue update that helps small local businesses like mine compete fairly and grow. Thank you for your time and your investment in Tampa's small business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Tommy Whitehead, followed by Michael Grant, followed by David Sinclair. Good morning, Tommy.
Good morning, sir, and thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Tommy Whitehead. I'm with Tomco Solutions. It's a local conglomerate of companies, primarily in construction, AI, and media, recently named on Inc. 5000. I'm a local boy. My office overlooks your guys' office. I can see you. So this kind of thing is important to me. I've had the privilege of serving on the Equal Business Opportunity Committee for the last year. To those that oppose this revision on principle, they're right. The disparity is real. It's documented. I share the concern. I'm married to a black man. I have personally seen discriminatory actions in the last several years against him, and we've been together for more than a decade. It still exists. I wish it didn't. But look at what the program's delivering right now. Everything I'm about to comes from the city's own public records on the websites, and anybody in this room can pull it. And I'm surprised nobody's quoted these numbers yet. So let's just talk about what this program's doing now. We looked at 64 solicitations from May 2025 through June 2026, roughly $2 million in awarded value. The city received 504 bids. Certified firms accounted for 11 of them. Let's break this down into a couple categories. Black-owned businesses, there's 226 certified businesses. There is one firm out of 504 bids, there was one firm out of 64 solicitations that even pursued anything. So we have an amazing organization. TOBA's great. I love what they do, but there's a misunderstanding, and I'm only quoting numbers, not emotion. One participant, okay? Hispanic firms, 290 certified, 3 firms that bid, one of them actually won. 0 women-owned certified businesses bid during this period for this data set. So one win, $159,000 out of $2 million, about 7-8% from certified firms. So I'm going to ask the committee here, I agree with the idea that we should accept diversity and pick up disparity. But there is nothing you can do by keeping this ordinance that changes these numbers. They haven't applied when they had the availability to apply. And I say any diversity-owned business or small-owned business. So why are we holding up something or considering posting back something that they haven't even worked for? A single black-owned firm that didn't, the single black-owned firm that did bid didn't lose on bias. It's numbers. Their bid was $283,000 on a job awarded for $147,000. So I encourage the committee to actually look at the numbers and realize that right now, all these small-owned businesses, all these diversity-owned businesses are small-owned businesses. They benefit from increased shelters, especially construction companies where construction costs have skyrocketed and we can't bid anymore at the values because of the shelter caps. And the small business purchases and procurement card purchases actually increase the threshold to allow these smaller businesses without going through the bid process to assist. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Michael Grant, followed by David Sinclair, followed by Alyssa White. Good morning, Michael. Start with your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Michael Grant, the Boundless Group. We currently do work for the city. We're here in support of the ordinance change. I'm not a local boy. I'm a naturalized citizen from another country that has no opportunities. And the city has given us opportunity to grow in a small business. But there is a lot of work to do, right? We don't want to sugarcoat anything. Accepting this ordinance is only one step in keeping the program alive and changing. the items that are addressed in the ordinance is addressing reality currently, right? Increasing the thresholds, increasing the numbers, allowing small businesses to, bid and be competitive. All right. I definitely want to call out TOBA as some of their insights and what they've shared, valid, but I do also want to request from them as well that let's not stop progress. Let's work together, let's partner, as we've done currently. One last call out, I want to say thanks to the committee, the EBO committee, for all the time they spent. I sat in not even half those meetings, and I calculated probably in billable hours, we would have lost about $60,000. That's just me. Times that by 12 people, they did it for free, right? So we need to consider that as well. And then lastly, I want to call out Ms. Bertha Mitchell. She's tiny but mighty. She stands up for small businesses. I've seen her do it. I've seen her take the brunt for standing up for small businesses. So I want to call her out and say thanks for doing that. And we should all support her. And that's it. Thank you very
Michael.
much.
Appreciate it. David Sinclair, followed by Alyssa White, followed by Cabela Mueller. Good morning, sir. Start with your name.
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Sinclair. I'm a volunteer with the Sierra Club. The city's wonderful climate action and equity plan speaks of understanding the needs and concerns of the frontline communities. Included in your plan, you speak of having listened to the community, having listened to what the community says that wants to promote clean energy and maintain affordability. Also included in your clean energy plan, you mentioned a nifty contribution from Tampa Electric, where Tampa Electric says that TECO is the gatekeeper to 100% clean energy and renewable energy. It is the moment now to listen to the community and to step forward and give the opportunity for the community to have a town hall meeting. So I invite all of the members of the City Council to an October 22nd opportunity for a town hall meeting in the community. So on October 22nd at 6:30 p.m. at the Barksdale Senior Center, 1801 North Lincoln Avenue in Tampa, we'll have an opportunity for a town hall meeting in which the community can come together. We're inviting officials of Tampa Electric to come also so that we can, as a community, talk about the issues of affordability and clean energy, particularly at a moment when the electric rates of Tampa Electric have risen to the third highest in the U.S., in a time when the energy production of Tampa Electric is only 17% in the Sunshine State. You're all invited to come October 22nd so that we may speak as a community and deal with some of the issues that are very important for us. You're all invited to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, we have 4 more in-person speakers. I'm going to call those 4 names. If you believe you were supposed to speak this morning on these items, please bring your attention to myself so we can fix that issue if there's a problem. Alyssa White, Cabela Mueller, Sergrit Das, and Ash Leva. Good morning. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members. My name is Alyssa White. I'm the climate justice organizer with Florida Student Power and a member of the Hillsborough Affordable Energy Coalition. And I'm here today because I am deeply disappointed in the lack of action from the city on the rising cost of utility bills. Not because the city doesn't recognize that these rising electric costs are hurting people. You do recognize it. I think we've been able to meet with most of you, and you've all agreed that this is a pressing issue for community members. But what's disappointing is that we keep hearing that this is a serious issue, yet we are not seeing any action that should come with that acknowledgement. Because while we are here today discussing a lot of new business, Tampa family members are struggling right now with their electric bills. They are continuing to open their bills and wonder how they are going to pay them. And these aren't just abstract numbers on a spreadsheet. These are your constituents. Our coalition has been door knocking, we've hosted events, And we've talked to community members about their struggles with their bills, and the city hasn't done that. And here's the part that I think deserves even more attention. Tampa taxpayers are paying this bill twice. Residents are paying their own increasingly expensive bills, and their tax dollars are also paying for the city's electric bills. According to the city, in fiscal year of 2025, you all spent approximately $25.1 million on electricity. And the city did something right. It reduced its energy consumption by switching to some solar options, and you guys saved about 9.3%, which is about $1.8 million. And that's great. But even after using substantially less energy, rising rates and the rate hikes are eating at those additional savings. So when the city itself is being financially impacted by these rate increases, I don't understand how we can say that this is simply outside of the city's purview. You may not control the rates, but you're absolutely in control of whether you speak up, you're in control of whether you use your voice, and you're in control on whether this council stands with the people who elected you. And frankly, residents need more than an acknowledgement that this is a problem, because we are the ones living with it. We need action. So I'm asking this council to do something concrete. There's options. Pass a resolution. I know that we've approached each of you with it, calling for affordable, transparent, and reasonable energy rates for Tampa residents, and formally communicating that position to the Public Service Commission. Hold a public town hall. I know my colleague David just talked about that. Or bring TICO and the appropriate state regulators to the table and make them answer questions from the residents who are paying these bills. If the city believes that there are limits to what they can legally or practically do, then please tell us what those limits are and what you're going to do within those limits. Because saying we don't control the rates cannot be the end of the conversation. It should be the beginning of a question of what you guys can do. We have already demonstrated that the city
Thank you
can
very
reduce its energy.
Your time is up. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Also, if you are downstairs and you are here for a public hearing, please come to Tampa City Council chambers, please. Cabela Mueller, followed by Sergit Doss. Good morning.
Hi council members. It's nice to see all of you. I'm Isabella with Food and Water Watch and the Hillsborough Affordable Energy Coalition. And I know we have a really packed agenda today, but I'm here again to make the ask to pass an affordable energy resolution and to join us in our work for fighting for affordable energy in Hillsborough County and Tampa. And as Alyssa mentioned, we've had this conversation with most of you, and we all agree that TICO bills are too high and there really needs to be something done about this. And so earlier this year, we came to you urging you to pass this resolution, calling on our state lawmakers to pass affordable energy reform. And we did this because we believe that you all can be champions in advocating for affordable energy solutions and standing up for your constituents that are struggling to pay their bills. And since hearing your concerns, I have revised a new resolution for all of you to look at, and this includes specific actions that we all believe are within your purview that you can take action on, such as opposing electricity rate hikes that disproportionately burden residents, urging state lawmakers to pass affordable energy reform next year, utilizing state and federal funding for energy efficiency and clean energy programs, requesting the release of Tampa-specific shutoff data, which would be really useful to have, connecting residents with more cost-saving energy programs, opposing the construction of hyperscale data centers, then also calling for accessible in-district hearings. Tampa Electric is expected to have another rate case next year, so that's something you all can directly do when that's happening. And so with that, we've heard your concerns. I've drafted a new resolution for you all to review, and I'll pass that over after this. However, as Alyssa mentioned, I have been pretty disappointed with the lack of response from council members lately. The coalition has been reaching out to your offices all summer, calling, emailing, and I know you all are busy, but we have not been getting any response from you. Again, this is something that we feel we can work on and find these solutions that are within your purview to help with this issue. And I also understand, as we have mentioned, that you guys do not directly set the rates for Tampa Electric. We know that you do not control the Public Service Commission. Ultimately, reform will come from the state level in Tallahassee. But we also all know that change does not stop at the top. it stops at the bottom. And so that's why we're asking you to join us in this work, start at the local level, and really start pushing forward with these small solutions and changes that we can make, so that then we can ultimately drive that statewide level reform that we're really looking to crack down on just the pure corporate greed that we're seeing from these utility companies. So with that, I hope you look at this new resolution, and happy to discuss more over coffee or another meeting.
If you had a document to share, could you hand it to Mr. Oh, actually, Councilman Scott does come up and grab it from you. Okay, Mr. Doss, followed by Ash Levy.
How y'all doing? I'm Chagret Dawson. I appreciate the commendation given to one of the University of Thomas Jefferson's own, Jamal Jefferson. I had the pleasure of coaching him when I got off active duty in the military. So I'm not going to steal his shine and give you all what I really wanted to earlier today, but I'm going to say something to the young people out there. I came in this morning, I was listening to Lamont Hill and Dr. Greg Carr on Urban View today discussing messaging and who's responsible for giving proper messaging to the people whose lives are ultimately affected by people like you all, the politicians. And unfortunately in our community, and it doesn't matter whether you're black, white, green, blue, or purple, we have too many people who have become intellectually lazy. Information is so readily available that you have no excuse for not finding information. You don't have to have information fed to you through some sort of straw that's palatable to you. We're in very serious times, and we have some people in my community who love hopping on platforms and diminishing the accomplishments of our ancestors who gave sweat equity and blood equity to help you acquire the rights that you think you've earned or you have. And I'm not just saying it as a veteran. There's some of us who's actually willing to take a bullet to keep this country at a place where we help fulfill the duty of our posterity to generations to come. Now, I'm really concerned that my children and grandchildren won't have the benefit of at least some sort of sanity within our country. I think we're teetering along the edge of the collapse of this thing. And we kind of are following the guide of Rome. This is what happens when you put fools in power. And especially you put fools in power because you've chosen to be apathetic and not exercise the ability to control who your representatives are. I like to see more young people in here. I couldn't call Jamal young, but it's amazing how the time flies. I'm 58, but he gives me hope that the kids that he influences will hopefully take his lead and become better people than, of course, I have. Spirited debate, spirited discussion is necessary. My brother and I have it all the time. He's, of course, a distinguished professor at the nation's largest HBCU. I'm not, of course, but I always say sometimes it's not about right or wrong, people. It's about clarity. You'll never reach resolution if you're not willing to engage in honest dialogue, even if the dialogue is with yourself. Shout out to the greatest institution of higher learning in the city of Tampa, and you all showed it today, the University of Thomas Jefferson High School.
Thank you, Mr. Doss. Okay, our last in-person public speaker is Ash Levy. Levy, did I get that right? Levi?
My name is Ash Leva.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you very much, Chair and council members. Like I said, my name is Ash Leva with Blue Sky Communities, with offices at 180 Fountain Parkway North in St. Petersburg. But I'm also here as a proud Tampa homeowner. My house is near St. Joseph Hospital and the Tampa-Ybor Stadium. First, on behalf of Blue Sky, I want to thank you all for your support and your hard work on supporting Blue Sky's affordable housing efforts, and for everything you do to ensure Tampa residents have access to high-quality affordable housing. In 2024, we began planning and pre-development for the Adderley Phase 2 near the corner of Busch and Nebraska. You helped us out by committing substantial funding early on, even before we had the rest of the funding lined up. And that is the key. Your confidence in us propelled us to apply for and win a very substantial funding package from the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And so today, I'm here to officially announce that Blue Sky, together with our partner Metropolitan Ministries, has received final unappealable approval from the state of the rest of the funding necessary to build the Adderley Phase 2, and we will start construction in 2027. This development will be 100 units of senior housing, of which 50 will be permanent supportive housing for seniors that are homeless. And as we know, homelessness among our elderly neighbors is a big problem these days. Again, we could not have gone this far without your support. And I must add, without the cooperation and professionalism exhibited by your staff in many departments, including housing and community development, development coordination, city attorney, and city administration. Muchísimas gracias, and we can't wait to invite you all to the groundbreaking next year. Thank you.
Thank you, muchas gracias. We're very appreciative of Blue Sky for their contributions in building that city for everybody. Thank you. Okay, so I have to remind everybody that we don't applaud. We don't click, we don't applaud, it's just their opportunity. I get it. And we have a lot of new people, they don't know, so no applauding on the council. Again, I've said before, because if I allow applauds, we have to allow the boos, and we're not going to do either one. That was our in-person, that was it. Are you in the room and you thought you were supposed to speak, please bring it to my attention now or forever hold your peace. Seeing none. We have one online public, oh, they're both on now? Okay, very good. Connie Burton, start with your name, please, and you'll have 3 minutes. Unmute yourself, Connie.
Good morning.
Good morning. Start with your name, Connie. We can hear you.
Yes, good morning. Peace, power, and blessings. This is new. This was a science project trying to get through to this thing. But anyway, I just want to make my comments regarding this agenda this morning. And it is full with, the hopes of the people, the hopes that you are listening. I know that there's a lot of moving pieces around the upcoming big decisions, whether it is the vote for property tax extension, the elimination of it, or this prize piece golden elephant that people really want to see in this community, not really want to see because...
Hey, Connie, we're not doing the raised public comment right now, so if you'd restrict it to the general public comments, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. So if you really want to do affordable housing, don't dangle it in front of the people's face. Don't say it comes with conditions of A, B, and C. If the CRAs are to improve, give us some timelines, give us some money that's going to be attached to it. Again, don't dingle it in the face of people in East Tampa that has been waiting well over 20 years to see the quality of life improve for the residents that's there. When we talk about small businesses, we need to have also some type of resources made available because many of our young people have not been attached to vocational training. It was purposely done that it was eliminated from our school. So the poverty that we see in our community, I don't just blame the people, I blame people in power. So this is your opportunity, those of you who want to have a good service record in public service, understand that your full mission should be that for the people and not for developers and not for entertainment gatherings. We are in need of so much more, and we need the proper leadership. Unfortunately, some of you will be gone, and then we would have to deal with this with a new administration and also new council members. So don't handcuff the new people that are coming on board with your painted desires, but stay focused in knowing that if you're talking about workforce housing, mixed-use community, that it comes back to those communities that is indeed in need of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Michael Randolph, bring it home. You're our last public speaker.
Yes, respectfully, Mr. Chairperson, I ask to be referred and to raise conversation during item 80.
Okay, if you want to, will he have a separate log on for that or the same one? You just want to stay on and listen? Okay, very good. Well, they'll all recognize you when we get to item 80. Very
Thank you
good.
so much.
Thank you, Michael. Hope you enjoy the rest of your morning. Have some coffee for us. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Based on some public comment, I think it would probably be a good idea to pull item number 41 and hear from staff. That is the one, that is the RIA grant.
We're already doing that. Item 41 is we're having a
No,
separate
it's a
vote.
separate vote, but I
Yeah.
would like to hear from staff.
Oh, okay. So you're requesting staff on item 41.
Correct.
Okay. Staff, if you are available.
Is that to be done under staff reports
Yes.
later on?
Yes, I'd like to move that to.
Okay, I have a motion for
To, yeah, so I guess.
Councilwoman Hurtak to move item 41 to staff reports, a second
And
from Councilman
unfinished business.
Carlson. Councilwoman
Or
Young.
rather, items moved from consent agenda.
I'm going to move my items, but I have a question for number 14.
Let's take care of this business first.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, ayes have it. Okay, Councilwoman Young.
No, I'm going to move my items, but I don't know if I should ask the question now or we'll wait till we get to.
Well, why don't we wait till we get there?
Okay, yeah,
We've got
just
one more
making
agenda
a
item
note.
before we get to the consent
That's fine.
agenda. Okay, very good. Okay, Board Administrative Appointments, we have a resolution that's prepared by Councilman Shelby. Mr. Shelby, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Per Council's motion, based on its vote on August 6th, I have prepared for you a resolution approving, confirming, and ratifying the appointments to the Natural Resources Advisory Committee. You also, that day on August 6th, made a motion and directed me to come back with resolutions regarding alternates. Council, it is necessary for me to inform you that at the time you did that, Council lacked legal authority to appoint alternates to the board because it is a 13-member advisory board, and normally on advisory boards that are not going to be making those findings, there are no alternates on advisory boards generally. This is a 13-member board with a 7-member quorum, and if you wish to discuss this further, we can do it under new business, and I have additional information about that. But I just wanted to share with you that it was brought to my attention, and my apologies to the public and to the board, that I was unaware that at the time of the vote, the motion was out of order because council lacked legal authority to take action, because there is no authority to appoint alternates to that board.
Okay, so we have a resolution approving the members. Mr. Shelby, will you take it upon yourself to notify the alternates that were selected about this issue so you could explain it to them?
If that's council's direction.
I would appreciate that.
The chair's direction, I'd be happy to do
Chair,
that.
may I?
Mr. Vieira.
Thank you, thank you very much. If I recall, the alternates were Ms. Lawson, who's here, and there was another young woman from Terrace Park. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Jackson Haney.
Well, let's
I have the
let
list
Mr.
of
Shelby handle
the list
this
of
offline.
appointees are in front of you, and I don't know who the list of alternates
Let's
are.
deal with the business that we have before us.
I don't need it.
Okay.
2 seconds, if
Okay,
I
go
may,
ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Now
I
I
would
know.
ask Mr. Leon to get the other alternate, obviously Ms. Lawson's here, but just put me in contact with him so I can speak with her on something, if you don't mind. Thank you. Yeah,
Oh,
very
got
nice,
it.
very nice woman, like Ms.
And
Lawson.
and again, my apologies to the appointees, and my apologies to the public, and especially my apologies to council. But quite frankly, I did not have that information at the time that council made that motion.
Okay, very good. So I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda to adopt the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, we are to, is there anybody in the audience that requests public reconsideration of legislative matters? Hearing none. Consent agenda. Okay, Public Safety Committee. Councilman Vieira, would you please move items 5 through 13?
Yes, sir, hereby move.
5 through, what's that? No, we're moving that to 62. Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Vieira, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilwoman Young.
I'm going to move these items, but for 14, it's not 14 per se, but for the tremendous program. So if I heard public comment correctly, that we use the tremendous program, we were able to plant some trees at Westshore Elementary. Is there anyone here that can answer that question for me?
Yeah, Carl Brody from legal.
Oh, Mr. Fowler is here.
Oh, and Mr. Fowler's here, so he's
A
administration,
better
he's actually doing it.
better
I'm just
subject matter
advising.
expert,
That's right.
exactly.
Good morning, Council. Ted Fowler, Parks and Recreation Director. We did not use a tremendous program. We used it out of our operating budget.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I know that was something that I was wanting to know if we could use the tremendous program to plant trees at schools. I'm very happy for Westshore Elementary. I'm hoping that we can do the same at Young, because they have a lot of open space, and I have spoken with HCPS and said that they may be amenable to that. So
Absolutely.
just put it down your docket. Okay.
Could you
So,
move item 14 through 27?
I move items 14 through 27.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Maniscalco, Infrastructure Committee.
I move items 28 through 42. 41 is going to be a separate vote. Is that correct? So I
That
just-
is correct,
All right.
yes. So, and what was with 40? I'll talk about that. Okay, so after we do it, that's right. Okay, so we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco. Who was the second? Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, and then item number that we pulled was 41. Okay, separate vote. Okay, so who wants to move the resolution?
No, it's a staff report. We moved it to staff report. I want staff.
I got it. Okay, very good. Okay, Finance Committee Chair, 43 through 50, Councilman
Chairman,
Miranda.
move 43 through 50.
Oh, and actually,
Nope.
46 is continued.
Yeah, so
Continue 46.
43 through 45 and
And continue
47
40.
through 50.
Correct. Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. Councilman Carlson, Development and Economic Opportunity Committee, 50 through 53.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to abstain from 52 and 53 in an abundance of caution. My firm has a client that may be related to this, although we don't have anything to do with this and don't work on these kinds of
Okay,
issues.
would you move 51, please?
So I'll move 51.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, ayes have it. Councilwoman Young, would you move 52 for 53?
I move items 52 and 53.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, ayes have it.
Motion carried with Carlson abstaining.
Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak.
I move items 81 and 83.
Thank you. I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco to move items 81 and 80 through 83. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, ayes have it. Thank you. Councilman Vieira wants to say something first. Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. I did want to speak, and I appreciate it for item number 40. I see we have some new Tampa folks here today. I see we have Mr. Alan Cohn, Chief Lopez. Saw Dr. Jim Davison here somewhere, and I know Robin Lockett was here. But this is, I wanted to briefly speak about this item number 40. This is something that's a very big deal for New Tampa. This approves an agreement for design build for services for the K-Bar Ranch Park, which is going to be a really big, wonderful addition to the city of Tampa and New Tampa. That park's been a long time coming. So this is something that formally begins the process, and public outreach can come from here, and now we can set up those public outreach meetings with New Tampa. And so I just wanted to highlight that because I think that's a great thing. So thank you, Council, for your support and everybody for their hard work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Vieira. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I apologize. I need to rescind the vote for 81 through 83 because I was supposed to recuse myself
Okay.
from 81.
So we have a motion to reconsider the votes for 81 through 83. A second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. Can I get a motion to move items 81 through 83?
No, just, can you do it separately?
Okay.
Because I'll move item 83.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak to move item 83. Second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. Can I have a motion to move the other two?
And the reason, it's just the other one,
Other one,
81.
sorry,
And the
81.
reason I'm recusing myself from this is because I recused myself during both the hearing and the money for this because I own a house on this block.
Okay, can I get a motion to move 81? Motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. Thank you.
Can I
Motion
have that
carried.
announced, please? Sorry.
Motion carried with Hurtak abstaining and Carlson being absent at vote.
And Councilwoman, I will provide that form for you before the end of today's meeting.
Right.
Thank
And
you.
I believe I heard Councilman Maniscalco said he would like to set the public hearings.
54 to 58, let the public
Thank you. I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Can I get a motion to open the public hearings? Second. Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco to open the public hearing, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. And yeah, all public hearings are open now. Okay, item number 59. Hello again.
Good morning, Council. Carl Brody, legal, and we have,
Bertha Mitchell, Director of Strategic Business Development.
and we want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss the proposed changes to the ordinance, formerly the Equal Business Opportunity, now Strategic Business Development. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what the ordinance does, what the benefits are, and to address some of the concerns that the community has about the impacts of making these changes. So as I came to you last time, we did note that this isn't what we want to do. We agree with everybody that, diversity is important, but we're stuck with several federal executive orders and directives. We have a state law that has just passed and will go into effect in January. And between these and the other interpretations that we're getting from the courts, legally we're being told that we are in jeopardy if we have a race or gender conscious program. Very importantly, the new law, SB 1134, which will be codified, that covers the waterfront. That covers everything. It basically states that we can't have any kind of program that provides any special benefit based on race, gender, ethnicity. There is no exception, whereas at least with the courts, there's some consideration in terms of if we can satisfy a strict scrutiny standard. That's not provided for in the state law.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, if I may, and I apologize. We should have our attorney in here for this. Where's Mr. Shelby? We should have our attorney in here for this item.
Mr. Shelby, return to council chambers and let's
And I
pause this for a
apologize.
moment.
Thank you.
Would you like me to continue or wait for?
No, pause, please.
Wait for Mr. Shelby.
If staff in the back can find Mr. Shelby and put him back in his box.
If I can approach separately, Mr. Whitehead failed to provide support from the South Tampa Chamber of Commerce, so if I can provide
You
that
can
also.
provide that to Mr. Shelby. He is back and you can proceed with the presentation.
So as noted, state law is black and white. It's saying that we can't have any programs that provide any benefits based on race, gender, ethnicity. That has to be addressed, and how we address this, and even previously when we were concerned with the federal changes, was that we suspended the current program as it applied to race and gender. So right now, status quo is none of the businesses that we're concerned about are receiving any of the benefits of the program we have in place right now. That's suspended. They're not getting any benefits. What this ordinance does is it addresses both those firms that are being impacted now and other small businesses by increasing thresholds. What's that mean? That means that if I have a
Can you
business.
pause for a moment? If your cell phone is not on silence, please silence it now. If it goes off again, I'm going to ask you to leave the council chambers. Thank you.
Okay, so what does that threshold issue mean? That threshold issue means that if I have a business, whether it's a black business, Hispanic business, small business, I graduate from the program, which means I can no longer receive the benefits of participating in the sheltered market. When I go to bid, I only go to bid against the really big firms. That's obviously going to limit my ability to be successful. Increasing that threshold allows these businesses that are successful to continue to receive the benefits of the sheltered market and bid against other firms of similar size and not have to bid against these large firms. Also, the thresholds are set on our projects. Our projects are set at a level of from 2009. So that means we're still 15 years behind in terms of inflation, in terms of costs. We all know how much those have gone up. This will increase the projects that these firms can bid on. All this is a special benefit just for small businesses, race conscious, so that we avoid any kind of challenges from any party that might decide that they want to challenge any changes to the ordinance that would provide a special benefit based on race or gender. So, I mean, I think that it's very important to understand that what we're doing here is going to benefit all businesses, but especially going to benefit our small businesses that have a racial or gender component.
Okay.
Also, let me just real quick. To address some of the Tobis points, we're doing that now. We can do that in the future in terms of administratively addressing some of their issues like unbundling and things like that. That wouldn't be in the ordinance anyway. That's going to be something that's done on the EBO, purchasing, and CAD side. That can be taken care of without jeopardizing the new opportunities for small businesses. So I would say about 90% of their concerns can be addressed. A disparity study can be addressed while we have the updated ordinance that provides these extra benefits and protects the city against potential liability. So I'm not going to give you my full spill on this. I'm just trying to keep, we got a busy day. But I think it's very important for you guys to know that, you know, what we're doing here today, what the new ordinance does is all plus. Nothing that has been raised as a concern can't be addressed while we have the new ordinance that provides the new benefits to the small businesses.
Thank you. Suling and the rest of them, can we make sure we have the timer set for 10 minutes for that? Yeah. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, first I want to say thank you to you and City Attorney Steady for the time you all spent in meeting with me and the TOBA representatives and listening to all their concerns directly and addressing them and all the follow-up that you all did. I assume you did something similar to my colleagues a lot of time. And that there are a lot of concerns in the community. My question to you, which they raised and to put it back out again is, why can't we just leave this suspended, and or is there a way to leave it so that it's easier to bring back if these policies change? The challenge is that if suddenly within a year or 2 years these policies change and we need to bring it back, then we have to rebuild everything again. How can we set it up so it's easy just to turn it back on?
Thank you. And 4 clarification points, and that's the longer form has this. The way we rewrote this ordinance, we still acknowledge the protected classes. We acknowledge Black businesses, Hispanic businesses, LGBT businesses, veteran businesses. We acknowledge all those, and we do that because if, after we do studies, and this is something the department does right now, and they're going to continue to do, they look, and that's part of what the ordinance keeps in place, is that we're going to continue to do record keeping so we can see where the disparities arise. And when we see a sufficient support to move forward with making those changes, all we do is take whichever protected class it is that we see the disparity in, and we amend the ordinance to add that class to what's currently under the small business group or eligible business enterprise right now. So it's not a difficult process. It will take no more than a couple weeks to come to the board, to City Council, to present the evidence we have that supports the need to address the disparity and to get you to approve the change.
Councilman Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Councilman Carlson got to some of my concerns. I called up, I've spoken with y'all on it. Y'all have been wonderful, and I thank you all for your hard work on this. And I also wanted to thank, and I know we all appreciate everybody who came here to speak on this, a lot of sincere voices who are talking about the good in this ordinance and the many good things that it does. My concern on this is that, as Councilman Carlson said, it takes things that may be temporary and potentially makes them permanent. And I would like to see something that takes the benefit out of this without making permanent some of the things that are potentially a temporary political reality. Nobody, and I want to be very clear, nobody is saying we have to be inconsistent with Florida law. Nobody's saying that we should act in any way that is inconsistent with either applicable Florida law, federal law, and so forth. But to make things permanent, I think gives some pause, and I do think we need more time for this. And that troubles me because of a lot of the good people that we hear today. And Mr. Ransom had noted in his remarks a salute to Councilwoman Hurtak
for bringing up this issue. And I did want to salute you, ma'am, for that, because you spoke out on this on the first time around, and I think that's something that's worth saluting. I always like to do that, and it takes something to be a person who speaks out and talks about that. So thank you, ma'am. But again, I do think, that we do need more time on this. That's my opinion. We can get the good out of this without making permanent things that maybe aren't permanent. Again, nobody is saying we have to act inconsistent with applicable federal law or state law and so forth, but there may be another way to get there. That's my challenge. So, but again, thank you, and yes, sir.
If we can just acknowledge
Yes.
that, the ordinance is written to address that specific concern. We know we hope it's not going to be permanent. That's our hope. And honestly, the fastest way to be able to achieve your goal is to pass this ordinance because it's already baked in. The ordinance bakes in making this update when we find that we have sufficient support to be able to move forward. And I know there was a reference to disparity study. Nothing in this new ordinance will stop us from doing a disparity study. Nothing in this new ordinance will stop us from doing the current analysis that we do to determine if there are issues that need to be addressed. And nothing in the ordinance will stop us from taking some of the TOBA recommendations in terms of unbundling, in terms of providing additional support for small businesses, and which would include women and minority businesses. The ordinance doesn't do that. The ordinance is really all plus, no minus. The ordinance is, and just a quick anecdotal story. I just caught a guy out in the hall. He has a black business. His black business is no longer eligible to participate in the program because their revenue is too high. Just a little bit too high, not a lot. They're not, making money hand over fist, but they're just a little bit too high to be in our program. This ordinance would allow him to return, be in the program, and be able to bid on higher projects. So, that's what we're looking at.
Hold on a second.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, whoever's phone has just gone off, last warning, silence your phones.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Oh my God, I haven't seen that in ages.
Okay.
It happens.
Is there any other questions, Councilwoman Young?
So when this, first came about, I, ended up voting because I understood that, what is coming down, from Tallahassee that is out of our control. I've had the opportunity to meet with the EBO and, the committee members, multiple occasions that have worked really hard on this, and I appreciate you all's hard work. My question is, I have two questions, and you may have already answered it. Is there some kind of reporting, like let's say if this passes, is there a reporting that you all could come back to us and say, with this new program, we actually have been able to increase. We actually have seen an uptick in, opportunities for our minority women-owned businesses. Is there some type of reporting that is attached to this that we could come back and say, we actually do see the benefit? And then from that, if the report comes and it says, it's actually kind of the same or it's not getting any better, are we able to go back and say, okay, this is not working, we need to do something else that is still in accordance with the Florida law?
Thank you, Bertha Mitchell, Director of Strategic Business Development. We are collecting the data. However, we can't see the true benefits of what the ordinance proposed because of the thresholds are not at their max. And so, sure, we can come back. However, our small businesses are still not reaping the benefits of the ordinance, and that's hurtful to them. I spoke to business owners at an outreach event last evening, and I asked, would you rather have a $200,000 project or a $500,000 project? And it was obvious. So I won't be able to give you the real stats because the ordinance hasn't been approved.
Right, I'm saying like, if it is approved, will you all come back with reporting to say, yes, this is working, no, it's not?
Yes.
And Councilwoman, that's also baked into the new ordinance. The department is required to do this record keeping, and they're required to come back to you and give you an update. And that's why we need the new ordinance, because it addresses all your concerns, really. It might not be perfect, because we can't do certain things in terms of race and gender consideration, but it takes care of everything else, and it assures that you're going to be aware of how successful the program is moving forward.
And then if from that reporting, we find that maybe this is not working, are we able to go back and make changes that are still in accordance with the Florida law?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, we go back, if we find that there are, first of all, by doing the record keeping, we'll be able to, tease out what the problems are. And then we can address those directly. And part of that, remember, is part of why you have that EBOAC, why you have that advisory committee. Because that's what they're going to be doing the whole time, if we approve this, the whole time from moment of approval till the next time we meet before you. They're going to be teasing out all the specifics of what the benefits are, where we can improve, what we can do to be sure that we're hitting the groups that we want to without violating the law. That's what they're tasked with. And they're, as you've seen, they're very supportive of moving that forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes. I understand that, to me, this is kind of an apples and oranges argument, because if there's no reason we couldn't just change the levels in the current ordinance we already have. Correct?
Yeah, we can change those. We can bring back that and change
So
those
I think that,
levels.
to me, is the issue. You're making this about wanting to pass this ordinance because it increases the thresholds.
Right.
But we don't have to pass this ordinance to increase the thresholds. We can increase the thresholds of the current ordinance. And I understand your position and the city's position. I'm just saying that I'm not gonna vote for this because I don't agree with taking out minority representation and focus.
Understand.
But I do want the public to understand that we could increase the limits without voting for this new ordinance. We could simply change the ordinance we already have. And I just wanted to make sure that people understood that.
Yeah, and if I can just clarify, to change the thresholds, we're going to have to change the ordinance. So we would
Correct.
have to come back to you with a new
Yeah.
ordinance regardless. Now,
Yeah.
the point is, we come back to you with a new ordinance that has everything that you're concerned with, which I completely understand, suspended and not applicable. The ordinance we're bringing before you allows us to have a more efficient process in making that change, because the ordinance you have before you is very specific about each protected class. I think we have 8 different protected classes that we're going to be analyzing once we get data on it. So it provides very specific, narrowly tailored definitions for each class, and that's what we need to do to be able to support making changes that would benefit any class based on disparity.
Again, I appreciate that, but I'm just saying, I don't want the public to believe that the only way that we can increase these thresholds is to pass this new ordinance. We simply don't need to. We could pass them in the old ordinance. So, thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes.
Mr. Shelby.
I have not had an opportunity to get involved in this discussion. I have not met with Mr. Brody on this, but I'm taking a look at 166-04971, which I'm sure you're familiar with, which was the genesis of why you're here. And it looks like to come back with the same ordinance, just to change the numbers, maybe actually taking something that would trigger this provision. So I don't think that would be an appropriate recommended response, Mr. Brody, to actually come back with the same ordinance that you have now and ask council to take action on it.
Mr. Shelby, that's not what I was saying.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Right, just to clarify, and I think,
Hold
so we
on a
can all
second.
be on the same page.
Hold on, please. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay.
And I just wanted Mr. Shelby to know that's not what I was saying. I was just making the point that we don't have to create this new ordinance to do this. Yes, we may be afoul of other things, but it just sounds like the only way we can do this is to pass this new ordinance, and that is not true.
Mr. Brody, could you explain the jeopardy the city would be in if we don't pass this?
Yes, absolutely. So we have several different levels. We have federal level, we would potentially lose any contracts we have with the federal government and any grants we're receiving from the federal government. And those numbers are high. We're talking in the millions. From the state law, we can potentially, actually you, city council, can be subject to a challenge based on malfeasance, which can result in removal from office. And we can also be subject to challenge from any resident of the city that the ordinance doesn't comply, and we'd be subject to any fees and costs that would be inherent, and any damages that a court might determine would be appropriate based on the noncompliance or violation of the state law. So we have it at a couple different levels where there is liability for the city for not complying. But just a quick note, currently, like we noted, the ordinance in place now, the race, gender issues are suspended. If we had to bring a new ordinance back, we'd have to bring it back with that, and we'd have to think through how we want to do it, but with that acknowledgement. We wouldn't want to remove it because then we'd be in a worse place than we are now. But that might be one of the options we'd have to take if we bring it back with the updated thresholds.
Mr. Shelby, as a council attorney, I understand. Mr. Shelby, as council attorney, do you have any reason to question the legal opinion of staff?
No, I'm looking at the ordinance, and this was brought to my attention rather recently with regard to the issues that are involved in this, and certainly during public comment that I understand council is sensitive to public comment, and I respect that. And you heard a lot of comments about it today, about the importance of this. My suggestion would be, if I could inquire of Mr. Brody, is there any harm or foul in continuing this a week to be able to address these concerns and for me to get more involved, to be able to understand the issues?
I would like to have a legal opinion, written legal opinion on.
A written legal opinion?
Yes.
That might be, I might ask, I'm not going to ask for a week. I'd ask for a little additional time, please.
Okay, give me a date that you need.
Well, I'm going to ask for Mr. Brody's help on his research as well. So what would be the 17th?
That'd be fine.
That would have to get to council. And you also have the budget hearings coming up as well.
Correct.
So I don't, and for whatever reason, I've been exceedingly busy.
How about October 1st?
Would that be acceptable to staff, or you have an issue? Please share it if there is.
Yeah, and the only concern is, and I'm sure Ms. Mitchell would pass that on, is that it's a month that we can't provide extra opportunities for these firms.
I understand, but there's some serious legal considerations I think we need to be educated on to understand the gravity of what we're dealing with. So I think giving us that month and giving you all the opportunity to explore that is critical to either the success or failure of this.
And the other thing is, hearing the concern of council and reviewing it in that context, there may be other ways, other avenues that we may be able to address.
So I have a motion to continue this to October 1st. A second from Councilman Maniscalco, Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. 10 a.m.
10 a.m., date, time, and place.
Boulevard,
I don't have the cheat sheet up here, so I can't do that.
And just to clarify, the point is that you just want to know the legal implications of...
I would like a legal written opinion on the jeopardy that the city would, and if we failed to act on this, and the implications of acting on this would be to members of Tampa City Council.
Very good.
Okay, just a reminder, if you are in the building downstairs on the first or second floor and you are here for a public hearing, please come to Tampa City Council chambers now, please. If you're here for a public hearing, please come to City Council chambers now. Okay, and we are zipping along to item number 60.
Ross Amos, Formation, presenting file number BAC 26-08. This is a second reading and adoption. Council received a memorandum for a substitute ordinance. In the substitute ordinance, there is a frontier easement added and also a special condition for a turnaround requirement. Everything else on the previous ordinance is the same. I'm available if you have any questions.
Does council have any questions? Okay, is there an applicant on this one? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to this item? We have a motion to close from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilman, I'm just going to close from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Carlson, would you read the substitute, please?
Yeah, I'd like to move file number VAC 26-08, ordinance being presented for second reading adoption, ordinance for the city of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, abandoning a portion of 43rd Street right-of-way located north of Ellicott Street and James Elementary School south of Shadow Lawn Avenue, east of 40th Street, and Gary Adult High School and west of 47th Street as dedicated by the plat of revised map Rubenstein's subdivision in Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, and as more fully described in section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflicts, providing for severability, providing effective date.
I have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote.
Thank you. Item 61.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, sir.
For 62, I have to speak to Chief Bennett about something really fast. I'd ask that that be put on hold, if I may. I got to step out.
Just quickly, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 61, is there staff for, oh, there we are. Good morning.
Good morning. Heather Bonds, Historic Preservation Specialist. I'm here for file number HTX 226-8 This is a second reading for an ordinance to approve a historic preservation property tax exemption related to 905 North Florida Avenue, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this item? We have a motion to close from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Young, would you read this one, please? 61.
Ordinance being file number HTX 26-25646. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance approving an historic preservation property tax exemption application relative to the restoration, renovation, or rehabilitation of certain property owned by 905 North Florida Avenue Property Owner LLC, a Florida limited liability company located at 905 North Florida Avenue, Tampa, Florida, a local historic landmark based upon certain findings, providing for notice to the property appraiser of Hillsborough County, providing for severability, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing an effective date.
Thank you. I have a motion for Councilwoman Young, a second for Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote.
Thank you. Councilman Vieira, please return to council chambers. We'll have to swear everybody in on that one. Those are quasi-judicial, aren't they? Or on those proposed ordinances, okay.
There's a potential issue with the language of 62, and I may need a continuance. I'm speaking outside with the lawyers, something I caught, so I just move forward if y'all don't mind.
We'll have to move to the quasi-judicial hearings.
No problems.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so if you are here to speak, if you are here to speak to the 10 a.m. public hearings, they are quasi-judicial. So items number 63 through 69, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in by our clerk. Thank you. And just a reminder to everyone, this is 63 through 69. These are going to go relatively quick, and then we will be addressing item 80 after 69. Councilwoman Young.
I was absent at vote for the last vote for 67 through 69, but I have reviewed it, so I'm prepared to vote.
Thank you very much. Okay, item number 63.
Good morning, Council. Bria Dixon, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 63 is REZ 2610. This item is a rezoning request for a property located at 21111 East Busch Boulevard. The request is to rezone from CG Commercial General to CI Commercial Intensive. I'm available if you have any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Eileen Osario, ARPC LLC, 2504 West Crest Avenue. Just want to say thank you, Council, for this,
Thank you.
this reading.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak to item number 63? We have a motion to close. Councilman Maniscalco, second Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Vieira, would you read item 63?
Mr. Chair, move an ordinance presented for second reading and adoption ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 2111 East Busch Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CG Commercial General to CI Commercial Intensive, providing an effective date.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
I hear you multiple times. Okay, very good. Councilman Vieira, what is the outcome of items? We're good.
And I thank Mr. Brody and Chief Bennett. If you want to hear it now.
Okay, let's hear item 62.
And thank you, Council. A lot of baseball this week.
Carl Brody Legal. This should go much better than the last one. This ordinance that we're bringing before you is for the purpose, well, it's a three-part purpose. First, we wanted to be able to provide some standards for public safety master plans. We did that through three parts. We had and worked with the mayor to issue an executive order, which was issued a couple weeks ago, which supported the resolution. That's item number 4 on the agenda. So those are the same, just acknowledging what the relationship between the public safety unions and the public safety departments will be. It has specific standards provided for, and this was something that all parties worked together to achieve. The ordinance that's before you is to provide notice to City Council if at some point in the future, a future mayor decides to make any changes to that executive order, they'll have to provide notice to City Council so they'll be able to respond and be able to take whatever next steps are needed. So that's what we have. You have a resolution that's consistent with the executive order, and basically a notice ordinance that's going to require that notice.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Councilman Vieira, you're recognized, and when you're finished, would you please read that?
Yes, sir, absolutely, sir. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Brody, I wanted to thank you. I wanted to thank just all the different folks from management with police and fire to the labor unions, Chief Bennett and different folks. This is a very good compromise that gets across, I think, what I've been working on for many years, what this council has supported for many, many years. And so I'm very, very happy for that. So this gets a public safety master plan moving in a very collaborative way that is substantive and robust. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, I move an ordinance presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance of the City of Tampa requiring Tampa City Council to be provided notice of any changes to the executive order setting standards for triennial updates to the respective public safety master plans of the Tampa Police Department and Tampa Fire Rescue, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinance in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Okay, and can I get a motion to close that? Oh, that's right. Does anybody in the public wish to speak to this particular item? Okay, we have a motion to close. Councilman Maniscalco, second. Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. I have a motion from Councilman Vieira, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote. And can we move the motion after this is called?
Someone didn't vote.
I did.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. And if I may, I move a resolution 4.
I have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. Thank you.
Councilwoman Herzog.
It looks like item number 66 is requesting to be continued to September 17th, 2026. So I'd like to move to continue it to September 17th, 2026 at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602, 3rd floor, 10 a.m.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Herzog, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, item number 64. Staff?
Good morning, Council. Bree Dixon, Development Coordination. The next item is agenda item number 64, REZ 2612. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 1704 West North B Street, 202, 220, and 210 North Rome Avenue, 1701 and 1711 West North A Street. The request is to rezone from IG Industrial General to CI Commercial Intensive. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. I believe our applicant is online. Stacy?
Hi, good morning, council members. I don't know that my camera's working, but can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's a quasi-judicial hearing, so we'd have to have you on camera, but I don't know if you're needed, so you can just be a passive listener if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to this item? Hearing none. We have a motion to close. Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Hurtak, would you read 64?
File number REZ 26-12, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1704 West North B Street, 202, 220, and 210 North Rome Avenue, 1701 and 1711 West North A Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from Zoning District Classification IG Industrial General to CI Commercial Intensive, providing an effective date.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we are on 65.
Good evening, Council, or good morning, Council. For the record, Christopher DeMonge, Development Coordination. Item number 65 is REZ 2614. This is a rezoning request for property located at 1732 West St. Louis Street. The request is a rezone from RS50 to planned development for residential single-family semi-detached uses. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been provided to the clerk's office, and I'm available for any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant?
I'm sure the chart and the applicant. I have nothing to add.
Okay, does council have any questions of the applicant? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the public who wish to speak to this item? Motion to close, Councilman Miranda, second, Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1732 West St. Louis Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from Zoning District Classification RS50, residential single family, to PD plan development, residential single family semi-detached, providing an effective date.
Thank you. I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote.
Thank you. Councilman Vieira, you were absent for the next two votes. Did you review the record? Are you prepared to vote? Thank you so much. Okay, item number 67.
Good morning, Council. Bree Dixon, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 67 is REZ 2643. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 5024 North 30th Street. The request is to rezone from RS50 Residential Single Family to IG Industrial General. I'm available if you have any questions.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant? Good morning.
Good morning, Maurice, here on behalf of the agent, the owner. I don't have anything to add, but I'm here for questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the public who wish to speak to this item?
Yes.
Come on up. Valerie, start with your name.
Hi, my name is Valerie Bullock. I'm against this project right now. At this location, it's a 1,700 square foot home, and this is right over there by Fair Oaks, where you all have put in affordable houses, and I don't see what industrial can go right where a 1,700 square feet home is at. It would be an eyesore and out of place in the neighborhood. That's my opinion.
In this area, in this particular, I understand what she's talking about Fair Oaks Park, but that's on the other side of 30th Street, which has a different type of zoning. The location of this property, the IG zoning is consistent with the zoning around it. I don't feel like the what she said would be relevant to the situation going on in this area.
Mr. Chair, is there any way you could just show us a map? Do you have a map real fast just to show that?
I don't have a map on me.
I'm requesting access to share the zoning map.
Just since it came up again, if we could just show.
Can CCTV provide me access to share? Thank you. The subject property is outlined here in red. And the surrounding zoning is industrial general IG, except for those specifically outlined as RS50 and RM24.
Thank you.
I have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, just a pause for one moment. If you are here to speak to item 80, we're going to be hearing that shortly. If you have not signed one of these sheets, if you're downstairs and you've not signed one of these sheets, or if you're in here and if you've not signed one of these sheets, please find a staff member, sign one of these sheets so you'll be called during the time. Also a reminder that we are going to break for lunch from 12 to 12:30. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I don't think we're gonna even get to public comment.
We'll get some. We've got 40 minutes.
Well, I still have an agenda item, and
We'll see.
we have a petition to vacate. We've got.
No, we're hearing this before, after that. That was no, we're doing it after 69.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Item number 68.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Christopher DeBonch, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 68 is REZ 2645. This is a request to rezone property located at 2404 and 2408 Stuart Street. The request is to rezone from planned development to planned development and RS50. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been provided to the clerk's office, and I'm available for any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicants? No applicants? Okay. Anybody in the public wish to speak to this item? Can I get a motion? Motion to close from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Vera. I don't know why I went to you.
It's item number 68.
I know.
Yes, sir.
Because I just arbitrarily picked Vera.
I know, I was like, what? I move, if I may, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2404 and 2408 Stewart Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, PD plan development to PD plan development, place of religious assembly, and RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Vera, second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 69.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 69 is REZ 25116. This is a rezoning request for property located at 3101 North Florida Avenue. The request is to rezone from commercial intensive to planned development for storefront residential commercial and all CN uses. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. I'm available for any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant?
Vice Benson here representing the applicant. I'm just here if you have any questions.
Council have any questions of the applicant? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to item 69? Motion to close, Councilman Maniscalco, second Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilwoman Young, would you read the ordinance, please?
Yes. File number REZ-25-116, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3101 North Florida Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CI commercial intensive to PD planned development storefront residential/commercial all CN uses, providing an effective date.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Young, second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote. And then you're going to move the resolution. After she says.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson being absent at vote.
Thank you, Councilwoman Young.
I move the resolution.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Young, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. And now the moment we've all been waiting for. We are moving on to item number 80 per our amended agenda for the day. Item number 80 is the development and funding agreement by and between the City of Tampa, Florida, Hillsborough County, Florida, and the Tampa Bay Rays. Yes, sir.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. You have a noticed public meeting for regard to the CRA. Do you wish to take joint public comment at this time?
I do.
I ask that then Councilwoman Young, if you do pass the gavel, she would be able to do that. Do you have?
Councilwoman Young, would you please open your public hearing?
Thank you very
Public
much.
meeting.
This Tampa Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA, I call this special call meeting on August 27, 2026 to order.
Do you need to take a recess? I'm sorry.
No, we can run them parallel, right?
Yes, roll call, please.
Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtak. Clendenin.
Here.
Carlson. Vieira. And Young.
Here.
You have a physical quorum.
Thank you. We are now in session as both the Tampa City Council and the Community Redevelopment Agency for the purpose of hearing public comment on agreements with the Tampa Bay Rays. On the City Council agenda, that is item 80. On the CRA agenda, that is item number 1. At this time, I will pass the gavel to Chair Clendenin to take public comment for both the Tampa City Council and the CRA. Public comment being taken will be reflected in the minutes of both meetings. At the end of public comment, Chair Clendenin will close public comment and pass the gavel back to me, at which time the CRA will go into recess. I will then pass the gavel back to our City Council Chair, and Tampa City Council will take up item 80 on its agenda. After action is taken on that item, City Council will go into recess and the Community Redevelopment Agency will reconvene. We will then take up item number 1 and complete our agenda. The CRA will then adjourn this special call meeting. I will pass the gavel back to the Chair of City Council, which will then reconvene to complete its day's agenda. For the purpose of taking public comment on the Rays MOU, I now pass the gavel back to our City Council Chair.
Oh, if I can, just.
Yes, sir.
My apologies for not, that is the Rays amendment, or the Rays agreements as opposed to the MOU. That
Yes,
was
the
previous
Rays
thing.
agreements, yes. Thank you for that correction. All right.
Okay, I would like to recognize city staff. Thank you, Councilwoman Young. City staff, and then I'll recognize a representative from the Rays if they're here to do the presentation.
Yes. Chairman, Member City Council, Scott.
Go ahead.
Chairman, Member City Council, Scott Steady, City Attorney. I expect to come, I wanted to acknowledge a couple people that they're not quite here yet, and that's going to be County Attorney Julia Mandel. I expect her to be here, as well as Greg Horridell, the County Administrator. So I think they're on their way over. But in the meantime, should be available online is Nikki Day. Nikki Day is the attorney for the county that worked on this matter. She's with Gray Robinson. And I want to make sure she's available. So if Nikki's there, Nikki.
I am, Scott.
Okay, great. So again, I wanted to make sure, obviously it's extremely important, and I wanted to make sure we had people here to answer all questions. Because, are we having a problem with the mic or something, Chair?
No, there's some hot mic somewhere that we're reverberating through. I don't know what it is.
So while they're doing that, let me pass this out. Okay, so
Go
can
ahead.
I proceed? Okay, great. So I was saying, so Nikki Day is on the call. She's going to help me with some questions that you may have. I definitely was focusing on all the documents, certainly, but mostly the issues that related to the city. And the document has a lot of requirements for Hillsborough County. I mean, obviously, they're going to end up owning the ballpark. So I want to make sure, because I'm sure there's going to be some questions that I'm familiar with, but Nikki Day will be able to help me answer some of the questions. And again, I expect the county attorney to be here shortly and the assistant county administrator if we have questions. So to kind of set the stage, there's actually 3 documents that are before you. The most important one that I expect we'll spend our time on is the funding agreement. That's the one that has most of the terms that affect the city. There's 2 other agreements, non-relocation agreement. That's where they agree that they're not going to relocate. And then there's a guarantee agreement. That guarantee agreement is basically the overall company that owns all these subsidiaries, that the overall company is guaranteeing all the representations and all the commitments that the companies underneath the umbrella company are making. So there are actually 3 agreements, 3 resolutions, but I expect that we're going to focus most of our attention today on the development and funding agreement. So with that, I'd just like to go back and kind of set the stage a little bit on how we got here. And I know there's some concerns, or has been concerns, about how this has been, you know, a pretty quick process. So I understand that the City Council have passed a motion that wanted to see the agreement on base by Friday at 5. It was actually made on base about 4:20, pretty close. I know some people have commented that it made the agenda about 4:20, it was published, but we did make it on base, I think in compliance with the City Council's directive in the motion. After that, we continued to negotiate the document. It was not complete, but really what ended up happening is, because there was so much going back and forth, issues that Julia and I basically said Tuesday night, again, Julia being the county attorney, I went to her office, we sat there with Julia, Sam Hamilton, chief assistant, myself, and Nikki Day, and we basically said, we're going to create the document that we can represent to our clients. So Tuesday evening, we finalized the document, and we presented it, we put it on base and sent it to City Council. And that's the document that had all the changes. So that's the document that both myself and the county attorney is going to recommend for their consideration tomorrow for the county commission. Subsequent to that, there was one additional change that I submitted that I want to make sure gets approved today, and that is, and it's very important that, and when I get to it, I'll explain it, but the payment that we're making, that I'll go through, the 80 million, 20 million for each fiscal year, is going to be paid based on a reimbursement of completed improvements, public improvements. So it's going to be a reimbursement model. And that language wasn't in the first draft that came out Wednesday morning. So what should be on the record for the city clerk is the provision that has that reimbursement model. But I passed out, there's just a couple of tweaks that I would like to make. It reiterates, I highlight it in yellow, it reiterates that provision, payments shall be on a reimbursement basis for completed improvements. That's important to the city because that's always been our issue. And then, since we're going to address this today, I want to add in the city contribution amount should be repaid as set forth in Exhibit E. It's already in Exhibit E that says Exhibit E, which we'll discuss later. That's the increment, that the money comes in for increment, which I'll come back and explain, will go back to pay for these funds that are going to be paid for the reimbursement. And it's simply putting it here so it's there so everyone knows that the money coming back from the increment will be used to pay down that money that's used to reimburse. And there's one other change we'd like to make, and that is there's conditions for our payment. There's conditions in the agreement. Before we would make the first $20 million payment, there's a number of conditions. One of those conditions is that the CRA, the county, and the city will enter into the revised Second Amendment interlocal agreement to effectuate all the CRA issues that are addressed in the agreement. And what this does is simply make this one change here on the second paragraph that I highlighted, simply makes that condition cannot be waived. So it cannot be waived. It has to be complied with. So with that, just so I get to the end, and then I'll come back and talk about the major components that address the city. If you want to move forward today, what I'd need is a motion, and I'm going to focus on the development and funding agreement. A motion to approve the resolution that's before you with these couple of changes, and I'm going to address the community benefits agreement shortly. We need to address that issue as well. So I would need a motion to approve the resolution, propose these changes and the funding agreement. So then let me back up for everybody so we can talk through the major components that involve the city of Tampa. And those are, first, the $80 million. Dennis Rajero, the Chief Financial Officer, will discuss how that $80 million is generated within the city's organization. That's for him to discuss. But that $80 million would be paid if all the conditions are met, by the way. There's a number of conditions, including that CRA condition, that there would be 4 payments made over 4 fiscal years. Those payments, again, I want to make sure that sentence is there, will be paid based on a reimbursement model that will reimburse them for completed public improvements. We're not going to advance the money. We're going to pay it only when the improvements have been completed. The improvements that we're talking about are for public, I got to get this right, public horizontal capital improvements. It's a term that's in the agreement. It's defined at the end of the agreement, and it's basically infrastructure. I mean, it's a big paragraph. There are a lot of things in there, but it's roads, sewer, water. I mean, that's one thing that's been said from the beginning. The city's money would go to infrastructure. Again, it's a broad definition, but it would, so the $80 million would go for, and I'm going to reiterate it one more time and then move on, 4 payments, 4 fiscal years on a reimbursement basis for completed infrastructure, and 4 basically infrastructure as defined in the definitions. Now, on the other side, I'm going to talk a little bit about what's the tax increment that we've been talking about, or has been talked about. And it's basically provided in Exhibit E. And what's been discussed and what will be required by the city will be, first, that we're going to need to contract out the college property out of the existing Drew Park CRA. We need to contract that out, so that's going to involve the council and the CRA. We need to contract it out so that the rest of the Drew Park CRA will remain intact. But basically the college's property, which is what will be the ballpark and the mixed-use project, will then be taken out of the CRA. What's proposed in this agreement is then a application can be made, I'm pretty sure it can be done concurrently, or certainly we can start the process, where a community development district would be placed within the new development for the ballpark and the mixed use. There may be 1 or 2. A community development district, some of you know, is a local government of special purpose. It's a special purpose government, Chapter 190, subject to government in the sunshine, public records, audit, has a 5-person board. It's a governmental entity. The intent of that is to create the CDD that then we'll enter into interlocal agreement between the county, the city, and the CDD, which that interlocal agreement will further define the money that will come from this home rule TIF. So for everyone here, what do I mean by a home rule TIF? Home rule TIF is basically we have the inherent right, the county and the city, to create a tax increment. Tax increment pretty much means, other than school board, SWIFT-MUD, they still get their money, but when you create a home rule TIF, that money can be designated for a particular area instead of back into the general fund. So Exhibit E provides a tiered system that Dennis will go through that provides basically a split between what TIF money will go to the city and the county and what TIF money would go to the CDD. The interlocal agreement will describe how that money can be used in addition to what's in this agreement. And the money that is generated, and again, Dennis will go through it, but there's early on, the county and the city get a higher percentage because there's a certainty that that level of development occur, and that the percentages increase for the CDD/raise to incentivize them to actually build more square footage. Exhibit E provides that it's noted on Exhibit E, and will be also, if we could please approve this, that money that the city gets. Now, again, we're going to share the money with the county, but our actual amount is higher because our taxes are higher, so we get more of that TIF. The money that comes in from the TIF will go to pay down the $80 million plus interest. So if I could summarize it, the money that's...
I have a quick point of
sure.
order here.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
When you're talking about these particular portions, can you please have that portion on the
I'll
the
pull up
Elmo
E.
or
Sure.
whatever it is? So, because I'm
I
having a
got
hard
it.
time following you when you're hopping back and forth. So if you could have it on the screen so that all of us, including the public, could follow along.
Sure.
It would be much better.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this is, I'm going to say, I'll reiterate and take as much time as council wants and the public. I agree that we'll slow down. So this is basically the first aspect of what I talked about. This is where the requirement is, and the highlight is, by the way, the language I definitely want in this. But on little I, it's pretty straightforward. The city contribution amount will be paid following 4 annual installments. A, $20 million on January 1st of 2027. That's only if all the conditions that are in this agreement occur. So if they don't, that date, that would be put out. The highlight is the language that I believe is in the clerk's version, but I want to make sure it's there because it's a critical element to what the city has said all along, that the city will only pay for reimbursement of completed infrastructure. So that's what I talked about. And then down on little 4, you'll notice it says funds solely for public horizontal capital improvements. It's right here. That is a defined term, and that's basically infrastructure, okay? So that's the first aspect that I talked about. All right, and then let me pull up Exhibit E. Councilman, by the way, I've just been eating and drinking this stuff so long, so I apologize if I'm going too fast. Anyway, so here's that exhibit I've been talking about. So what's provided for is, this is basically assessed square footage. So between 0 and 350 million, the city and county receive of the increment 70%, the city and county. Now we actually, of our share, we get more because our tax level is higher. And the district, it says district, but it's the raise, it's for the benefit of the raise, would get 30%. The next tier is 50-50. The final tier, which is significant amount of development, is very high for the raise. And let me say, I'm not pointing the finger, but I'm going to back up. Since the county was very much, involved and very much was putting a lot of the money in, the county was taking the lead on these negotiations with our involvement. But the reason for that third tier is really to incentivize the raise, to really go out there and build as much of that development that they've been talking about. So this is the basically the menu for this TIF sharing between the city and the county and the district. And I'll just say one of the things that we did Tuesday night is absolutely lock in so that there was no misunderstanding of how this was going to work. And you'll notice at the bottom, we said the city's increment share shall be used to repay the city contribution amount plus interest listed in that section here. So it cross-references it. So that is basically, I'm not saying that we still have the comprehensive plan issue, that's the city's involvement. We'll still have permitting issues, that's the city's involvement. But a lot of this agreement really is dealt with the county because they're going to, and the, by the way, the Sports Authority, which the chair is a member of, they've been very much involved in this because they're going to be basically the county's agent to oversee the development of the ballpark. And again, that's another party that's been involved with this, very much so. So kind of reiterate, the city's involvement very much so is obviously the contribution or the payment. I actually say it's not really a contribution, it's payment, reimbursement for actual improvements, and then reducing the size of the CRA, putting in place a CDD, putting in place with the county a home rule TIF, putting in place the interlocal agreement between the three to set up basically this financing structure. One other comment, and I still have to deal with the community benefits agreement, but one other comment that I've heard people say is, why can't you pull the agreements out, make one for the city and one for the county? If we started that way, maybe it was possible, but they're so integrated that it was just hard to try to accomplish that in the last week. But what we did do, if at the very end of the agreement, and I think it really benefits the city more so than the county, is it explicitly says that the obligations of the city and the county are separate, and there's not like any suggestion that somehow if one entity doesn't perform, somehow the other entity is responsible. And I will say, again, I think it benefits the city more because the county has far more obligations in this agreement than we do. But we put it in there just to make sure, again, kind of belt and suspenders, that the city's obligations are the city's, the county's obligations are the county's. So, again, I'm happy to go back over anything, but there's one other issue I want to address, and then certainly answer any
Finish your
questions.
presentation, we'll have questions from council after
Okay.
you're finished.
If I could just look at my notes real quick, Chair.
Sure, take your time. And just a reminder, everybody, in 14 minutes, we're going to break for 30-minute lunch.
Oh, I would have preferred lunch and then had this, but it's okay.
So sorry.
Yeah, I don't think, I know.
So sorry. Not really.
Yeah, I know. I knew you were going to say that. Okay, so the community benefits agreement. So right now in the agreement, there's a blank, or two blanks. That, again, was negotiated, well, what was negotiated was the percentage share of the total. And in the agreement, it provides that the county will get 65% of whatever total community benefits number would be agreed upon, and the city gets 35. And again, I think the county's been, I personally think the county's been very fair on this, given the amount of their contribution, that ours is 35%. The issue is, what's the number? And I think, this is the recommendation of staff, I really think the county holds most of the cards here. So it's our recommendation, A, that we accept the 65-35, but you defer to the county tomorrow to determine the overall number. So once that number is determined, we get 35%. We then have total jurisdiction to create the community benefits agreement for that 35%. And I know there's a couple of council people that have said, we immediately want to jump on that agreement and nail it down, and that agreement obviously will come back to you. So kind of reiterate, we need 3 resolutions for the 3 documents, but on the development and funding agreement, appreciate approval of the resolution, which I'll note here, there's definitely some cleanups, Scrivener's errors. I mean, this was, we thought we did a good job on the substance, but our resolution does allow me to make some corrections to correct some pagination or numbering. So if we could approve the resolution, approve these changes that I proposed, and also approve that the blanks in for the community benefits agreement will be provided based on what the county decides tomorrow, assuming we move forward. And with that, I believe I'm done.
Question
So-
time. Councilwoman.
Well, do you want to hear from Dennis first?
No.
We'll break it. Is his supplemental to yours, or?
Well, it explains the tiers and the money.
That's not my question.
Okay.
Well, hold on a second. So,
All right,
how
can
long
I-
is your presentation, Dennis?
Please.
Hold on a second.
Good
Trying to make a
morning.
determination whether we should hold it till afternoon.
And that would be my
Okay,
recommendation,
that's
Mr.
fine.
Chair.
So question time.
Okay.
Okay, could I, Councilman Rick, I appreciate Julia Mandel's here. That's all. I
Great.
just want to let her know.
So
Hi, Julia.
all I want you to do is, I understand, so I'm just talking about these proposed changes that you gave us
Yes.
right now,
Right.
that I hadn't really understood before. So I understand the first one, the city amount. I do not understand the second one, so I'm gonna ask you to do 3.3 subsection D. I want you to go through I through VI individually and explain those to me.
Okay?
Should be on page 15. As long as I have the right copy of the document.
Okay. Appreciate the comment. All right. So,
And
D.
And you put it on the Elmo.
all right, okay, I guess I'll read it from the Elmo. Got it. Okay, so D reads, in addition to conditions set forth in 3.3A, which is more conditions, the city's obligation to fund the city contribution amount, a defined term relating back to the 80 million, is subject to the satisfaction of or waiver by the city representative, the following additional conditions. So all these are conditions to our payment, so I can read them if you'd like. City Council has approved all budgetary actions required to authorize, appropriate, or allocate city contribution amount for the project improvements.
Does
Yep.
that mean like,
Before they get paid, you have to do that.
so they have to come back to us for approval?
Yeah, yes. These are conditions.
So basically, they have to bring us all the receipts?
No.
No.
No. It's to authorize the 80 million.
Okay,
And once
so it's
that's au-
authorizing the 80 million.
Right,
Okay,
right.
got
I
it.
was going to say, you're not going to be in the business of reviewing
what
the
I thought.
reimbursements. Okay, fair question. The city has approved the then current project budget and then current project schedule, which will be dated within 15 days prior to the funding release date. So we need to see those before we would pay any reimbursements. Okay? Let's keep going. The approval of the funding of the city contribution has been validated by a judge. Can I just stop? All this stuff, a lot of these requirements are going to need to be validated. Validation means we have to go in front of a court. It's a validation process, and basically have the court bless a number of things here, and this is going to be part of it. So our obligation here is going to be part of the validation process. It's going to go forward with the county to make sure that all of this, and the reason for doing that is to make sure that if we get the approval up front, that we're not jeopardizing the project after by challenges. When the city, we validate bonds, right? You go out and validate them so that you can issue the bonds, the bondholders know that they're basically been approved. So I kind of cut short that, but that's what the process we're talking about. 4, the district financing of the ballpark CDD, including the source of security for such bond in particular, including their increment, has been valid. It's, again, details on the validation. I mean, again, I can go through it, but all this is details on the validation. 5, the county has confirmed that to the city that the county will, A, commence the county bond sale in accordance with, and to fund the components of the county contribution. We're basically, we need to know the county. We don't want to go first. We want to make sure that all these, Councilman Miranda, well, we don't.
No, you're out of order.
We only need to go first today, if that's what you meant. Today, But this is to make sure that we're somehow not obligated to spend our money before the county is. I mean, that wouldn't make any sense, right? So that's that. Oh, and then, so here's the one that we're looking to change. City Council, CRA, and the Board of County Commissioners have approved the CRA interlocal Second Amendment in their sole discretion. And that would be, well, and then I'll just go to the end and then I'll come back. And the last one, City Council has approved the resolution amending the Drew Park CRA plan, which would have to be eliminated. So all those things need to occur. Now, all of those could be, am I done?
No, I had that.
Oh, I thought I was done.
Hold on one second. When we adopted the agenda, I had put a kind of an arbitrary time of 20 minutes for presentation. Obviously, that's not going to be enough. So can I get a motion to waive the 20-minute
Yeah,
presentation?
so moved.
A motion from Councilman Mascott, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay. So all of these are conditions, but all of them can be waived. And there's basically the request is that the one regarding the CRA cannot be waived in that manner. So
Can you explain VI for us?
the I or the?
Yeah, the VI.
Yeah, that
the one you
basically,
skipped.
that the interlocal Second Amendment is basically all the CRI provisions, the Drew Park, the downtown, all those provisions, yes.
So if the CRA doesn't approve these, so which provisions?
Well, the CRA interlocal Second Amendment, to me, references the other CRA provisions that outline the extensions, the downtown, not just the Drew Park.
Okay.
So that would have to happen. And by the way, I've talked to the Ray's attorney because that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a big condition. And they understand that.
Okay.
Any other questions from you? You good?
Not right
Okay,
this
Councilman Viera, and then followed by.
Isn't it? It's lunchtime. Wait.
Yeah,
It's
and I
lunchtime.
actually don't have, I wanted to make one remark on Mr. Steady and just all of your legal team and Ms. Mandel, all your legal team in Hillsborough County. Just, I read over this document, and if I prepare a 3-page release and a $50,000 settlement on a tort case that takes me an hour and a half, I just can't believe all of the time and precision and care that y'all took in this. So just as an attorney, I just wanted to thank y'all as public servants, because your billable rate on this is probably close to the minimum wage. So I appreciate that. And one thing I wanted to say, if I may, and I'll save obviously all my remarks until after public comment. Substantive remarks is on you talked about the community benefits agreement. I do want to stress that is something I leave here if this passes. And we go forward. I turn into a pumpkin on, November 2nd at midnight, and that's something that District 7 obviously needs a voice at the table for, so we should move on that if it goes forward. But again, just a professional thanks to y'all.
Appreciate it.
Councilman Carlson, then Councilman Miranda, and then we're going to break for lunch.
Yeah, I want to echo the thanks to you and your team and Ms. Mendel and Bonnie Wise and everyone who worked nonstop on this the last few weeks. It's been a 6 or 8 month process, not a 1 week process. So thanks to everybody. Mr. Chair, just so we're all working on the same document, could I go ahead and make a motion to add these 2 proposed changes that he recommends to the document, so we know we're all talking about the same document?
Okay. I have a motion from Councilman Carlson to add the 2 amendments to the resolution. A second from Councilman Viera. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. It's done.
Thank you. And then number 2, on section 3.3, big D, little d, VI. Sorry if that sounded weird.
It sounds like E-I-E-I-O.
It's 16. It says, do you have that?
Page 16?
Page 16, it's VI. It says at the bottom, it's talking about the CRAs, and it says, provided, however, that the failure or refusal of the agency to recommend consent to, or execute any such instrument will not constitute default by any government party under this agreement. I just want to make sure that this does not undo what, that does not undo the requirement that was in the other section.
No, what that means is if the CRA, which is not a party to this, doesn't do it, we're not in default. It doesn't mean the condition's been met.
Okay.
Understood? Is that, because that's, I was asked that earlier by the CRA attorney.
Yeah,
so-
and then section, page 31. At page 31 on the top, it says, Drew Park CRA and docks not extend, it says, Drew Park CRA and does not extend the duration of the community development plan or trust fund thereof. So I just want to make sure that this is not excluding us from, I just want to make sure there's not contradictory language, because we are proposing in other sections to extend the Drew Park CRA.
I would agree.
It's not contradictory, or it is?
Well, hold on. Let me make sure. What are we saying, Councilman? Let me look. Where are you now? 31?
Yeah, page 31, it's
how many?
Section 3.8G. About 4 sentences down, it says Drew Park CRA and does not extend the duration of the community development plan. I don't think that it's contradictory, but I just want to make sure.
If you need time to review, you can take an eye, you can get back with us
Yeah,
after
maybe you
lunch.
could let us know after lunch. And then,
Yeah, I don't want to rush that answer.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
then
thank you.
bring it back
And I
after
start
lunch.
breaking this up, I break up my agreement.
I've told him personally too, I think he's a great lawyer. He's been very fair, and I really appreciate that. Page 7, 2.1. So this version now sets the mayor as the city's representative. And the last sentence at the bottom, this is 2.1, first paragraph, it says that notwithstanding anything in this agreement to the contrary, the city representative and his or her designee will not have any right to modify, amend, or terminate this agreement. So I just want to make sure that you just modified the section around the CRAs, but I just want to make sure that we're not giving the agent for the city any additional power, that the city council's not giving away future powers that would otherwise come to.
No, this is to the day-to-day issues that may come up that don't amount to any substantive amendment to this agreement, no.
Okay, last thing, page 87, section 19.27. You refer to this briefly. This one says, the obligation of the city and the county under this agreement are several and not joint, and neither the city nor the county shall be responsible or liable for or be deemed a guarantor or surety of the performance of any obligation, covenant, representation, or warranty of the other.
Right.
I just want to make sure, there's a lot of confusion about the difference between the city's deal and the county's deal, and we're not endorsing or approving today the county's deal. It just happens that some of it is together, but this paragraph separates those two.
Yes.
So what we're doing today is only approving the city's deal, not the county's deal. So if there's something in the county's deal that somebody doesn't like, deal with that tomorrow at county commission. If you don't like the city's deal, then tell us today. Is that a correct statement?
But I also further, once it's approved, this also makes it clear that we're not in any way obligated to any of the county's obligations.
Yeah.
So it's prospective as well.
Yeah, any of the liabilities that the county has, any debt the county has, any
There's
any
no
use of certain funds, none of that has
Right.
anything to do with us.
This is
right?
belt and suspenders, even though I don't think we needed it, but we put it in so that it's clear. So there's not going to be any bleeding between the two obligations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Carlson. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. City Attorney, just one question. You mentioned the letter CRA 2 or 3 times in your deliberation with the council, and I appreciate it very much. I just want to ask you a question. Are you borrowing money from the CRAs or using CRA money? Are you saying then that the CRAs?
No, sir. No
You're
money
not?
comes from CRA. All this is talking about is contracting the Drew Park CRA for the creation of the home rule TIF and the CDD. And then at the same time, these other efforts to deal with the East Tampa CRA, the downtown, that needs to be done with the county and the city, but there's no money involved. There's no money. And all of it has to come back, all of those issues have to be dealt with the CRAs and this board. Go ahead, Chair.
There's no money involved, excuse
No.
me, in the downtown. So why mention the CRAs then?
Because,
Where there's money, there's CRAs. That's why I'm asking.
well, because one of the requirements to accomplish this effort was put forth that these efforts were needed to be addressed, and we're going to, since we're addressing the Drew, let me back up. Since we're addressing the Drew Park, that's not a hard thing to say, but I'm getting tired, the Drew Park CRA, that we're going to look at these other issues that require, in the sole discretion, the city council and those CRAs. So that has to come forward in addition to the Drew Park CRA.
I just want to make sure again.
There's no money involved.
In layman's terms.
No money.
We're not using one penny from any CRA today, tomorrow, or forever.
I'm not going to agree
All
tomorrow or
right, then
forever.
I got the drift now.
Yeah. All right. Don't
Thank you
put
very
me down
much, Joe.
that.
Appreciate it.
I'm not going to stick around that
No,
long.
I got the drift. That means you are.
So we have got a lot of people that are principals that are going to have to do presentations, so we're going to have to get some seats here. If you are not signed up to speak, or you are not testifying in this, I'm going to read names. If your name is not on this list, I'm going to ask you to go watch us downstairs on floor number 2 until we have seats available. James Jeffrey, Joel Robinson, Pam Canella, Alejandro Noriega, Sandy Sanchez, Patrick Semino, Mary Beth Angelin, Michelle Mastrotoro, Michelle Dyson, John Bezek, Stephen Gerhard, Jim Davidson, Carmen Edmonds, Laura Lawson, Ron Weaver, Doug Batista, Melanie Alvarez, Julie McGill, James Ransom, Jeffrey Johnson, Michael Marino, Rick Fernandez, Terrence, I can't read the last name, something, GS something, Todd Seam, C.T. Harris, Stephanie Pointer, Robin Lockett, Sierra Seymour, Max Endrigo, Jason Hall, Chris Bontevegra, Ray Hobe, I think, Dean Garrett, Mr. Hayes, Rachel Moscow, Stephen Michelini, and Carmen Edmonds. Also, if you're city staff and you're not a part of this, I would ask you to leave as well so we could clear up seats. If you're press, I would ask you to give up your seats and stand along the wall so that we could have the principals of this come. So if your name was not listed while we are at lunch, if you would exit chambers, go down to, you can watch us. The TVs are on item number on floor number 2. It is 12:05. We will be back in council chambers at 12:35. We are at lunch. Recess. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. If you could find your seats and shut your hole. I'd like to call this meeting of Tampa City Council to order. Can we call the roll, please?
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco. Hurtak. Young. Here. Vieira. Carlson. Clendenin.
Here. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to pass the gavel to Councilwoman Young to open the CRA again.
This Community Redevelopment Agency meeting is now called to order. Do a roll call, clerk.
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco. Here. Hurtak. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Carlson. Vieira. And Young.
Here.
We have a fiscal quorum.
Thank you, and she's passed the gavel back to us. So we're back in City Council and a CRA joint meeting. We're going, for an announcement for the public, the folks who are inquiring, we're doing the presentation of the resolution of the tri-party agreement so that you all can get more information and hear it first before public comment. So we're going to complete that process. Next on the agenda is city staff, our CFO, Dennis. Dennis, would you like to come to the podium, please?
May I make a statement?
About?
I'm just going to ask that I want to get sworn in, make sure I'm going to tell the truth.
We don't swear in.
Well,
But thank you, sir. Let's finish this and you'll have an
I
opportunity.
second that he be sworn in.
Okay, Mr. Rajero, start with your name, please.
Good afternoon, Council. Dennis Rajero, Chief Financial Officer. And again, as always, thank you for having me up here today. I have a couple of slides to put on the wolf. But before I do that, again, it's been lunch. The city attorney, I think, did a great job of offering you the broad perspective, and we're going to get into a little bit more detail now. As you know, the project's anticipated to be about $2.3 billion. The city's anticipated investment to that project is estimated to be about 3 to 6% of that total project. $80 million you've already heard about, and we'll get into a little more detail on that. And for that investment, which again we anticipate will be paid back to the city will recognize billions of additional taxable value. Let me give you a quick overview of the funding plan. If I could have the wolf up, please, thank you. And some of this will be repetitive, but again, nothing wrong with additional and extended information. City will be required to pay the raise $80 million toward public horizontal capital improvement as described not only in the agreement, but as you heard from the city attorney just a little while ago. The $80 million will take the form of debt financing and can be issued for any portion of the $80 million on an as-needed basis. And I'll elaborate on that in just a moment. Revenue sharing, that's what it all comes down to from the city's perspective over the 35 years of this agreement, using the development's increase in taxable value to fund over time that $80 million plus interest. I have copies of these slides. Well, this is a good time to ask. Would you like hard copies of these slides?
Sure. Hand to Mr. Shelby, please.
All right, the financing considerations, and we have a few. Some of these, again, the city attorney already referenced. We are working with our financial advisors, who I can't say enough about. They're absolutely financial wizards, along with my team, again, another set of wizards. We're going to find the debt instrument or instruments that is most advantageous to the city, and you see some of the reasons why. The timing of the issuance, interest costs, and the length of the issuance. Again, $80 million with some sort of interest component that will be determined. Council's well aware of the next item, a reimbursement resolution. Look for that from our office very, very soon. Again, this protects the city and enables us to make sure that what we spend to the Rays for their construction will be eligible to be reimbursed to us with whatever debt mechanism we use. And I know there's a lot of reimbursement going on here, okay? It's a big deal. It's a little complex. And the debt validation, I think you heard the city attorney reference this too. We want to make sure that to the extent possible, this debt is tax exempt. As council knows, tax exempt debt saves us money, saves the taxpayer money. We want to make sure that all the boxes are ticked for that particular benefit. And we will do this, again, as the city attorney mentioned, concurrent with the county's process. They are also going to validate their debt. So the financing options, and there are a few of them, and there's going to be a few of them for a little bit. You got a line of credit or commercial paper. These are the short-term ones, right? Why would we want to do a short-term? Because the interest rates are pretty high right now. If you go out for a 30-year bond right now, you're going to be locking in what is, in recent history, pretty high rate. So if you can do a short-term issuance at a lower rate and then hope the market improves, then you can issue a longer one. This allows us to, as you see here, borrow only what is required for payment. You see that flexibility word in there. We would only pay interest for what we draw. It's a big, big advantage. You don't want to be sitting on stale debt if you can afford, or if you can avoid it. Interest paid only on what is drawn. Cover that. One-time approval of funding and appropriation. This is also very important, I think, to all parties, that the $80 million be approved, and then we can keep on trucking, as opposed to a $20 million approval by this mayor and council, a $20 million approval by perhaps a future mayor and council, et cetera, et cetera. And it's quick and easy. And I've already referenced the potential issuance of a long-term bond once if the market improves. So these are the things we're talking about, again, with the financial wizards. You know and have heard some of these items already, again, from the city attorney. It's all about revenue sharing. Again, a ballpark community development district is being created. That's the CDD everybody's talking about. Using tax increment financing. That's the TIF you'll keep hearing about. And as I said earlier, but I'll reiterate now, the increase in the taxable value of that district's base year, we'll throw it up against the millage rate, and I'll show you an example of that in just a moment, and split it among the city, the county, and that district. In other words, you see that fourth bullet, revenue sharing via the development's increase in taxable value is what we anticipate to reimburse the city over time. As has been mentioned before, but I think is worth reiterating, the revenue sharing is front-loaded to the benefit of the city and county. Why? This is a heavily incentivized base program, giving the incentive to the developer to develop much and to develop quickly. Let me just... As has been briefed to City Council, the revenue sharing is expected to start in the early to mid-2030s. The development needs time to get ramped up and start putting that increased taxable value on the books. And of course, it's going to depend on the developmental progress. We've shared with you two different developmental progress scenarios. and there could be many, many others as this program continues. The time frame for the revenue sharing of the principal $80 million you see here is 20 to 30 years. Why am I concentrating on the principal? Because the interest, we don't know how much that's going to be yet. It will depend on when we issue it, how fast we pay the raise, again, based on the reimbursement model, and the length of the issuance. As I note in that last bullet, the time frame could be accelerated, as most debt can be accelerated if the interest expense is less than we anticipate, or if we make sure we have the ability to pay it off earlier from another funding source. That would be, of course, primarily decisions by the future mayor and city councils. If I could revisit Exhibit E. Again, Exhibit E of the agreement, and I appreciate the city attorney doing a good job of already speaking to this, but it's something you've seen before. I think it's something most people have seen. And you see the different tiers, right? And I'll just go over it one more time and then show you an example. The first tier, every dollar from, well, $1 to $350 million. And again, this is millions of dollars of assessed value, taxable assessed value, is at 70% for the city and the county, and the district, the CDD, gets 30%. That second tier, $351 million to $650 million, is split 50-50 between the district and the city and the county. And then again, from an incentivization perspective, that third tier of taxable value over $650 million, heavily weighted, as you can see, at 85% towards the development district, and the city and the county continue to get a portion, 15%. So how's that work out in real life? This is a snippet of one of the pro forma projections. Again, informal, trying to demonstrate to council and the public and to remind us, because it is complex, how this works. I couldn't print the entirety of the spreadsheet. It's like 200 lines long. But you see $350 million of taxable value from $1 to $350 million, the 70% split, and how that revenue splits according to the city and county millages. And the total tax revenue in this particular year of $4 million. That amount, regardless of the year you're looking at, will remain the same once we hit that $350 million threshold through the remainder of the agreement. And the same with the next line. The next $300 million is split 50-50, and you see the revenue to the city in green. That amount will stay the same through the end of the agreement. The only thing that changes once you hit that $650 million threshold is the 15% component. Again, incentivized to develop $650 million plus as fast as the developer can. And how's that look over time? We have shared this with City Council previously, and I do have copies if you'd like them now, or if members of the public would like them. Up to you. No? Okay. You let me know. And you see two different scenarios, two different developmental scenarios. On the left, you see the description, all right? And then you have a minimum and what is being identified as the target development scenario. Both 35 years long, from fiscal year 30 to fiscal year 64, but different in how and when they start developing the additional revenue. And you see that on the next line. The minimum, which is less, as you'll see in just a moment, less than the target. Okay, the target is what's being shot for. The minimum is 31 years. And you see at the very bottom there, the revenue throw-off of this particular development scenario doesn't occur for not quite a decade, fiscal year 34. And it brings in a total taxable value in this particular scenario of over $2.6 billion. And in that first year of revenue in fiscal year 34, a little over 1.3 million, okay? So it takes a little while to get ramped up, and then it starts relatively small and then increases over time. Much more accelerated and aggressive development plan is the target, as you'll see. The revenue producing years are 34 because it starts in fiscal year 31, okay? All predicated, or much predicated, on the development of the stadium and the season of 2029 for baseball. To achieve, I skipped over this and I apologize, to achieve that $80 million principle varies, of course, because these scenarios vary. In this particular target scenario, about 2 decades, we anticipate to recover that principal $80 million. And the total taxable value you see here of just under $7.5 billion. Again, though, the first year revenue relatively small as the development gets wrapped up and put on the books. And what do these development scenarios mean over time? You see that right here. At the end of 35 years, the total city revenue in the minimum scenario is just a little over $100 million. In the target scenario, quite a bit more. You see $183 million. And then the county revenue is there for you to see, along with the district revenue. And again, the out years where there is a greater amount of taxable value at 85%, you can see really shows up at the end of that 35-year period in terms of the district revenue. And the aggressive or accelerated model, you see also significantly increases the anticipated revenue. Again, a little under $600 million to $1.5 million over that 35 years. I can answer any questions, Council.
Dennis, your voice and talking about numbers is a bad recipe after lunch.
Riveting? I thought you were going to say riveting.
You're putting us all to sleep.
You're the one that ordered tea.
There you go. Okay, a reminder, this is for council questions, not pontification. We'll do that, we'll save that for later in the presentation. So this is only pertinent to council questions of staff. Councilman Miranda, followed by Matt Scalpel, followed by Herzog.
Mr. O'Hara, I've
Yes, sir.
admired you in all your years of service. You've
Very
been a
kind.
wonderful leader in the department that you had, finance.
Thank you, sir.
And I have never seen, in my 32 years of being here, on and off, anything like this before. Have you, in your years of service, have you done one for the city of Tampa, like a CDD?
I have not.
So then we are actually a pass-through for loaning money. That's what I see here. Am I correct or somewhat correct?
I would, maybe we're saying the same thing, but I would frame it as an investment that recovers funding to a loan we're getting ready to distribute.
All right, the same thing, have you got any paper from the Rays regarding their sheet, financial statements and so forth and so on? Have they ever brought you anything that says that they're capable of making the payment?
Not to my knowledge, not to my knowledge.
I have a problem with all this. And the problem is money. I told the Rays when I met with them that I thought they were broke. And the gentleman's right here, can verify what I told them. And I questioned it. I questioned from the ownership down. When you buy something for $1.7 million, and the gentleman who sold it to you bought it for $200 million, but he sold it for $1,700 million, why would he buy 10% back? The question in my mind is this is
directed to staff? Is this
You're
a
not the
question?
staff, I'm talking to him, sir.
That's what I'm saying, is this time is for questions of staff.
What do you want me to do, keep quiet? I offer to get sworn in that I'm telling the truth.
Okay,
And I want the
Councilman
clerk
Miranda,
to swear me in.
at this stage.
I want the clerk to swear me in.
Councilman Miranda, at this stage of the presentation, this is a question for staff.
That's fine, but I want you to swear me in.
Okay, we'll address that later, but. at this-
No, later, no, now.
we'll
We're
address
going
that.
to swear me in or not?
No. No, you're.
Then you're just what I thought you were.
No, you're an elected official, you're sworn.
No, sir, I'm not. I'm
you're
elected
sworn in.
official. Elected officials lie also.
We're out of order. you have
Maybe
any,
out of order anytime you want.
do you have any further questions of staff? Do you
I have many, and I'll reserve them for later.
Okay, very good. Councilman Miranda, I'm sorry, Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Hara. Regarding the $80 million, it showed on one of your slides either a line of credit or commercial paper.
Yes, sir.
But then I saw another slide that said, and interest accrued. Who pays the interest? When we issue that, I know there's a schedule of $20 million a year over 4 years, but we only have to vote on that resolution once. So it's not like every time they want money, they got to come for a vote. It's up to $80 million. Who pays for that interest? I know it's only interest on what is drawn, but who's paying for that?
Yes, and I apologize if I didn't make that clear. The City of Tampa.
Okay, and you were looking at, in one slide, a target of 20 to 21 with a minimum of 26 to 27 years that $80 million is recouped by us.
Yes, sir.
When we borrow money, I see a line of credit. Is it the same as a credit card? Or is it like when we're bonding? Is it like 6% like a mortgage, or is it 29% like a credit card? What kind of interest rates do we get on a line of credit?
That's a great analogy. It is like a credit card. The interest rates, I couldn't tell you what they would be because we haven't issued it, but they will generally be lower than a long term.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you so much. Can you do me a favor and put up
Yes.
the last slide you had?
Oh, the last slide, I apologize. I believe it was that one.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
So you're saying that, generally when council talks about bonding and borrowing money, we add 50% of the cost of the bond because that's about how much it takes to pay off. So if it's an $80 million that we're going to borrow, we add $40 million. So it's really 120. So when we talk about borrowing, you'll hear city council talk about it all the time. We talk about the actual cost, which includes the interest. So that's $120 million.
And ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but in this environment, we would be very fortunate to get an anticipated interest of only half.
Okay,
Just to be
so we're
completely
looking at
upfront.
more
Yes.
than 120. Thank you for that clarification. So if we look at the Wolf, what this shows is that the minimum amount, like in theory, that we'll get from the raise, from this deal, in payments to the city is only $100 million, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But we're going to owe $120 million or more.
Or more. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so we look at the target. So basically, if we're lucky enough to get $183 million out of this, minusing the 120, so we'll get like $60 million possibly, and this is like the best case scenario,
Yes.
in 35 years.
Yes.
And below that is the county revenue.
Yes, ma'am.
So even in the best estimate, the county's only going to get $158 million back of their almost $800 million investment.
The only caveat I would say is, I don't know, I would defer to somebody else to define that as the best case scenario.
Okay.
But it is the target, it's
Fair.
more aggressive and accelerated.
Okay.
Yes.
And if they could put that back on. So the thing is, the total revenue from this, because the thing that really shocks me is the CDD revenue. They're going to get, on the minimum, they're getting over double what the city and county are going to get. And on the target, they're going to make more than 5 times what the city and county will make, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we were to just give this land to a developer and not put anything into it, what you're saying is that we could make between $581 million and $1.5 billion in revenue without having to put in a penny.
I would not say that because that's not my expertise, ma'am.
Okay. But
I see what you're
basically,
saying, but
in the theory is if we didn't put 1 penny and we put this out to bid and we let somebody else build it, this is these are the types of revenues we could receive.
Again, it would depend on what the increase in the taxable value is over time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
You talk about, on this slide, it says minimum and target. It doesn't say maximum, right? It doesn't say best case, it just says target.
Yes.
And then what's the taxable value in your model? Everything is based on a model, and this is just a projection. The raise, isn't it true the raise haven't given us a schedule of what they think the property value is going to be over 35 years, correct?
I have not seen that, no.
Okay, so, and I haven't seen it either. So we can make our, I ran my own estimates with folks, you've run your estimates, but at the end of 35 years, what was the property tax valuation that you, or property valuation that you set in your model?
Oh, anywhere from, I apologize.
What was the final?
Anywhere from a little over $2.5 billion to about $7.5 billion. And I have the slide, I can put it up if you
So
like.
in 35 years, presumably property values are going to go up.
Yes.
Compared to what they are now. You can do discounted cash flow to figure out what it is now, and that may be accurate, but it's also possible that it could be a lot higher than this.
Yes, sir.
Why did it go?
Yeah, kill that.
So anyway, this is not best case, it's just a target. It's a model that you ran, and you're pretty conservative about numbers, so you ran what you called a minimum. There's a maximum. If it's the minimum is out of the CDD, we'd pay nothing. And isn't it true also that the CDD would get the money from the TIF, not the raise?
Yes.
So the raise are not getting any of it, and it's restricted, and the CDD is a government entity. It's restricted as to how it can spend it. It can only spend on infrastructure. And who owns the infrastructure after we pay it for it?
I would defer to the city attorney.
Isn't it true it would be the city, county, and the state?
Yes, the Scott Steady City Attorney, yes, the stadium, the ballpark will be owned by the county.
The ballpark would be owned by the
And
county, but the infrastructure they would build, the
most
CDD,
likely
the
would be-
roads and the sewage, all that would be
It
owned
would
by.
either be the city or the CDD.
Yeah, so it's not, none of the improvements in this money are going to the raise. So this is not money going to the raise, it's building the infrastructure around it, correct?
Correct.
And you all remember a project a few years ago, Water Street, which everybody loves. There was that did not include a public entity. It does not include a stadium of any kind, but it was a $100 million subsidy by the last administration. Do you all happen to remember if there was a call for a referendum on that one? Was there a call to analyze and bring in, paid economists and others to analyze whether that was a good deal or not? Do you have any idea right now? I know I asked you the question on the spot yesterday, but do you have any idea how much taxes the city is getting out of Water Street right now?
I don't, but I know the taxable value, at least the information I've been giving, of Water Street is $1.1 billion.
So 1.1 billion after 8 or 10 years, depending on how you track it. And you're just looking at property taxes. Isn't it true that, can you go back to the slide, please? It says total CDD revenue, but of that, because of the difference in the ad valorem rates, the city's share of that, again, it's not going to the raise, and it's not going to for-profit buildings. It's going to infrastructure. We just proved that. But of that amount, it's only 55% it reflects the city, correct? Plus or minus.
Yes, roughly, approximately.
Yeah, so that's the city share of it. And have you done any analysis of sales tax revenues that the city might get out of this?
I have not.
And has anybody done any projections of surrounding area potential property taxes?
Not to my knowledge.
So there are economists that are paid to the county, the raise, and others had 3 different studies that economists got paid to do economic impact studies. I studied economics, so I don't believe those. I've also studied just about all the opposition economists who get paid to come up with studies that show that it's not valid. And so because I studied economics, I look at the model and I see where it's flawed. All of those that I've seen have some kind of flaw in them, but we're not even talking about economic impact, right? We're not talking about they talked about $50 billion or 70, we're not even talking about that.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about the actual money that's going to come back to the city or the county based on pretty conservative estimates, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if somebody wants to hire an economist to trash talk the numbers, to trash the economic impact numbers, but these are actual numbers on a very conservative basis. And so you talked about who pays the interest. Isn't it true that in the document it says that the TIF will pay not just the principal but also the interest?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's what you were just talking about with the estimate of 140 million. But when we estimate how much additional cost it's going to be for interest. That's if something costs $100 million, that means it's going to cost like $90 million in interest in addition. I use those numbers too, but that's over 30 years, correct?
30 to 35.
30 and 35 years in a bond. But if we are only borrowing money for 10 years or 20 years, which you said kind of on the minimum side, we would borrow it for 20, that means the interest will be a lot less than 90%, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is going to be the conclusion of first round, so if you guys have questions, Councilman Vera and Councilwoman Young? No questions for staff? Councilwoman Young?
Could you go back to, and I know I have met with you and we've gone through this already, but just for me, because I want to be sure that I understand this fully, and since we have the public here, could you walk me through the increment dedication schedule just one more time, explaining the tiers? Yes.
Exhibit E. Yes, ma'am. And again, at the very top, and you see in millions, the taxable assessed value anticipated to be generated by this development. The city-county increment share, they remain identical throughout, and then the district share all over time. That first tier, as from $1 to $350 million added to the taxable value, will be 70% for the city and the county, and that 70% is arrived at by throwing that taxable value number against the millage.
And that's as the project comes online?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. And then the city-county increment share is based, that 70%, that split is based on our millage rates?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, that was it, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is second round. If clerk will set the clock to 3 minutes. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Chairman. And Dennis, again, I'm going
Yes,
to go
sir.
to your professionalism and who you are and what you do for the city.
Thank you.
Midtown. Midtown is a private development. Have they ever asked the city for any monies at all, to your knowledge?
I do not know, not to my
Thank you.
knowledge.
The answer is no.
Okay.
But however, I checked yesterday of the Texas Assessor's Office. You know what they pay every year now?
I do not.
$8 million in taxes, with the two different taxes there. 1.7 some million, the other week was about $8 million a year. And that's a private development. Westshore is starting to evidently start getting ready to do something, because I see some borings that were done the other day when I drove by. I believe that's what I saw anyway. So Westshore will be 2.5, 3 times, 4 times bigger than Midtown. How large of a property is this? Is this one time, same size as Midtown, or 3 times larger? Because in 30 years, even at $8 million a year, not escalating for the cost of living, and these taxes rise unless we're passing something today, maybe, that in November, you're really going to lose money. Because the public's going to vote us for a tax decrease. And we're doing something today. We're real smart. But let me go furthermore. The amount of money that we're spending here for this private industry, that's called a business. But if you're sports, you're not a business. That's what's happening all over the United States of America. I hate to say that, but that's what, and I'm not anti-sport. I love baseball. I play with guys that are in the Hall of Fame. It's a different story. I'm just saying that we are doing the wrong thing presently. I'm not saying it's all wrong. I'm saying by the numbers that I figured out, we're shortchanging the taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Did you make these pre-forma estimates?
It depends on what portion you're talking about. The calculations are mine and the county's. The estimates of the development and the value of the taxable value, those are from the organization, from the raise.
Okay, so this is Ray's data.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Vieira. then
Yes, sir.
Councilman Carlson.
Thank you very much. We had a good discussion on this yesterday. And one question, Councilman Miranda brought up Amendment 3. And as we've discussed privately and publicly, whether or not this passes, we shouldn't assume that it's not going to pass. There's a lot of political calculations in there, a lot of different issues, but something's going to pass eventually. Maybe not 250, maybe 150, something's going to pass. Could you tell the public, in your estimation, Mr. Rogero, what revenue enhancing mechanisms and tools are in this plan that can additionally increase revenue to the city of Tampa?
Some of them have been mentioned. The tangential, what I'll call the tangential impacts associated with an increase in sales tax, things like that. And as Councilman Carlson pointed out, you have the direct benefit of the revenue sharing that we've just explained. But there are anticipated to be other tangential benefits that are not accounted for in my presentation.
Okay, in addition to what Councilman Carlson said. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
So I'll go back to one of the questions I asked you a minute ago because there was a different answer just now.
Oh,
So
apologize.
the pro forma valuations, you just said a little while ago to me, and I think you said yesterday also, the raise did not give you any specific schedule on when they thought they would be ready. They just gave a number, a high-end number of maybe 8 billion or 12 billion. Isn't that correct? Did they give you a schedule to say by 5 years we'll have this, 10 years we'll have that?
They give it, and I'm sorry if I miscommunicated. I have seen no hard and fast other than pro forma estimates, which is what I'm sharing here.
But the taxable valuation at certain year intervals, like the minimum and the target.
Yes.
Again, not best case, but minimum target. Did you get those valuation over 35 years, year by year estimates from the raise, or did you just come up with an estimate based on what you think the final?
It was a combination, working with the county and their finance professionals, of beginning and ending taxable value over a 35-year period.
And it's just an estimate then, right? It's not, there's not a hard thing that where the raise are promising. We don't know what it's gonna be for sure. We also don't know what the taxable values are gonna be at that time.
Correct.
And we don't know if it's best case or not, right?
Correct, sir.
So the bottom line is that, like you said, the numbers came from you all in the county, and that's fine because any kind of projection like that has to use a model. But it's not something that the raise presented and said, this is what we're gonna do. Any potential renovations down, let me set that aside. I wanna go to Amendment 3 before I run out of time. How much, do you have any idea in the area where the TIF is gonna be, how much the taxes are right now, the property taxes?
I do not. I can find it.
I'll just say,
Someone may, I do.
it's been represented to me that it's zero. So.
Zero.
In terms of.
I apologize. I thought,
Because
okay,
it's
I
on
misunderstood the question.
currently
Yes,
government
goose egg.
property. So right now, there's no a base of property taxes being collected. So if Amendment 3 passes, it doesn't suddenly reduce that. There's no plans for homesteaded property. And so whatever taxes we're estimating are not going to go away. And then if for the commercial property, it may be reduced that it would grow to a maximum of 5% instead of 10%. So that means it doesn't go away. It just slows down the projection if that happens, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're not pulling any tax money. We're not using CIT now, and we're not pulling tax money away from other sources. So we're not pulling away. If we lose money on Amendment 3, we're not pulling away from something that could have paid that. In fact, we're actually creating money that we could use to pay that down. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Okay, regarding Amendment 3, since that came up, should this pass and everything go on schedule, when do we see the first dollar? I saw there was a target of 2031, but the minimum was 2034.
Yes, sir. It will depend on how fast and how much the development occurs.
Okay.
In the target scenario, for instance, it's fiscal year 31, and in the minimum scenario, it's fiscal year 34.
So a big concern that I have with Amendment 3 is, and I think it was you or somebody had shown the numbers, that should that pass, the impact to the city of Tampa in the first 4 years is roughly around $298 million on the low. And it was like $35 million the first year. We are in budget time right now, which we hopefully pass a budget before September 30th. We have to. When should Amendment 3 pass? When do we feel the impact?
Fiscal year 28.
28, and that's the year that we get the $35 million impact?
Yes.
Okay.
Ish, yes, sir.
And then the county is significantly larger. I think it was 200 or 300 million. The county is much larger.
Yes.
Okay. And the anticipated revenue that we would see when it first trickles in is a little over like $1.3 million, $1.5 million?
Yes, sir.
And that's in that, at least 5 years from now?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
As far as Amendment 3 goes, what's the rule for new construction? For
I
new
guess I
commercial?
don't
So
understand that.
right now, or the Amendment 3 would put a limit on, is it 5% or 10% for commercial growth?
5%.
So 5% from zero is not a lot. So that's my question is, do you know whether it will be the taxable value for whatever is built, or do we start from zero to simply 5%?
I do not know. Someone knows, but I don't know off the top of my head. ma'am.
Okay, that's worth looking into.
Yes, I'll make a note.
Okay. Hearing no other questions, Councilman Carlson.
I just to put one more thing on the record while you're here. The stadium ballpark is going to be owned by the county, just like the other facilities, just like the Strat Center and Tampa-Ybor, Tampa Theater are owned by the city, and so they're not taxable. But right now we're going through a major renovation of the Strat Center, and who owns the renovations once we're done?
City of Tampa.
City of Tampa. Same thing with Tampa Theater is being fully renovated.
Yes, sir.
But in this case, isn't it true that there are for-profit areas inside the stadium that will be taxed, that will be subject to property tax? Could you or somebody just explain that to us?
I believe that's the case, but I defer again to the city attorney. No?
So my point while somebody's
Or the-
coming up
or
is
the
that
county attorney.
even though the building itself is tax exempt, there are for-profit areas within it that would be subject to property tax, correct?
Welcome back to City Hall, Ms. Mendel. Start
Behind her
with,
the whole
just
way.
just to remind you, you start with your name.
Thank you. Julia Mandel, Hillsborough County Attorney. I'm prepared to answer that question because it will be a county-owned building. And much like what we've done in Raymond James, and I believe the arena, whatever, benchmark right now. The portions of those structures that are private, team-owned, run parts of those buildings are condominiumized so that they can be taxable through that process. So the intent here would be to do the same thing. So those portions of the building that are private portions of the building will be condominiumized, and then they will be taxable for those purposes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Dennis, does that conclude your presentation?
It does, sir.
Does the city have any further presentation? Does that conclude the city's presentation? Is that done? Then I have questions for people that I see some subject matter experts in the house. I see our Florida Department of Transportation Secretary. Sir, could you come up and let me ask you a couple questions?
Excuse me, sir. Hello.
I like finance people.
Then I already like you. Hello.
We like the finance people when they tell us we have more money.
We
than
like the money
expected.
people. We
Yeah,
take care of the money people.
Yeah, can you start with your name, please?
Justin Hall, FDOT District 7 Secretary.
Secretary Hall, thank you. One of the most common questions I get, of course, because I'm such a transportation advocate and someone who's really pushing for transportation, is what are the anticipated transportation improvements in 27, 28, 29? What are you programming from the Florida Department of Transportation for transportation enhancements associated with this project?
So in the general area, we have improvements on Tampa-Ybor Boulevard, capacity improvements on Air Cargo Road, additional pedestrian amenities on MLK, and a few other improvements on Dale Mabry, pedestrian improvements, new signal at Dale Mabry and Steinbrenner, and improvements at Boy Scout and Dale Mabry.
One of the big concerns I have is safety. You know, we had an incident in Ybor City where we had a vehicle go off the road and kill and injure people. I have pedestrian safety concerns along Dale Mabry. Can you talk about the pedestrian bridge concept of what we're going to plan for this project?
Yes, sir. So there's going to be pedestrian bridge on, if you're looking at the raised site, it would be on the southwest corner of Raymond James, so crossing there. Also crossing north to south, so it'll be a two-legged pedestrian structure going north to south to the existing Raymond James parking. So it'll service both of the facilities and any developments in the area. The other thing that we're looking out from a pedestrian safety amenity is pedestrian fencing on Dale Mabry. Right now, what happens if you've been out there, the ride shares, they're supposed to circle through on Steinbrenner, but they just drop people on Dale Mabry and they just run across Dale Mabry. So we're working on some improvements there to restrict those kind of movements and also give greater access off of Dale Mabry to the existing ped overpass at Steinbrenner.
Yeah, because that's one of the things I've been gravely concerned is just with the Raymond James situation, that we corralling all of these pedestrians along Dale Mabry and cars are flying at normal speeds of 45, 50 miles an hour down Dale Mabry, but someone with maybe ill intent would be a very vulnerable location. So I really look forward to those enhancements, and I think it's going to tremendously impact a very big improvement of pedestrian safety in the area. Thank you. Anything else that you, for 28, 29?
No, sir. The only thing I will say is the developer has been very collaborative on improving pedestrian movement along Dale Mabry. because there's a mutual concern about having a significant volume of pedestrians right at the edge of traffic on Dale Mabry, which is where the sidewalk currently is. So we've been working with them on how to maneuver that to protect the pedestrians as much as possible. And so they've been very open in those conversations about possibly even moving that pedestrian amenity onto their property instead of immediately adjacent to the traveling public.
And and this is a tough question to ask, but aspirational, can you just confirm that we've started preliminary discussions about transit options and using the Cypress Center and what we can do for transit options as this project moves forward?
Yeah, so we've had some early conversations about how to help transit move around the site better, how to better serve the site. We've looked at even adding some amenities on Tampa-Bay Boulevard for, bus pull-offs immediately adjacent to these pedestrian facilities. So that is a robust conversation that we're having right now with the transit agency.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Councilwoman Young, then Councilwoman Hurtak.
I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, but do you have a timeline for any of these improvements, the transportation improvements?
I do, and I can come back and give a full presentation on all the dates, but the construction will all occur in the next few years.
And just for the public, can you, what's your title, Justin?
Oh, District 7 Secretary, FDOT District 7 Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary.
And sorry, first out the gate is the Dale Mabry at Steinbrenner signal. It'll be this December it'll start. So that's the first project out the gate.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
You talked about transit and, possibly helping with some buses. Would that include helping fund the actual, routes and the movement of the buses? Or
So-
does it only include infrastructure?
As of right now, just infrastructure. So the conversation around O&M has not been had. In fact, we have not even been asked to consider O&M. It's just been infrastructure to date.
Generally, do you help? Does FDOT help fund operations and maintenance?
It varies. So the streetcar, downtown streetcar, for years we've paid for the fares and kept it fare free. So it just varies. It's a case-by-case scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Thank you very much for being here and for being ready for this. You're always a great partner. I want to, before you shut down, I want to talk to President Atwater.
Yeah, I was going to call him up as well. He was the next person I was going to ask. Yes, Councilman Vera.
Thank you for that. And building on something Councilwoman Hurtak said, I would ask Mr. Sebastian Leon, my aide, if you could, he'll connect with you because I'm planning on having a meeting with Hart on Friday, hopefully next Friday on this, if this thing passes. And I'd love, obviously, for your office to be a part of that, building on the wise questions posed by Councilman Hurtak. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Miranda. Thank you, sir, for being here as the council member for both Drew Park and West Tampa. Before all this happened, did you all have any plans at all for the area for improvement in traffic?
The only improvements I would say that were consistent before were the Dale Mabry improvements at Boy Scout. We've been looking at that intersection for a while. Just quite frankly, it hasn't worked the way we want it to
which
work.
is south of there.
Yes, sir. And so that I would say that would be the only consistent improvement that we've been working on for a while.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
As always, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Dr. Atwater. Can you start with your name, please?
Sure. Ken Atwater, president of Hillsborough College.
Dr. Atwater, I'll defer to Councilman Carlson first.
Dr. Atwater, thank you for taking all of our calls the last few weeks.
Sure.
So I took some classes at Hillsborough College. It was an HCC back in the 80s, which dates me. One of my sons is taking at least one class there now. Some of the buildings that I attended in classes the classes are still there 40 years later, whatever. So I think that the students and faculty deserve to have a newer facility, a newer experience. Why should they have to be in 50-year-old buildings or longer? And you testified before about the state of some of those buildings. However, there are concerns in the community about the lack of funding. You've gotten $50 million so far. Last night I heard from some people in the audience that maybe the price might be as much as $214 million. Can you, and also the Rays are, as I understand, are paying for and building your temporary facilities. So can you talk about what the temporary facilities will be like? First of all, confirm if that's correct or not, and then what will the temporary facilities like? How will you try to ease the pain of the students and faculty in the short term? How long will that take? And then how will you find the remaining $164 million or whatever it is?
Well, ultimately, let me just tell you, most people are emphasizing the 50 million. The commitment to the college has been 150 million from the state for the college redevelopment. Think about the college. We operate on that campus, which that campus footprint is about 130 or 40 acres, and most people don't realize is that large that the college manage. We only operate on about 15 acres of that currently where we sit. And that operating space there is 650,000 square feet of facilities that we operate. We're going to operate in 650,000 square foot of facilities during the temporary move and when the stadium is rebuilt. We're doing that in 3 ways. We are retaining some of our current structures there, approximately about 250,000 square feet. We're anticipating new construction in the neighborhood of 300 to 350,000 square feet. And then we're going to have what we call shared use facilities with the Rays. For example, think about a gymnasium that's being proposed there, or a sports medicine building that's being proposed there. We'll have learning opportunities for us to do. So if you take those 3 things together, we will have new space to operate currently where we are. The only difference is that 300 or 350,000 new facility will be redesigned so that it will be able to accommodate students in a 21st century environment. I mean, we're operating, I was talking today to my foundation board, we're operating in the age of where green refrigerators and green stoves were popular in the 60s and the 70s. We're spending over $5 or $6 million a year on deferred maintenance projects at that campus on an annual basis. We replace elevators, we replace roofs, we replace the side of buildings. So it is time for us to relocate. So the funding, we figured we're able to do that. You're exactly right. We will have to do some fundraising. We're not anticipated to be $100 million, but we do think we'll have to do some additional fundraising to do the enhancement. But we think that the $150 million is ample for us to get started, and the partnership with the Rays, with the Nest, which we are developing a temporary facility called the Nest, and that too will engage students while the construction is going on. So we do not want to discontinue our ability to actually offer a quality learning environment during construction.
2 other quick things. One, there's been some feedback that you all are kind of quietly moving some of the programming. I understand in talking to you or somebody that one of those programs is the dance facility, which is moving to Ybor. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but it's getting closer to all the other art stuff. Is that wrong?
Yeah, yes. No, the dance facility is already at Ybor.
So anyway, I heard that there were some programs that maybe even before this were planned on moving, but the big question is, there are teachers, I've heard from teachers and students who are worried about the transition, and they're worried that they're going to be left behind or put in secondary class facilities. Can you just tell them?
Let me just tell you, let me just make this real clear. We're not laying anybody off. We're not downsizing anybody. We are moving our culinary program to Ybor. That's been in the work for almost 6 years for us to actually do that. We're also moving our apprenticeship program, some of our apprenticeship program, over to Ybor. That too has been in the work for almost 4 or 5 years, prior to this project coming on board. No, we're not downsizing in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Okay, Councilman Miranda and then Councilman Vera. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being the president. You've done a wonderful job. In fact, I went to when it was called HCC. Now,
right.
You only took the C off because you were cheap. You didn't want to put another C up there. But anyway, I remember 3 teachers that I had that taught me a lot.
Sure.
Lori Stryker, Mr. Fingers. Stryker was government. Fingers was computer programming, believe it or not, and Bello was math. And I learned a lot from all 3 of them, and I'm grateful that I did go there and learn. And what I hear now is a little confusing to me. Anything over 50 years old is old. Well, then I got to knock down 99% of the houses in Tampa. Yeah. But it's a wonderful thing, and I'm not causing I'm just saying what I heard out in the street.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful place, and it is what it is today. And I just believe that the college is doing well. However, the culinary thing that you're using now, high schools are starting to do it. Jefferson's one of them, and Robinson's the other one. The Boys Club is helping Robinson do it so that the kids, when they're in school, they can learn how to do whatever they want to do and work part-time when they're in school. And that's a wonderful idea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, let me just, could I comment on the old?
Yes, sir.
You're right. We are not saying old buildings, we're moving because the buildings are. We're saying we're moving because of the shape of the old building. When you have roof replacement, siding, I mean, the siding of the building is coming off. I mean, we don't mind buildings being old if they are usable, and we will use them. But that is not the case here. That's what I'm saying. Not the issue of oldness, but the issue of the status of those buildings. Again, we're spending $5 to $6 million a year on deferred maintenance on the Del Mabry campus.
Thank you, Doctor. Councilman Vieira. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, sir, for your work. I have I guess, an overall narrative question, obviously, on Hillsborough College. This school's very special to me. A young man who bears my name, who is a student there. He has my same name, but much longer hair than I do.
Okay.
My son. And so y'all are wonderful, obviously. But, we hear a lot of concerns in the community on social media, et cetera, on the effect this is going to have on Hillsborough College. As the ultimate steward and person who is put with the specific duty to guard the welfare and well-being of the students, the teachers, the staff, the facilities, the infrastructure there, and so forth. Is it your opinion here today that this deal with the raise, the funds that you're getting, the support that you're getting, is not a single, not a double, not a triple, but a Kirk Gibson 1988 World Series home run for you?
Yes, I think it's generational.
Yeah.
I honestly do. Remember, I wrote each one of you outlining the college's position and why we supported this project. But this is a generational opportunity for us. The Rays have adopted a slogan called work, live, learn, and play. We are the learning part, but we look forward to the work part also because we consider ourselves the talent pipeline for business and industry right here in Hillsborough County. The more opportunity that we can train people and they actually can walk next door or walk out that door and be engaged in internships, apprenticeships, and those things where it doesn't require them to go across the city or go across the county, we think that's an advantage for people coming to the Del Mabry campus.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that. And I asked that question because, again, there are a lot of concerns about Hillsborough College. It's such an important asset and resource for us and so forth. Another thing that we hear a lot in the community is, I've heard questions on this, your tennis courts. Tell us about any transition that's going to be working with that to keep that open.
Yes, we are. We are working on let me tell you, we understand that the transition will be some inconvenience. Let's not fool ourselves. We know there will be some inconvenience. But the tennis complex will be rebuilt. It will be rebuilt, and in the interim while we're doing that, we're looking at tennis complex within the city, and we've looked at a couple of places that will fill the role for our needs for our tennis complex, especially our tennis complex. You know our latest tennis team are national champions in the 2 years, and we definitely will not leave them without a home.
And thank you for that, because another family member of mine uses that, Juan Vera, my brother, through the Special Olympics.
Sure.
Special Olympics uses HC a lot, and so we're, again, that's something that's very important. Again, the reassurances on Hillsborough College does not merit necessarily supporting this, but I do think that's something that should be set aside as an issue of concern, giving your statement as the ultimate steward in charge of the welfare of HC. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Young.
Yes. Also, Hillsborough College, Del Mabry was also one of my campuses. I did Ybor and Del Mabry. And so my question to you, Dr. Atwater, is, of course there's been a lot of discussion about this project. And so you've kind of said it, but would you mind just kind of reiterating why you are what this is going to do for the college and why you are supporting this project? Because it's, of course, as council members, we hear, well, they're not, listening to, the citizens or the constituents, or as from the college, you're not listening to the students. But it seems as though you are kind of like 100, like you're behind this. And I just want to know, like, from you, why is that?
Well, if you don't mind, let me talk to you about it in 3 buckets, if you want to think about it. One, the facilities are just fantastic. What's being proposed and what we are building will be second to none for the educational facilities and the environment we're going to create for students to learn. So facilities is one thing that's high on our agenda. 2, the job or the partnership that's going to be there. I mean, think about the relationship. We used to have community in our name, which really represent what we focus on. And as you know, the Rays have indicated to us that they are really, really wanting to invest in this community. And we're community focused, so it couldn't be a better partnership from our perspective, especially on the idea of the joint use of facilities that are going to be there. And the third bucket is for our students. Just think about the environment that we're going to create. Wow, I just can't imagine a student not being able to enjoy an environment where there's a lot of things to do, like coffee shops, things we don't do now. I mean, if you've been out to the property, you know the property is barren most of the time. So if you look at those 3 buckets from our perspective, I can go into detail on each one of them more, but if you look at those 3 buckets, it is a win-win situation. I say it again, it's a generational opportunity. I challenge you to look and see anywhere across the country you find a higher education institution that will have the direct link and partnership with a major league sports team, and especially the Rays. I challenge you, you won't find that. I am constantly questioning at conference and so forth and about how does this work, how it's going to work. You may know that there's a benchmarking trip coming from San Diego for the chamber. They are bringing 15 educators to talk about this partnership for doing that. So we are innovative and cutting edge on doing this. And I like being in that position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Where is the money coming from?
The construction money is primarily coming from the state.
Do you have that in writing?
The 150 commitment, no, I do not have the 150 commitment in writing, but we've got 50 this year, but we do have the commitment for the additional money.
And after that, we built one city building for $120 million. How in the world are you going to build a $600,000 campus for $150 million?
It is not 650,000 square, 650,000 square feet. It's 350,000. At $500 a square foot is what we're using the
Okay,
basis
but you
for
said
doing
you
that.
have 600,000 square feet.
Let me go back to the 3 buckets on how I said we are using that. Okay. New construction, retention of old buildings that we currently have, and mixed-use buildings we will share with the Rays to do that.
Okay, so you're going to keep, how long are you going to keep those older buildings?
Until, if we have to replace them, they're in service now. We will never replace them and take them out of service without a replacement.
And do you have a promised budget for maintenance? Because it sounds like the biggest problem with the college is that the state didn't provide enough funding to maintain the buildings.
That's not, I will tell you, our biggest challenge we have on the buildings has been like hurricane repair or hurricane issues that come in for doing that. But we do get an allocation from the state when we add square footage to the building for our maintenance situation. Those buildings will fall under the same auspices for the state rules and regs for doing that.
So you didn't get any extra money for the storms?
For the storm, no.
So-
Other than just we have insurance,
Okay.
but you know how insurances are. We
So-
couldn't wait for the insurance to reimburse us before we had to get these buildings back online.
So you have no guarantee that the state is going to maintain these new buildings either?
No, they will maintain. Yes, I do not. I'm not making myself clear, evidently, and I apologize for that. There is a formula the state used for square footage for educational delivery, and they base an allocation on that square footage when it changes or increases on doing that. We will use that in order to ensure that we're able to maintain and maintain the building from a maintenance situation. But understandably, that will be lesser than we're paying now because 300 or 350 square feet of that will be new facilities.
So you'll be getting less money in maintenance.
Yes, maybe.
Okay, so you're not sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, Councilman Carlson.
Sorry to hold you on the spot. I just
Sure,
want to
that's
ask you
all
one more
right.
question. So it's interesting in talking to you, we have a lot of high-tech companies moving to Tampa and great tech companies that are building up in Tampa, you know, really innovative people that are building ideas. In talking to you, your tech area is pretty strong. So when I went to, I think I only took 1 or 2 classes there, but when I went to HCC, my friends were working at Bennigan's and other restaurants that are long gone up and down that strip. But some of the students could work at the restaurants and bars, but can you just for 30 seconds or a minute talk about the tech areas that you have? Because several tech companies have told me they're interested in hiring your students and locating nearby.
Well, you can look across the tech industry, and probably we train employees to work in all sectors, segments of that industry. The most recent thing that's coming out is our innovation lab, which is now focused on cybersecurity and AI. In fact, we've gotten 2 or 3 major grants to help us support the AI development. In addition to that, we recently added a FinTech program that's basically the second one in the state of Florida is at HC. So that's basically training people in 2 years to go back into the financial industry on the technical side of it. It's called FinTech. But we provide the talent pipeline. Hey, look, the college has over 200 programs of study, and most of those programs are designed around getting jobs. The rest are designed around transferring in doing so.
Thank you, Doctor.
That's a good 30-second commercial.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I appreciate
Thank you.
it. Thank you for what you do. Thank you. Okay, if I have another question for finance staff. Dennis? Or maybe, this could be Scott as well. Is Scott still here? Yeah. There he is. Hiding. You are hiding.
I'm sitting on the ledge and I'm ready to stand. Scott Steady, City Attorney.
Could you say, in the agreement, is there any, is it mentioned where the Rays have to have proof of performance of their contribution before the city kicks in, or before we have money at risk?
Yeah, yes. I mean, we have to, do you mind help? I'm only bringing her up because we focused on different things. So I'm my friend will help me out.
You'll never have to apologize for having Ms. Mandel up here.
I'm
Julie,
calling a friend.
phoning a friend. Julie Mandel, Hillsborough County Attorney. The way the contract is, the agreement is structured is the Rays will need to provide us their financial, both their financial information and the guarantees that we've talked about previously prior to any funding that would occur either by the county or the city.
And Councilman Miranda, does that satisfy your concern? Ms. Mandel, can you restate that? So, because I want to make sure that
Mr. Miranda has heard me speak on many occasions, so he'd probably just tune me out. Again, Julie Mandel, Hillsborough County Attorney. The way the agreement is structured is the team, the Rays, will be obligated, and their companies. There's a couple different companies involved in this, will be obligated to provide us their financial information prior to us funding any of our monies either through the county or the city.
Turn your mic on.
If I may now that I want to know how is the CDD get its money and how does it distribute it back?
Okay, so
that's
To me, it's like paying me back with my own money.
Okay, the CDD is going to get the money from the TIF. And there's going to be an interlocal agreement between the city, the county, and the CDD that will more narrowly define how that process works. So that agreement will be back in front of city
That's what I was
council.
thinking about earlier. That money that goes into the CDD is actually tax money, isn't it?
Yeah,
In a different way.
Yes.
So they're going to pay us back with our own money?
They're going to pay back, the city back with money generated by their development.
So that means they're paying it back with our own money?
It's how you say it, not I, but that's, Councilman.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Well, I mean, just
Don't go anywhere.
just for clarification, that's money that wouldn't be generated unless we had the development. Yeah. Councilwoman Hurtak.
So, Ms. Mandel, You said that we'll get the financials from the raise. What kinds of financials will we be getting?
The way it's structured is financials that are satisfactory to us and really our financial advisors.
Which is what?
Which would be
Profit loss sheet?
Well, it would be, we have very professional financial advisors. Actually, they're the same for the city and the county. So we jointly share the same financial advisors. We will, at the time that is appropriate, have those folks work with their financial folks to determine what we need to show us and the city, when I say us, the county, but also the city, that they have the financial capability to proceed forward with this deal, and it has to be satisfactory to us.
And will that be made public record?
I can't answer that question because it depends on the record, and there's, it would depend on whether or not those particular records would have either a confidentiality or exemption under the public records law. It would be defined by that. If they're public records and they come to the governmental entities, then they become public records. If they have a particular exemption or a confidentiality provision in the Florida Public Records Law, then they would not.
So basically, we're saying we're going to be using numbers that you all might be able to see, but the rest of us cannot.
I'm not able to answer that question in the way you've asked it. I think we would just be looking at it in terms of what would be the provisions of the public records law that would apply to whatever documentation we receive.
And as far as public records go, because in the document itself, it mentioned that not all public records will be made available to the public around this deal. Can you explain that a little?
I don't know that I would characterize it that way. I don't know
I
if you'd
think
like to answer that question.
if it's a public record, it's a public record. I'd have to see what, we can't contractually change state law. So if there's some I don't think there's any provision that I recall that says that, but if there's even an indication that that's the case, it's not enforceable. Public records are public records.
Public records are public
Right,
records.
you
We
can't-
are
you can't-
obligated to comply.
We're saying that in stereo.
Yep.
Thank you.
Because it's an important point, and I think it is important for the public to understand that anything that comes to us as governmental entities will be subject to the public, and I've made this very clear to the team throughout this process. Those documents which are subject to the public records law are public records unless there's an exemption or a confidentiality, which are two different things under the public records law.
Thank
And
you.
we will comply with those.
Councilman Carlson?
Before you, Julie, before you take it, sorry to my hands
You
up.
can try to escape.
I've been trying.
But part of the purpose in setting up the TIF and the CDD is that they're subject to public records and sunshine, correct?
Correct.
Could you?
The CDD would be public to the same public records
So
requirements that we are.
unlike other deals that have been done in the past on essentially tax abatement where it was given just to the developer and we never saw it again, in this case, that any money would go to the CDD, it would be collected in the TIF, then given to the CDD, subject to public records and sunshine, and then the public would have oversight to make sure that the money is only spent in the right way and only spent on government-owned infrastructure, not on anything that the raise on, correct?
We both agree.
I see one other person I would like to, y'all can go for now.
Thank you.
President Barkley, would you mind coming up? I know I'm kind of surprising you. Thank you. Could you start with your name?
Brandon Barclay, President Tampa PBA.
Thank you. So you represent the police officers in the city of Tampa.
Yes, I do.
Have you been satisfied with your conversations with the Rays and ensuring public safety on this proposed project?
I have.
Thank you. And have they been working with you in developing, what would meet the needs of what your officers require and what the citizens of Tampa needs?
Yes, I believe so. Councilman Vieira reached out to us months ago. We've been meeting with Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, TFR, here locally, and obviously us.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Does anybody else have any other questions for anybody else? If not, we're going to go to public comment. Okay. No raise. They're here to answer questions if anybody has any questions for them, but no presentation. Okay. You ready? Okay. I'm going to have our, just a reminder that if you wanted to speak to item 80, which is this raise agreement, you should have signed into one of these pages. If you haven't signed into a page, please see a staff member to have your name added to the page. Okay? Yeah, I will. For those of you that are here, I know there's a lot, we're here for a long time today, but when you have conversations, the amplification here is just amazing. Our acoustics, whoever designed this was great. we can hear whispers back there. So if you keep your voice down, or if you have to have a conversation, if you could take it out into the hall, we'd appreciate it. Mr. Shelby, would you remind folks of the rules of public comment? Yes, please, because we have new people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Very briefly, a 3-minute time limit applies to all speakers providing public comments. Speakers and members of the public are reminded to please refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds or displaying signs or graphics. Please direct your comments to the entire City Council rather than individuals, and the chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address council from outside the speaker area at the lectern. Persons failing to comply with council's rules may also be ruled out of order and, at the discretion of the chair, may be removed from the chambers and City Hall for the remainder of today's meeting. And finally, City Council should refrain from engaging a speaker under public comment, and the public should be aware that the City Council does not take questions or have a dialogue during general public comment. This is your opportunity to express your position. Thank you.
And a couple other reminders. This is joint public comment for Tampa City Council and the CRA meeting, special call meeting. So if you're to speak to the raise agreement from either entity, the City Council perspective or the CRA, this is your opportunity to speak to both the CRA board and City Council, which are the same people. For those of you that are here to speak for or against or provide any other information, you have 3 minutes. Don't feel like you have to use the whole 3 minutes. If you have something to say, of course we want to hear it. If it's something, if you're just going to come up and say, hey, I support this, you know, it could be sweet, it could be simple. If you say I suppose it, it could be short, sweet, and simple. If somebody's already said what you were going to say, you can say, hey, I agree with this person that said that. You don't have to restate the whole thing because we're up here listening, right? So I think we all would like to move this along, and nobody wants to be here at midnight tonight. So I have the names in the order that it was signed in. And then there's more sheets coming. Thank you. Okay, very good. I'm gonna call the first few names, and if you would, as I call you, if you'd line up against the wall, and if you're downstairs on floor 2 or 1 and you hear your name, please come to Tampa City Council chambers. James Jeffrey, Joel Robinson, Pamela Cannella, Alejandro Noriega. So everybody but James, if you'd line up against the wall over here, please. Start with your name. And by the way, when you start, if you've never done this before, there's a microphone embedded in the podium. So you have to face this way because otherwise nobody can hear you at home and when they're watching this. And of course, you're addressing City Council, you're not addressing the audience. Always start with your name. The light will come on. You have 3 minutes. And then there'll be a yellow light when you have 30 seconds left. And so then, and when that yellow light will turn red, and that's when I cut you off. Start with your name, please.
James Van Herent. Good afternoon, Council. It's great to be in front of all of you again. And to start off, I know public service can be a very thankless job. I mean, you have sides on both sides, regardless of the ruling. You're either going to say, I'm going to vote for you from now on, or this vote, I'm not going to vote for you. So we're putting that aside. I want to thank all of you for your hard work, for your city staff, for the county staff, for everybody involved in this process. We know it's a lot of work. I'm simply going to come down to to have faith in the process that we've gone through, that you have faith in the staff that you've entrusted with this project, to have faith in yourselves and in your leadership. And we see the potential of this project and the benefits it can bring to the college, to the generations that are going to go through that college that have now an opportunity to internships, to job training, to the hospitality industry. I mean, there's just so many benefits to this project. So I just want to ask yourself that when you guys go to bed tonight after your decision, have faith in that decision, that when you, in 20, 30, 40 years, when you look at your kids, grandkids, your children, that when they're graduating from that college and they have that internship, they have that job, or the workers at the ballpark, that you can turn to them and say, I was a part of that. I helped your future. So I urge you to please say yes to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Joel Robinson, followed by Pam Cannella. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Joel Robinson. I just want to thank you guys for hearing out the community. I won't take much of your time. There's a lot of Rays fans here who will be sharing that are way smarter than me. They've thought through why this is a great deal for the community and the taxpayers alike. So I'll give them the opportunity to remind you guys of these things. I'll simply ask you guys this. Have an open mind during this time, during the hearing out from the community. Let go of some of the perceived things that you might have had over the past meetings. The leadership of the Rays have done more than enough to move this deal forward, and I'll ask you guys to do the same.
Thank you very much, Joel. Pam Canella, Alejandro Noriega, Sandy Sanchez, Patrick Semino. Good afternoon, Pam.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Canella. And by the way, it's $215 million for a new college. Okay, $250 million. We don't know where the money's coming from. Okay, I say no to investing any taxpayers' money on this project. It's time to give back to the neighborhoods. When the neighborhoods, sorry. The Rays can wait. They can leave or build their own stadium, mixed-use complex. Tampa neighborhoods do come first. Councilwoman Young said her support depended on commitments. I back her. It says community impacts on long-standing needs of District 5, truly affordable and attainable housing, clear definition for student housing, and housing for people to live, work, and play in that community. Quality jobs, opportunities for small, local minority businesses, and a concrete commitment written in absolute clarity, transparency, and accountability. I don't see this in the contract. This contract is ambiguous, a legal mumbo-jumbo, a practice used by companies to cover all the risks in a deal. In this case, all the risks fall on the taxpayers and no protection for the people. Remember 2024? It seems absurd that for the neighborhoods to receive the funding that is by right ours for infrastructure, we have to help fund this stadium project. I believe they even want us to ask for maintenance and repairs. This is not about a race stadium. It's about taxpayers' funding and other massive mixed-use projects for developers and profits, not our profits. Neighborhoods have already helped fund the Riverwalk and downtown Tampa. The city of Tampa neighborhoods have had 16 years of infrastructure neglect, leaving neighborhoods vulnerable. There are those who are happy because they see in the future of Tampa that. This is what I'm told. But this is what I see for the future of Tampa. More flooding, and more flooding, and no cleaning. That, and our water, our drinking water filled with high levels of...
Thank you, Pamela.
One more thing.
No. Thank
This.
you, Pamela.
Broken promises.
Thank you, Pamela.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I forgot to mention, after you finish speaking, if you go down to the second floor so we can make room for other public speakers, please, because we're going to have limited space. If you've spoken, please go down to the second floor. Mr. Noriega, good afternoon. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Alejandro Noriega, and just to be honest with you, just get it done. At this point, might as well just do the deal. It's a good deal. You're going to have your haters, and you're going to have your lovers. You're going to have all flips of the coin. Just get the deal done. Because I remember when this council... certain individuals, this council voted no on Raymond James Stadium when it was created, and that was created, and look how that turned out. Certain individuals said no to giving millions of dollars to Water Street, and look how that development came out to be. This is a good deal no matter how much you think of it, because you might not be a sports fan, you might not like the Rays, but you have to understand that in order to grow as a city, you got to build and put money into projects that will help your city. So, that being said, look at cities like Kansas City. The Royals are getting over 70% of their stadium paid by public subsidies by the county and their city commissions. And the city didn't have to give them that money. They just said, here you go. take the money. Because why? They know what it's like losing a major league franchise would suck, basically, and hurt their economics and their total revenues. So I'm all for this deal. I understand everyone has criticisms, and again, you're going to get both sides of the coin. You're going to get yes, no, why, who are we, why are we doing this? At the end of the day, when we're all looking back in 30 years, we're going to be doing the same thing that we do when we go to the Lightning Stadium, when we go to Raymond James Stadium. We're just going to enjoy the games, and we're going to be thinking, wow, we actually did this. We made another generational project that will benefit our city for future generations to come. So I leave it to you guys. I hope you guys make the right decision. I appreciate y'all for letting me speak today on this historical day, and thank you very much. Get this deal done for the Rays, please, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Sandy Sanchez, Patrick, Mary Beth Anglin, and then Michelle Mastro-Totaro. Good morning, or good afternoon, Sandy.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Sandy De Diego Sanchez. A couple of weeks ago, on August 10th of this year, you began a budget meeting with two of you complaining about the mayor and her disrespect for you and your position regarding the $2 billion budget. You had to beg for a hard copy of the budget. You received it after the first presentation at 5 o'clock on a Friday night, and it was illegible because the print was too small. You said she was guilty of malicious compliance and suggested an investigation by the Attorney General's Office of the State of Florida might be in order. The definition of malicious compliance is the deliberate, literal execution of a directive or policy in a way that satisfies the rule but knowingly undermines its intent instead of solving the problem. The two of you that were most vocal in this complaint are the same two that have disrespected the taxpayers in the same way. You publicized the 134-page document on Friday at 5 o'clock p.m., giving the taxpayers of Tampa 5 days to read and assimilate the information. And now, 24 hours before you to make a vote, you come up with changes, which we have not had the opportunity to see but to hear. The only difference between your insult and the mayor's for the $2 billion budget was there are 2 to 4 budget workshops so that you have time to read, digest the information, and ask questions and discuss about the budget. Since you supposedly can't talk among yourselves, the council that cared about their constituents would have entertained the idea of a workshop. We could have had our many questions answers, and you all have certainly received many and many concerns and would like our questions answered. What is unconscionable and irresponsible about these meetings today? You could have waited 37 days for November 4th for the Property Tax Amendment 3 to see what effect it might have on this decision. The Rays have set deadlines and you have passed them over, and they're still here negotiating. There is no rush except in the minds of the greedy. How irresponsible of you, how disrespectful of you to the taxpayer of Tampa and Hillsborough County. Yes, it's called malicious compliance, and you're guilty, and hopefully the Attorney General's also will investigate. Shame on you. And on the same point, the Amendment 3 should be predominant in your minds. Please postpone the vote till after November 3rd so that you can give you more time to review these changes and make rational decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick?
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Cimino. I'm a taxpayer and citizen of Tampa. A Rays stadium would be very nice, but we have to really scrutinize this because it's an extensive expenditure of public access, city, county, and state. And as a taxpayer, we're funding Hillsborough College's new college. This 138-page agreement was released 3 business days prior to the meeting. Some county commissioners are complaining about they're getting it with even less time. I ask rhetorically, have you read it? Do you understand it? As the stormwater debate has shown, the city is evasive, opaque, and frequently lacks expertise, putting the citizens and taxpayers at risk. Are you comfortable that we've had adequate, independent, professional opinions and due diligence? There are gaps too numerous to count. I will focus on the global concerns and add a few specific examples. There's a plethora of public access assets mentioned: CIT, CRA, tourist taxes, city and county, bonds, et cetera, now CDD. They all have to, and stormwater. And we have to pay for those. It's not just casual that those taxes are coming in. Where's the feasibility studies to support the public debt? Where's the pro forma? I know we got a glimpse of it today for the first time. Cost, benefit, risk, opportunity, predictability. The agreement provided last week said the city and county have to consider shifting the CRA. What happens if that doesn't occur in the way that it's required for this agreement? I was involved in proposals much smaller than this and had to provide more intensive detail. Otherwise, the leadership would have told me to get out of here. Who evaluated the credibility of the raise? It says the county in the agreement. What's the credential of them? What did the report say? That's critical. You all are lending them a bunch of money. Why is there so much haste? Is it what's being hidden? What happens if assumptions aren't met? Once demolition and displacement occur, you cannot put toothpaste back in the tube. It's financially irresponsible to proceed with this agreement that is rife with generalities and blanks. Councilor Hurtak did an excellent academic level post debunking with facts and data the myths about benefits of public financing of stadiums like this, and that data has been replicated over decades. Unlike the smoke and mirrors, anyway, I recommend you do not approve this agreement. It's not in the interest of us, the taxpayers.
Thank you very much. Mary Beth, Michelle, followed by Amy Scott, Michelle Dyson, John Bezazik, and Stephen Gerhard.
Good morning. I'm Mary Beth Englund, the President and CEO of the West Tampa Chamber of Commerce. The West Tampa Chamber of Commerce strongly supports the Tampa Bay Rays Stadium deal and the related development in Drew Park in West Tampa. We believe this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to keep the Rays here in Tampa Bay while creating meaningful long-term investment in our community. This project can create thousands of jobs, attract significant private investment, generate economic activity, and create new opportunities for residents and businesses throughout our region. Drew Park and West Tampa are uniquely positioned to benefit from this investment of this magnitude. It can serve as a catalyst for continued revitalization, strengthen local businesses, and create opportunities for generations to come. We also strongly support Hillsborough College being the central part of this investment. Education and workforce development must advance alongside economic development, so local residents are prepared to take advantage of these new opportunities that this deal will bring. On behalf of the West Tampa Chamber of Commerce, we encourage the Tampa City Council to move forward with confidence and seize this historic opportunity. We are proud to support keeping the Tampa Bay Rays in our region and creating lasting benefits for Drew Park, West Tampa, and the greater Tampa Bay community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you for being short and concise. Michelle Mastrotaro, followed by Amy. Good morning, love, or good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. Tension. It's really.
Start with your name.
My name is Michelle Mastrotaro. I'm here to. Wow, this has divided so many of us up, and it's breaking my heart. I'm so heartbroken because you got one side that, you know, it's a good thing. You got the other side, people need addressing. This is a rush. We don't know why it's rushed. The whole proposal had to be revamped back into, it hasn't even been shown to the public yet. And I believe everyone who says, you know, but he couldn't even give us any info on anything. He didn't know nothing. He couldn't even tell us what was money. Roll your. What I'm saying is that it's a frill. If you remember Lewis, no, I can't talk, but USF got their stadium done, and SGA, student government, my daughter was a part of it. She had to give them $3 million to build their stadium. Do you remember this? And so I'm thinking, why can't we all just figure something out in the best interest? Because it's half and half, and the taxpayers are suffering, and everyone knows a lot of people lost everything. To put a stadium, it's just going to be a big cluster of traffic. We want it. I'm not opposed to it. I am for it. But the taxpayers are going to be the ones that suffer, and I'm not going to see it. It's going to be 30 years by the time. I mean, it's really. Think about everybody in all. I'm all for you all, what you agree or disagree on, but I think we need to come back to the table with the final version of this so we can all be on the same table and we can all agree and make everybody happy and it's fair. That's just, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Amy Scott, Michelle Dyson.
Good afternoon, I'm Amy Scott. I came up here and I actually had all of my notes on my phone, but then I actually stopped in. I've been here for a while and I've listened to everything. I do not envy your position because you have the people who are for the raise. They are positioning it where it's very hard to argue with their position. The people who are against it, it is very hard to argue with against their position. But what we are asking you to do is vote for the reality. The reality is you guys don't have enough information. I sat in this room and I heard one of these attorneys say that they just were working on documentations on Tuesday. They couldn't answer questions. Hillsborough County Community College, God bless him, he doesn't even have a written commitment that he's going to get the funds that he said he's going to get. We don't have an understanding of how all the money is moving. We are putting ourselves in a position as a city to start being a lender. So now what door does that open? How do you tell other businesses who say, hey, we now want a CDD? You don't know what that looks like because most of you guys just found out what a CDD is on Tuesday, Wednesday, or today. So I just don't think that you guys are in enough of a position to honestly vote. And then we're not even going to talk about the elephant in the room. There are a couple of them. One, Amendment 3, we don't know what that looks like. If we ever, heaven forbid, have another Helena or Milton, does the city really have enough money to therefore help the residents of the city out? Or is it now going to be tied up in a development that they are not willing to, they're not going to be able to take care of because that's not their role. So do we have enough money to loan? I've always been under the mindset you don't loan money that you don't have, because you might not get it back. There are just a lot of holes when you guys were asking the questions. It looks like we're not going to get back all of our money and we'll be spending more than what we have. But again, you don't know if that is fact because you just found this information out. If you go to a multi-million-dollar home that you want to buy, you have to show financials before you even get shown the house. And yet we don't have any financials from the raise. We don't have a full plan of knowing exactly what it's going to do. So I am just asking, take a beat, wait until the 3rd because this is your legacy. You guys, none of you will be sitting on council by the time all of the revelation of what this turns out to be comes to pass. You do not want people remembering you as the people who screwed the city 20 years ago. So you need to take a moment and actually make sure you fully understand so that your grandkids or your kids who are running around don't walk around in shame because you are the ones who made their situation worse. So just take a beat. I was coming up here with a very strict plan, but I honestly don't know how you make a decision when you don't have full information. So thank you for your time. And again, I know it's not an easy decision, but take a beat.
Thank you, Amy. Michelle Dyson, Stephen Gerhard, Jim Davidson, Carmen Edmonds.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Dyson. I am currently a bartender at Tropicana Field. I've never really been in politics or public spoke until this, and it's definitely taught me a lot. There seems to be a little bit of a double standard. I have empathy for all the community, the working class people. I'm a working class person. And I definitely support helping people, but empathy can't override common sense. Every meeting I stand here at this podium, I stand here listening to people at this podium talk keywords like affordable housing, nonprofit, anything free. And it seems like we hand those monies off with a lot of ease. I don't see any financials. I don't see a lot of vetting. I mean, things have to be done. But then when a private partner comes and steps up to the plate offering over $1 billion to bring massive income growth, thousands of jobs, it switches gears. We hold their feet to the fire. We're stalling. We scrutinize. We ask this, continual. It's really easy for you to give money to an unproven entity, but so difficult for you to accept a massive private investment. We can't hate the wealthy. They give money, they invest in us, they give us jobs. So instead, I'd like to thank all of you for listening to the community, especially Ken Babby, who I have the opportunity to work with, for negotiating, staying at the table, keeping the deal alive. You know, we've been waiting, people like, oh, it's only been this long or that long, but it's been 20 years. I mean, between St. Pete and over here, people have been trying to work this out, and I think now is the time to do it for us, for the working class, for the taxpayers. You know, and my job as a bartender, if somebody comes up and says, hey, can you pour me a drink, but they don't give me any money, I have to say, let me see the card. Well, I think the over $1 billion that they showed us is a good reference to this multi-use facility here that we should have. And I hope that we stop, you know, pushing away the big investment and approve the raise deal to protect our livelihoods, bring our jobs and housing to the working class. And we can't mislead these people that if we don't spend the money on this, they're going to get the money, because that is not the truth. And you know that, and I know that. So it's important that we still listen to everybody, that we do what's best for the future. And hopefully I have a job for always until my time leaves this earth, that I can work at the race.
Thank you, Michelle. John Biazek? How do you say it?
I'm Steven.
Okay, you're Steven. Where's the John? Any is John here? B-Y-A-Z-E-K. Bychek. John Bychek. John, if you're downstairs and you hear this, John Byzek, if you're downstairs and you hear this, please come to the council chambers and make yourself known. I will call you when you get up here. John, come up to the podium. Yep. I'm sorry, Steven, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I'll start with a simple comment. I've spent a lot of time on the phone with several of you. I'm very appreciative of that. I don't envy the position you're in today. My name is Stephen Gerhardt. I'm a homeowner and a resident of Hillsborough County. I happen to hold a master's in sport management and an MBA. I started my career with the Tampa Bay Lightning, and I spent nearly a decade in professional sports. 7 years ago, I transitioned to commercial real estate. I am uniquely prepared to comment on what is presented in the matter at hand. Today, I want to talk a lot about a phrase you've heard thrown around: economic impact. Economic impact is the total dollars generated by a development. You have been handed a gross number in the AECOM report. It counts every dollar that moves. Net impact asks the harder question: how many of those dollars are new? This is not a fringe topic in sport literature. It is one of the most consistently studied questions in sport economics, and decades of peer-reviewed research across every major league finds almost no measurable gain from publicly financed stadiums. The reason is simple: it's substitution. That family that will spend $300 at this stadium is no longer going to spend $300 in Hyde Park, Ybor, up at Busch Gardens. The money moved, it didn't multiply. The AECOM study never tests for substitutions. The report lacks several important considerations, but frankly, why are we surprised? It was commissioned by the Tampa Bay Sports Authority, the entity that would manage the asset, and last week, AECOM Hunt Turner was selected as the construction manager for the project. Let me connect the dots here. The same company whose analysis is being used to justify the subsidy now stands to earn millions of dollars from the construction management fee on a $2.3 billion stadium. It's not an independent study. It's a sales document. I could stop there, but the definitive documents ask the city to advance $20 million on a 4-year running increment. That's $80 million repaid by tax increments inside of a district where the team carries no binding or dated obligation to deliver a single square foot of taxable office, hotel, or retail. No reasonable lender on earth funds against collateral that does not exist, with no completion guarantee and no delivery covenants. The high to low projections do not matter if we do not deliver taxable land improvements. On an $80 million loan, AAA muni bonds somewhere between 5%. That's a $4.5 million debt service obligation there. To deliver that, we'd have to create $355 million of actual retail value. Inside of what was agreed there is $100,000 to $250,000 a square, or 250,000 square feet of office. At the end of the day, I want to challenge you to do this. Don't vote for renderings. Don't vote for empty promises. The CDD will be controlled by the landowner. The landowner is HCC. Who will they elect as the board? That then drives the money.
Thank you, Stephen. Jim Davidson, Carmen Edmonds, Laura Lawson, Ron Weaver, Doug Batista. Hi, Jim. Start with your name, please.
Jim Davison, New Tampa. So why are we here today? We're here because neither the mayor, this council, or the BOCC could not walk away from making this deal. You could have told the Rays, it's fine, great deal, but the people have to vote first. In fact, the very construction of the previous deal and this deal and the Board of County Commissioners deal, the CRAs, the CDDs, the special districts, the horizontal improvements, it was all an economic gymnastic event structured so that taxes, in this case property taxes, could be given away without requiring a referendum. You, as the Tampa City Council, could not do that. You had to disguise it under the CDD and a special taxing unit and TIF it. And by the way, Kansas City, who passed it, used a TIF. The people voted it down in Kansas City the year before they had to do that. Amendment 3 is on this election ballot in 10 weeks. Raise your hand if you think Tampa can afford this contract to pass, if it passes. Any of you up there, raise your hand if you think that this city can afford to do this if amendment passes. And there is no contingency plan for that. There are requirements to fund different revenue streams if one stream does not meet the required contributions. The Rays are loaning the city money so that you can build their stadium and pay it off with our property taxes. Are you kidding me? Transformational is said a lot. It is not. This is window dressing. Amendment 3 is transformational, increasing the number of county commissioners, compositions of the BOCC, and real term limits would be transformational. This is transformational. This is the increasing people's properties who were taken because they couldn't pay their property taxes. And this thing you're discussing today is not going to make that any better. It's going to make it worse. Don't even begin to talk about financial impacts because, as the gentleman said, it's insulting to tell the people that crap when you know it's not true, and then give them a chance to, and not give them a chance to vote on it. Used car salesmen have better standards, and I apologize to any car salesmen in the room. You also know the deal is not the end of the race taking money from us. It's in the document. Why did the Rays give all that money to politicians running for office who can't vote on the deal? Because they are going to continue to ask for money for years. And you all know it. It's in the document. This is a bad economic deal, a bad political deal, and a morally bad deal. You are all adults, you know the consequences. It's time to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Vote no.
Carmen Edmonds, Laura Lawson, Ron Weaver, Doug Batista. Carmen, start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Carmen Edmonds. And just to go on the record, I just want everyone to know there's about 20 or 30 college students upstairs with these really lovely Tampa Bay backpacks that are leather. And they were also given, there's several of them that got them, and they were given a little reception at lunch. So for people that think that there's all these college kids here that are, I don't believe it for a second. I think that they're just being used, but that's my personal opinion. So I digress. I copied a meme from Senator Bernie Sanders a few weeks ago. 31 out of 32 NFL owners are billionaires. 26 out of 30 NBA owners are billionaires. 26 out of 30 MLB owners are billionaires. Your tax dollars help build their stadiums, but today the average person can't afford the price of a ticket to a sporting event. That must change. I'm a very staunch Republican. Never in my life would I have ever thought I would be agreeing with Bernie Sanders. We, as taxpayers, do not want our money going to fund a billionaire's pet project. It's Florida Politics dropped an article today saying the opposition to this stadium, it's all about CIT. It doesn't matter what bucket of money it comes from. It's taxpayer money, whether you take it from this bucket, that bucket, or another. We do not want our tax dollars going to fund a billionaire's stadium. That's not good use of our tax dollars. We have people that have had historical flooding. Our sewers are backed up. Our roads are in disrepair. The money needs to go where it belongs. Another Florida Politics article dropped trying to debunk Councilwoman Hurtek's wonderful video she released. Thank you for that video. It's very informational. But one item continues to be true. Mixed-use stadium developments elsewhere failed to pay back taxpayers. This article said that the Tampa deal is going to be different. But to me, that's like Democrats in Washington telling all of Americans that socialism is going to be different this time because it's in America. It's never worked anywhere. This deal's not going to work here. Socialism's not going to work in America. It never works anywhere. So that's just ridiculous. Don't sell us a bag of goods. Another councilman stated on social media that local officials have done exactly what taxpayers elected them to do. Have you? I don't know of any taxpayer that elected you to give away $1 billion collectively of our money to a billionaire for a stadium. You all are caving to the Rays and higher up elected officials. Do what's right by your voters and vote no. Put this back on the ballot and let taxpayers decide the fate of our money. We don't want to fund a stadium. We don't want to fund a new FDLE and tax assessor's office. Those buildings are practically brand new. They're run very efficiently. I don't know why we are building and tearing them down and building new when they're perfectly fine. To me, that is double dipping taxpayer money because we paid for it 10 years ago or less, and now you're tearing it down and asking us to build it again with more taxpayer money. That is just a misuse of our money. It's ridiculous. I think this needs to go back on the ballot for the taxpayers to decide, and I ask you to please vote no today on all of this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Laura Lawson, followed by Ron Weaver. Good afternoon, Laura.
Good afternoon. It is afternoon. I'm Laura Lawson. I'm a long-year resident of Tampa, of South Seminole Heights. And I have been afraid that Ken Hagan was going to pull this off for about a decade. Like I've felt it in my body, like worried about it. You know, the Ybor deal. I was scared of that. We can't afford this. And I've also, the whole time I worked for Commissioner Pat Kemp, we were always dealing with him down the hall. We knew he was scheming to try to pull this off and give away all our tax dollars for a team we couldn't afford. And I worried about it, and I read about it. I read all kinds of books about it. And they showed a clear pattern about how these things work. This is how they work. You avoid a public vote. You rush approval of the financial deal through local boards and councils. You provide rosy projections about economic impact that never pan out. And you make it a quest to get a team rather than a careful consideration of the relative cost to taxpayers, and in this case, to our public assets, versus benefits to the community. I never expected they would take a college. I've literally been anxious about this for a decade. I never expected that to happen. I came here on May 22nd, and I made a very clear, and I want to add the DJJ to this, by the way, because I didn't know about that yet. I'm so tired of chasing down information about this thing. I spent the weekend looking at all those documents. Anyway, I came in and I gave you a list of things I wanted to see in the public benefits agreement. I wanted you to build the college back first. If we have to tear it down for this plan, why is it that the Rays get to move from one stadium to a fresh, brand new stadium? The students have to hang out in trailers for a while and see if they can find PICO funds at the legislature, which, by the way, have been going down for years because we don't have phone lines anymore. I'm also really worried about this aspect of it. The college board, which I visited yesterday, those are all appointed by Governor DeSantis. They're going to be completely in charge of this property. By agreeing to this deal, we're handing over to the college a mixed-use project, and they're going to be in charge of whatever goes in there. Notice you cannot require anything. This council cannot require anything. The other thing that I learned at that meeting was that the college is going to be asking for $165 million from the legislature this coming year in these PICO funds, which have to go for all the charter schools, regular schools. They may not have enough money to replace the college even under the plan that they've put forward. So vote no. Bring an end to this.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Ron Weaver, Doug Batista, Melanie Alvarez, Julie McGill.
Ron Weaver, respectfully, I think you need to vote yes, despite all that we've heard. The alleged $300 family diversion to Hyde Park has 5 huge holes in the argument, and studies in Columbus, Ohio, and Sacramento, California, that as long as you have a mixed-use project, it's the opposite with respect to their alleged studies where they've taken exceptions with no mixed use in recessionary economies that didn't work. Sacramento, California, Columbus, Ohio, and other mixed-use projects like LA Live and a dozen others show that the economics do work. Even if only half of that $56 billion comes to bear, a 7% sales tax on it is $2 or $3 billion per 30 years, $8 billion of sales taxes just in the next century alone, 12,000 new jobs we won't otherwise get. That $300 Hyde Park diversion example forgets the fact that a lot of these folks are from out of town to view the game. They're not going to Hyde Park as a local.
This
They're
way,
coming
you
from
have
out
to
of
turn
town.
this way.
They're coming from out of town. Thank you. Vote yes because, number one, America's pastime may be baseball, but community and oneness and unity is America's lifeline. Number two, it will encourage corporate relocations. Number three, 12,000 jobs we otherwise will not get. Number four, it will speed rail up, maybe by as much as a decade, with 10 million visitors a year. That's going to be something like 1 billion visitors per century. Those visitors will help drive rail here earlier, maybe as early as a decade earlier. Number five, the nature of the pride that we take in our community, the ability to get it done. If Monsignor Higgins and George and Leonard Levy and Tommy Coogan will look down at all the obstacles they overcame to do the impossible, to show the pride of this community, they would want us to take the can-do-ness that is Tampa and remember that when Tampa has the opportunity to help its citizens with 12,000 jobs they would not otherwise get and 10 million visitors per year to the economy, that they would step up to the plate because this community believes in its people. It believes in getting jobs for its people. It believes in Hillsborough College. Hillsborough College needs for us to take the state of Florida, unite as sisters, and the way we solve this issue, we can solve rail. And if we solve rail, we can solve health care. And if we solve health care, we can solve insurance rates. And we can solve it with a sovereign wealth fund with respect to insurance. We can solve it with regard to education use by tourist development dollars. We can do the things this community has to do if we start right here with a transformational, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get us those 12,000 jobs we would not otherwise get, to show our children that when things matter, we can get it done, and that those 10 million visitors per year can be our economy, they can be our volunteers at hospitals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hurtak.
Doug Batista, followed by Melanie Alvarez, followed by Julie McGill, James Ransom, and Jeffrey Johnson.
Thank you, council members. My name is Doug Batista. For my career, I'm a Chief Human Resources Officer, and I have extensive experience in labor force dynamics with some of the world's largest companies. In the United States, we're losing 16,000 net jobs per month. It's about $200,000 annually due to AI displacement, and that includes accounting for the AI jobs that are being created. Those are net, and that was done by a study by Goldman Sachs. The jobs that are being displaced are those with routine, repetitive, administrative tasks such as accountants, computer programmers, testers, customer service, and entry-level roles, and I'm living this in my current company right now as the Chief HR Officer. These are not huge job losses right now. 200,000 jobs across the United States, it's not a huge amount of jobs. But AI impact on the job market is expected to continue, and all you need to do is read some of the studies that are out there by global firms like McKinsey. Now, if you don't believe that, there's another warning sign. Mercer Consulting and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics report that voluntary employee turnover has collapsed to 13%, down from 25% 3 years ago. This isn't because workers are suddenly more satisfied with their jobs. Rather, employees are staying as a direct consequence of fewer job opportunities. And again, I am seeing the same exact trends with my current employer. Now, if you don't believe that, maybe you'll believe Bill Gates. Yesterday, he published an article, and it was picked up on the Wall Street Journal and New York Times. And he quoted, "We have to think now about how to reduce job losses so that everyone can share in the prosperity that AI creates. Waiting until people are already displaced or underemployed will be too late," end quote. The Ray Stadium and mixed-use development projects represents job opportunities for the Tampa Bay workforce in a time of AI displacement. Jobs that provide financial stability for our working families across our region, including the thousands of construction jobs that will be created. Now, more important than being an HR executive, I'm a dad. I'm a dad of, my son has developmental and mental health challenges. He struggles. He has an intense fear of being around others. He was once a mute, and he wanted to be invisible. His medical team prescribed immersion therapy to help him overcome his fear, and they recommended that we take him to a Rays game. Once he got into the seat, he became fixated on what was happening on the field, instead of the major anxiety around all those people. Baseball became his vehicle to recovery. Today, his love of the team and the game of baseball drives his daily life. Here's a photo of him drawing an art class that he was failing, and so I had to get him an IEP at his school. He now draws stadiums like this and provides me with dugouts of Tropicana Field. In closing, I ask the City Council to vote yes for job creation and for my son and any other special needs kids out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Melanie Alvarez, Julie McGill, James Ransom, Jeffrey Johnson, Michael Marino.
Good morning. Or afternoon. We've been here a long day, so thank you all for sticking it out with us. I'm Melanie Alvarez. I am a grateful Floridian, and I'm speaking on behalf of Americans for Prosperity Tampa Bay today. I want to start by saying that we're not here because we're against the Rays or a stadium, but we are here because we believe that the people's voice in a multi-billion-dollar deal is very important, and that public-private partnerships matter. And so right now you have a decision that will affect this community for 35 years potentially, and that decision is being made without the input of people, with the exception of public comment. And those are the people that are going to be paying for it and bearing the risk of it. So let's clear about what's happening. You all know the numbers, but both sides are making a bet on future growth. And the public's bet is locked in for 35 years through a tax increment financing district that freezes revenues to schools, fire services, and city budgets. And we're unclear about the implications of Amendment 3, as other people have said. So that's not a small decision, it's a generational decision. And it deserves really close public scrutiny, and it also deserves transparency. And documents that have been released this week really don't allow time for that to happen, as other people have said. We need more time. Economic research has consistently shown negative or neutral growth or economic impact with stadiums. And the independent analysis of tax increment financing finds they rarely deliver the net growth that they promise. These are not opinions. These are from peer-reviewed research. So maybe this stadium will be different. Maybe the growth projections will come true, but if it's not the case, shouldn't voters be confident enough to take that question to the ballot? If you, as council people, believe in the deal and the community you are serving, we should trust people to vote on it. Instead, we're asking residents to accept a 35-year commitment with possible added taxes in the future based on projections they didn't approve and may not trust. We still don't have any clarity on our city's budget in the future with implications of Amendment 3. That's not how we should do business with public dollars. Documents and changes to the deal continue to flow in until Tuesday night, providing this council and the county commission very little time to review the finite points. And we don't even know that these are the finalized documents, which really calls transparency into question. So I urge you to do the right thing. Do not make a 35-year bet with taxpayer dollars. Let the residents decide or postpone this until after the Amendment 3 ballot, and we know the outcome of that in November. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melanie. Julie McGill, followed by James Ransom. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Council, Julie McGill. My problem with this deal is the contract. Numerous times throughout this contract, it uses the word contribution. Contribution, and this is going to end up, let's say this does go to litigation, it falls apart. Any lawyer is going to look at that word and say, you know what? That's a contribution. That is not an expected repayment. So here's your definition of contribution. The other things I have a problem with are the fact that they're asking us to do all the maintenance and repairs on that stadium. That could come to $15 million a year. I don't understand why that is even in the contract. That needs to be just done away with. There's also blanks in the contract still. I don't see how you can vote on something that is not a complete contract yet. There's just too many issues, there's too many ambiguities in this contract. There should be a hard cap on Tampa's total exposure, a maximum dollar amount, not 80 million plus, because we don't know. It's ridiculous. If Tampa is protected in that contract, show me where, because I don't see it. The county shortfall shouldn't be a Tampa's problem, so if the county doesn't come through with the money, are we guaranteed that they're not going to look to us for it? Too many questions. I've agreed with everything everybody else has said, so I'm not going to take the whole 3 minutes because I know everybody wants to go home, but please look at that checklist. I emailed it to you, and now you have another copy of it. Thank you.
Thank you. James, followed by Jeffrey Johnson, then Michael Marino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and board and council members. My name is James Ransom, and I'm again representing the Economic Development Committee for the Tampa Organization of Black Affairs. So there's been a lot of things said today and over the course of this process. And our hope is that, you know, the city council and the mayor, the county commission, the county administrator has taken a good look at all the details that concern the public trust, public money, and do the right thing about that. Otherwise, TOBA supports the raise coming to Tampa. I can tell you that we haven't met anyone over 46 years that spent more time in the black community and around the city of Tampa than Ken Babby did in coming out talking to people in the community about this issue. That doesn't mean that everything he's saying you need to buy into and this kind of thing. You have to figure all that out. But the work was done to come face to face so they could hear what people's concerns are. We're here laser focused on the special interests of the black community without any ambiguity, and you know that. But it's towards the betterment of the entire community because we don't want to be excluded from whatever prosperity that might be generated from this great transformative project. We want to also be able to enjoy the heightened quality of life that can come from this transformative project. And we think the president from Hillsborough College has done a great job of trying to explain how that can benefit the students in the college, because construction and changes take time and it's very inconvenient. But once all that might be done, if it's done right, it may be one of the best things we could ever do in our community. But it has to be done fiscally, with a fiscally responsible leadership from your group and the county commission. And we would say from the top down, bottom up. We've shared this with Major League Baseball, with Mr. Babby and his team, Hillsborough College, the Board of County Commissioners, and you and the mayor. That top down, bottom up, we want to see the diversity that represents our people, our segment of the community, in whatever you might decide to do if it goes through. Just remember that we are taxpayers and vote, and we just happen to be African-American people in a city that's very diverse. And we want to be able to benefit from whatever happens, if it's going to happen, with a project of this scale and scope. But to end, we do think that it would be wise to find the right path for the right reasons, for the right public trust, and to protect the public money to have the raise in Tampa, Florida, where it should have been from the beginning in the first place.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Jeffrey Johnson, Michael Marino, Rick Fernandez.
Good afternoon. I would like to address you as the CRA board and not just the city council. My name is Jeffrey Johnson. I serve as the chair of the East Tampa CRA, and I'm not representing our committee, but I'm speaking as an advocate of East Tampa. I am here today in support of the extension of the East Tampa CRA. I am not an economist, so I'm not a subject matter expert to speak on the entirety of the development and funding agreement that piques the interest of the majority of the persons that are in this room. I am grateful that council sees the need to include an extension of the interlocal agreement between the county and the city and the East Tampa CRA. The East Tampa CRA East Tampa has made significant progress, but our development work is far from finished. We continue to face challenges related to affordable housing, infrastructure, economic development, and commercial revitalization, and creating opportunities for long-term residents, homeowners, and businesses. East Tampa CRA was established in 2004, and if we're extending its life through 2044, then I believe we should also be committed to the funding development through 2044. That's why I want to make an important distinction. I support the extending of the life of the CRA, but we must also protect the funding that gives that extension meaning. I respectfully ask that the City of Tampa not to remove its TIF contribution after 2034, but to instead to continue its investment throughout the extension period. On page 28 and 29, it indicates that the county won't fund its portion beyond the scheduled 2034 time period. Right now, the county contributes 80% and retains 20% of the TIF for this CRA. The City of Tampa contributes 100% of its increment. I encourage the city to negotiate with Hillsborough County so that the county continues or resumes its TIF participation through 2044. If we're talking about a 40-year redevelopment horizon, then we should be planning for a fully funded 40-year redevelopment strategy. An additional 10 years should not simply keep the East Tampa CRA alive on paper. Those 10 years should give us the resources and the opportunity to make transformational investments in the people, the neighborhood, the businesses, and the future of East Tampa. State statute not only allows a max of 40 years of that CRA that encompasses past its extended date. So today I support the extension, but I ask this council to go further to protect the city's TIF commitment, negotiate for continued county participation, and ensure East Tampa has the financial resources necessary to finish the work that we've started.
Thank you, sir. Michael Moreno, Rick Fernandez, Terrence something, and then Todd Simi and C.T. Harris.
Good afternoon, council members. Michael Marino, Executive Director, Westshore Alliance. We have spoken to you and provided you with kind of our justification for why we support the economic impact, potential impact on infrastructure. I wanted to talk about specifically that Dale Mabry corridor. You think of Hillsborough down to Columbus. It's not as, you don't have the type of economic generation there because there's a lot of publicly owned land. There's also low density. So with a project like what the Rays propose, that starts to change that. And you've seen other parts of the city where these investments have been made, and the scale of this is why having a public investment makes sense. The potential return on investment, whatever it may be, makes sense because of the scale and size of this project. You've already done the work in terms of land use planning and transit planning for that corridor, but you need to have the investment in. So this is a large enough investment that'll help create that change, and we think why it'd be viable for City Council and obviously BOCC to support this as well. The thing is, moving forward, if you are to support today, there's going to be a lot of work that makes this a success, so we want to work with you. There's the Planning Commission, there's the City Council, obviously as you all, and the BOCC. There's also other agencies and other entities involved that can help make this a success. So if it is approved, there's still a lot of work to be done. It's a 35-year project. Think of what's changed downtown in the last 35 years. Think of what's changed in other parts of the city. All that work can be done provided that you have your support today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Rick Fernandez, and then Terrence, Todd, and CT.
Council, board, greetings, and thank you for your time today. Rick Fernandez, Tampa Heights Civic Association President. I'm here in a representative capacity today. We are very aware of the significance of this project and this deal. Believe me, we're not living in some rabbit hole. However, We are concerned about a proposed diversion of 50% of downtown CRA funds. My comments today, unlike some that you've heard to this point, are going to be more surgical and more specific to a neighborhood. This will hurt the redevelopment of the north portion of downtown, which is a current gap in the urban fabric connecting Tampa Heights. Further, the reduction of the downtown CRA funds may prevent the expansion of the streetcar, negatively impacting Tampa Heights. The streetcar expansion is identified in the RIA, or the Regional Infrastructure Accelerator, and CRA funding will be essential to its success. We are asking this council and the CRA board this council sitting as a CRA board to take one of the following actions in this order of preference. First, do not permit the diversion of downtown CRA funds for this deal. Second, if diversion is being considered, do not allow it until the streetcar extension is operational and our community has the transit connection it has been promised. Third, if downtown CRA funds will be diverted, secure $200 million of the streetcar extension, or for the streetcar extension, before a single dollar is redirected. And in any scenario, expand the Tampa Heights CRA east to the East Tampa CRA boundary and north to the Florabraska Avenue. Our neighborhood has requested this boundary to be extended for nearly a decade. Our neighborhood deserves protections meant to address affordable housing, transit infrastructure, and the kind of long-term investment our community has awaited for decades. I thank you very much. Respectfully submitted. There was an email submitted to all of you, I believe, Wednesday evening. I incorporate that by reference as part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Terrence? Sorry if I slaughtered your last name.
It's okay. Heard you do that twice, but that's okay.
Okay.
My fault too, pharmacy writing.
Okay.
Hello, council.
Start with your name, yeah.
Hello, council. My name is Terrence O'Sullivan. I'm a member of, actually, I'm a resident of South Tampa, and thank you for this opportunity for me to address the council on this very important issue. I would even say, bottom line up front, we probably should have had a separate meeting just dealing with this, as opposed to number 80 on an agenda, because it is very important, obviously, and for everybody's great comments and analysis here bears witness to that. So maybe if we continue, depending on what you do with your voting, have a separate issue just to discuss this at all, to really get people understanding. So a couple things, and I'll probably be redundant what you heard before. First of all, for all my friends, our baseball friends, I love baseball. I grew up with it. I played it. And even saw Mickey Mantle hit his 500 home run one time. So I'm dating myself. But I love the Rays, okay? But we're talking about business here. So let's get into it. But we must first aggressively analyze the financial details. And we've talked to some of that and some of the gaps that some of you pointed out, Councilwoman, on some of the things, hey, what does that really mean? If you're saying that, you can imagine what we're saying down on the second floor. You must highlight to the taxpayers the details of the pluses and the downsides to this huge and impactful project. Like we said, 30 plus years, it'll be beyond our time, it'll be our legacy. i.e., the tax increasement financing over 35 years. I would say I'm getting ahead of myself, but if I started throwing out these terms like CIT, CRA, and asked everybody in this room, I'll give you a piece of paper to define what that means. We probably get a lot of different definitions of what that means, but what is the so what to all that? So some of that needs to be highlighted. What is the so what to the taxpayer? What is the risk to those taxpayers? We need to clearly know for transparency, and that's been pointed out several times here. We all want the same thing. We want a community to be developed. We want a good thing for our lives, for our kids' lives. But we want to do it the right way. And this is an opportunity without rushing in to do this. So please, think carefully on this, just as we're trying to help you. We know it's a difficult decision, but don't rush to judgment. Please don't do that. The bottom line, this is not a good deal based for the current and future taxpayers. From what I know, I could say differently if we do more critical examination on this. So please help me to help you. Transparency. We're rushing again into this monumental project, so please take a look at that through town hall meetings and whatever marketing we can do on this. Public service announcement may be in order. I feel at this point that we have a shell game that's going on with CIT, CRA, TIF, whatever other acronym we're going to come up with today. And you guys have highlighted some of that. So please, let's get that done. And again, I feel right now that the developer is winning and the taxpayer is losing.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support. Good luck.
Todd Samey, C.T. Harris, Stephanie Pointer, Robin Lockett. Start with your name, please. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Todd Samey. Let's get down to business. I put $100 million in the city of Tampa since 1986. Okay? My first job was selling Cokes at the Old Sombrero at 14 years old. You're going to tell me that the Old Sombrero, when we had the Buccaneers go 0-26, okay, and Doug Williams came and we were 1 game away from going to the Super Bowl, was a waste of money? You're going to tell me that when we built Raymond James Stadium, we got all those jobs for African Americans? I grew up with blacks in the Bronx before I came down here in 1973. In 1973, there was no Rays, no Bucks, and no Lightning. You're going to tell me when Phil Esposito put a hockey team and said we're going to have hockey in Amalie Arena over there, and Stamkos and LeCavier and those guys got it done and won the Stanley Cup? You're going to tell me that was a waste of money too? Get out of my face. You people that are talking here, you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't even know what you're talking about. HCC needs a remodel, okay? HCC, Dale Mabry, there's 162 ball games over there, 81 home ball games plus venues over there to drive in. You didn't even talk about the tax money. You can make so much money, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I took a guy who never ran for dog catcher, that would be Donald Trump, and I put him in the White House, okay? I won the Trump trade since 2010. So don't tell me about politics when you don't know anything about Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders hasn't had a job in forever, and he's a communist making millions of dollars with 3 houses and on the taxpayer dime. You want to talk business? Let's talk business. This is a deal you got to get done. It's a must get done, okay? It's for the jobs. It's for the community. It's for putting Tampa on the map. We are toe-to-toe with the New York Yankees, the greatest franchise in sports history, and we're 3 games up with 30-some-odd games left, okay? And I want to see you boys get it done. We didn't work all this time for you to collapse down the stretch, and we didn't work all this hard to get you, city council or the county commission, to close and collapse down the stretch either. We're champions. We're the city of champions, and that's what we'll always be. I'm Todd Samey, and thank you, Jesus. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Samey. Todd, now we've got C.T. Harris, Stephanie Pointer, Robin Lockett.
Well, good afternoon, honorable council members.
Hold on. Hey, everybody, hey. CT, thank you. Start with the name, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, honorable council members. My name is C.T. Harris. I'm going to be a little calmer, so just bear with me. First, I want to thank Councilwoman Hurtak for taking the time to break this incredibly complicated deal down into information the public could actually digest through video, because regardless of where we stand, transparency does matter. Let me be clear. I want the raise in Tampa. I support economic development. I want Tampa to grow. We can't stop it. Economic growth is powerful. However, growth cannot come at the expense of the people who already call Tampa home. My concern is the speed at which the public has been expected to understand the people's business. We are talking about billions of dollars, future agreements, infrastructure, transportation, community benefits, and obligations that could impact Tampanians for generations and long after many of you will transition out of your seats. Yes, this deal has improved, I acknowledge that, but there are still questions. Our roads are already beat down by many cars, many trucks, construction vehicles, and just about anything else with wheels. What happens when thousands more people are coming in and out of this area? What will the interlocal agreement obligate taxpayers to tomorrow? I mean, we have questions. And most importantly, are the community benefits measurable, enforceable, and meaningful enough to ensure that longtime Tampanians can actually benefit? because I don't want Tampa waking up on Christmas morning after being promised all these beautiful gifts only to discover we have a gorgeous tree, AKA the stadium, but nothing underneath it. Or worse, we can't even travel to grandma's house because we didn't adequately prepare the infrastructure around it. That Christmas dream can quickly become a taxpayer nightmare. Council, I know the weight on your shoulders today is not light. You've been screamed at, talked about. I get it. And many of you love your roles and you ran for a particular reason. And we elected you because we trusted you. We believed you would ask the difficult questions and make the difficult decisions when Tampa needed you most. So I'm not asking you to vote against the raise. I'm asking you to protect Tampa while you build Tampa. Make sure our small minority women and veteran-owned businesses have real opportunities with these contracts. Protect our neighborhoods, demand accountability, address our infrastructure, and make sure promises come with measurable outcomes and consequences. A stadium can absolutely be a part of Tampa's future, but when this deal is finished, don't just make sure Tampa got a stadium, make sure Tampanians got a deal, and I mean a real deal. I'm done. It's my time.
Thank you, CT. Stephanie Pointer, followed by Robin Lockett. I was going to ask council if they want to.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Pointer. This vote should not take place until after November the 5th. It's just that simple. And everybody up there is my friend. I will be the first person to tell you that. They're all my friends sitting up there. Yeah, whatever. Don't get started with me. Anyway, bottom line is you're all my friends, and you all have to make a really, really difficult decision. No matter which way you vote, there's going to be people in this room who are going to vote against you because of this one vote. Not the thousands of votes that I've seen you make, not the thousands of votes that you make every year that you're in office, but this one thing, which is, it just makes me sick. And I've told most of you this. I am sick and tired of talking about the raise. We have a $2 billion budget that needs to be discussed, and we're spending our time talking about this nonsense because there's a Japanese bullet train. Hey, guess what? The mayor must want it because that's what happens every single time. When people are pushing so hard for something like this and they have to have it done today, there's nothing okay about it. The fact that we did not get the final copy in On Base until after 2:30 yesterday, not okay. That right there should be a no vote today, not yes or no. I'm talking about don't even vote on it because it was not in On Base last Friday. And I don't care who had it. I don't care if the city attorney had it, the county attorney had it. If it was anybody else, you would say, we're not voting on this. How many times have you guys had that discussion and said, we're not going to vote on it if it's not in there on Friday afternoon by 5 o'clock? Well, the first version was. The watered down version that didn't have anything in it about that it was a loan, anything in there that protected the city. It was all whatever the Rays wanted. I have a whole list of questions. I will email them to you later. Here's what gets me. Councilman Carlson and I both have seniors in high school at home. We will unbridle them from this debt when they're 59 or 60, depending on how old they are. 59 or 60. My daughter, who's 17 years old, will have this noose around her neck until she's 59. Give me a break. That's ridiculous. For a game which is touted by a bunch of misogynistic jerks on Facebook, on Nextdoor. It's all over the place. The way these people are disrespectful and rude to anybody who disagrees with them is absolutely unconscionable, and it would be a reason to vote no in and of itself. Just the way they've talked to people about this. It's a game. They talk to people about it when they say, oh, I don't know, like they're beating on their children. This is a game, except to the billionaires who want all our money, except for the people who are not getting affordable housing in any of these contracts, except for the people who are going to make $8 an hour working for the rate.
Robin Lockett, and then I've got a request from council to take a break. We'll take it after Robin. We're going to have a 15-minute break, a hard 15-minute break. Please be back in your seats. Robin Lockett, 3 minutes. Kick us off to a break.
This will be quick.
Start with the
Robin Lockett. First, I want to say that I am in support of the ending of this deal. I think about the 11,900 jobs. I think about the affordable housing. I think about the infrastructure. So if everything pans how it happens, that's why you guys are up there. You cannot govern in fear. And when I say that is, you cannot govern in fear of losing that seat. If you're for the people and if you're having conversations with the people, there's no way you're gonna reach everybody. There is no way that you're gonna reach everybody. Hear me clearly. You cannot govern in fear. So if you can, 13% of the city of Tampa votes. So you want to put this on the ballot and it's always said, God, so many people are left out because the small amount vote. So you want to put this on the ballot, or the suggestion is for this to be put on the ballot for that small amount that's making the choices of who sits up there and who is mayor. They make the same decision about the raise. You as council members should be going out in the community and having conversations. If you're having conversation with a vast amount of people that's not appearing here, then you're doing what you need to do, right? You're not gonna reach everybody. You're not gonna reach everybody. The 11,900 jobs, the infrastructure, hell, even the HCC, what it used to be called by HC, right? So again, there's bad in everything, but there's an outline of good. And we have to be patient enough for the good. So I support yes on this. If it pans out with those 11,900 jobs, the AMI, in regards to the housing, that's what's important. That's what I've been fighting for all this time, and that's what I support. And of course, the West Tampa Yellow Jackets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, as I said, we're going to take a 15-minute break. It is 3:09. Let's be back in our seats at 3:25. 3:25. We're in recess. Zip your lips. Alan Cohen, I'm talking to you. There's a kind of hush all over the council chambers today, all over the world. Very good. Clerk, when you call the roll.
Miranda, Maniscalco, Hurtak, Young, Vieira, Carlson, and Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
And yes, and now, here.
Thank you. Call to order this Community Redevelopment Agency meeting. Clerk, would you give a roll call, please?
Miranda, Maniscalco, Hurtak, Clendenin.
Here.
Carlson, Vieira, and Young.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, once again, we are doing public comment for joint Tampa City Council and CRA. That would be item 80 on the Tampa City Council agenda and item 1 on the CRA agenda. We left off with the wonderful Robin Lockett. We're going to move on. I'm going to call the next 5 names so you know who's going to speak. By the way, nobody took me up on the you have to speak less than 3 minutes. But we can always start new. So you don't have to use your whole 3 minutes. We have Sierra Sizemore, Max Intriago, Jason Hall, Chris Bentivegra. Sierra, come on up. Start with your name, please.
Sierra Sizemore. Hi again. I'd like to start with gratitude, saying I'm really proud of my community for coming out. I think the fact that there's so many of us here speaks volumes. And I'd also like to thank you. I did come prepared with questions from my friends and community members, and you guys asked very thought-provoking questions and kind of answered all of those questions. At the same time, bringing in a bigger picture and showing more questions in the spirit of saying things that have not been said already. I have not heard very much mention of how this will affect the high school students, the HCC campus. I feel like there's just not enough funding to support kids as we're putting more and more expectations on them with dual enrollment, virtual or in person. I'm very worried about the transportation risks there with the bus route I was mentioned before. The businesses on Boy Scout, I feel there's some concern with putting all of the funding towards just fixing that specific part of Del Mabry and Boy Scout leading to the airport, because most of the trouble on those streets is just outside that block. And that's just directly the path from the airport to the stadium. And all of those businesses on Boy Scout are corporate. They don't support the local economy at all. They are half owned by Darden. And I just feel that that's something to take into consideration. For the people that aren't here, you can't reach everybody. I think we should consider the people that will be affected day in and day out by the traffic routes and the pedestrian concerns, just putting a few streets here and there. Boy Scout also has the nicest streets I've seen in the majority of Tampa. It does not account for the walkability on the rest of Del Mabry. And we have a lot of students that do this travel every day. And I won't use my full time because I'm tired.
Thank you, Sierra. Max Intriago? Max? Going once, going twice. Oh, here you are. Hi, Max.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Intriago. I want to also talk about the fact that, as we've seen many times before, even in reports by the University of Denver Sports and Entertainment Law Journal, this will not actually revitalize our economy. It's been shown that when different stadiums enter, they promise higher consumer spending in local businesses, but that has been shown statistically to not have happened time and time again. They promise to bring jobs, but those jobs often go to transplants who end up moving here to take those jobs from the actual people who are here. It then also results in most of the money by the stadium that is earned by the stadium going to paying players who then return to their home cities, home states, and spend it elsewhere. This money will not be helping our actual struggling citizens here as the rent prices keep going up. This will not be helping us as our parents can't figure out a way to feed their children. This will not be helping any way that actually matters to the citizens that are here and are asking for that help. We need to be actually doing things that are useful, like subsidizing childcare if we want to be introducing people to the workforce and introducing people into being able to spend more money on our local businesses. We need to be subsidizing bus transportation so that people can actually travel to these local businesses. We need to actually be focusing on the people who are hurting and not on giving handouts to large corporations who already make billions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping it brief. Jason Hall, Chris Bontevegra. Jason Hall. Jason Hall. Not present. Okay, Chris, come on up.
Good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate the time today. My name is Chris Bentavenia, so if you want to say it like a true Italian, like Pennsylvania, Bentavenia.
Pennsylvania.
This is definitely, you guys have a big decision ahead of you, right? And, personally, when I'm faced with such a big decision, I look back and, what has happened in my past? Are there similar type engagements, right, that you can look at? And this is so big, I try to think about it. What has happened in Florida over the last X amount of years that is even close to this? And purely rhetorical question, 15 years ago, kind of a similar-ish type thing. So if you think back 15 years ago, was the whole high-speed rail project, right? The citizens of Florida voted to have high-speed rail, connect Tampa to Orlando. And for whatever happened, for whatever reason, even though the citizens voted for it, that project didn't happen. So maybe it was the money that was involved was in the wrong political bucket. It didn't align with certain people's viewpoints. And that's just the way that project happened. So where did that leave us? What did we learn from that? Where are we at today? We have one of the most dangerous roads in the country connecting Tampa and Orlando. And we're nowhere close to having any other options to travel down that route. So decisions have repercussions, right? So that's the large scale issue that we had there because we turned down that project. On a smaller scale, a personal scale, my mom lives in South Florida, and it's much harder for her to go visit her grandkids because there's no easy way to get to Tampa, right? If you're an elderly person, being on an airplane is not the easiest thing in the world. Even when you're a young person, it's not that easy. So as you consider this project, right, there's no perfect deal. There's just not. You can think about it and say, hey, we're going to make this deal perfect. We're going to go back and forth, and we're going to negotiate things. It will never happen, and you guys know that, right? This deal may not be perfect, but it's pretty good. So I say, let's take this deal, because it's not guaranteed this deal will be here tomorrow. It could go away. This is the opportunity now. Let's take this deal. Let's take Tampa and bring Tampa to the next level and make it that great city that we all know because we live here. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Chris. Ray Wong, Dayan Garnett, Elizabeth Brandon, Mr. Hayes. Hi, Ray.
Ray Wong, resident of the city of Tampa. It's been a little while since I was last here, and I think a lot has changed and a lot has been negotiated and deliberated and discussed. And I think the one thing that has not changed is my belief that this still represents a really great opportunity for the city of Tampa. I'll borrow Dr. Atwater's description and say that it really does feel like a generational opportunity. An opportunity that extends far beyond baseball, an opportunity to create jobs, attract investments, strengthen neighborhoods, improve infrastructure, and expand our tax base. Perhaps more importantly, it's an opportunity to continue Tampa's evolution into a truly great American city. We often talk about places like New York, Chicago, San Francisco, LA, as cities that have shaped their own identities on the national and international stage. I believe that this is Tampa's moment, and this is happening right now. Moments like this require us to think beyond the next election, the next budget cycle, and yes, even as it's been discussed today, the next decade or few decades. These moments require us to think about Tampa, the Tampa that we want to leave behind for generations that follow us. There will always be reasons to be cautious. There will always be uncertainty surrounding something this ambitious. But there are moments in history, in the history of a city, when its leaders have an opportunity to do something brave, something visionary, something bigger than any one of us. I believe that this is one of those moments. I respectfully ask each of you to support this project and vote yes today. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your service to our city.
Thank you, Ray. Dan Garnett, Elizabeth Brandon, Mr. Hayes, Rachel Moscoso.
My name is Devin Garnett. I'd like to first start off with a picture right here that I put. This is the reason why I'm here in front of the council members today. This is my family story. I'm raising the next generation of Rays fans. My son isn't even 2 years old. Every night we watch the Rays together. He goes everywhere with his Rays hat. If he doesn't fall asleep with his Rays hat, he cries. So, even when I take him to a game, he'll sit still for 6 innings. Do you know how hard it is to have a 2-year-old sit for 6 innings straight? He doesn't. Let alone 6 minutes, he can't even sit still. But you take him to a Rays game, he'll sit still. And if you vote no today, ultimately this team will leave Tampa Bay, and I promise you I will bring him back down here, and you will have to explain to him why his favorite baseball team is not here anymore. The reality is there is no more time. This has been going on for 20 years. It's time to bleep or get off the pot. This decision is about the next generation of Tampa Bay. Do you want to be in Oakland? Go ask them how their redevelopment is going after losing their teams and how all their potholes got fixed magically, right? Now, to those that are planning no, let me let you in on a little secret. This ownership group could have bought the team and immediately started pitting cities against each other and looking for the biggest handout possible. They didn't. They chose Tampa Bay. They started out with a 50-50 split. Now they're paying 60%. You said the city ask was too high. It came down. You said the city didn't have enough input. You were brought into the negotiating room. We're talking about $1 billion of private investment. If you're voting no, tell me your alternative. Who's showing up tomorrow with billions of dollars to invest here? Because saying no is easy, leadership requires having a better solution. And understand something else. If this fails, these owners will still be billionaires and other cities will want this team. To those voting yes today, thank you for having the vision to see what this can be. And to the council members who disagreed at the beginning, I thank you for working through your differences and continuing to negotiate towards a solution. I'll leave you with this. Years from now, nobody will remember the arguments made in this room. But my son may ask what happened to his baseball team. And Tampa will remember who made that decision. Don't make the next generation of Rays fans pay for a failure of leadership today. You're not going to please everyone. Think big picture, think investment, choose wisely. Please vote yes.
Thank you, Devin. Elizabeth, followed by Mr. Hayes and Rachel. Good morning. Start with your name, please.
My name is
Or good
Elizabeth
afternoon.
Braden. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Braden. I live in South Tampa. I'm asking you to vote no on the stadium. 3 years ago, my daughter went to New College during the hostile takeover. DeSantis put his cronies in charge, ballooned the expenses, installed sports for the students. This college didn't have sports before. The college rankings dropped. 30% of the faculty quit. 100 students transferred out. My daughter never finished her degree. I blame DeSantis. The second hostile takeover was when New College took over USF Manatee. 900 students lost their campus. Now we have the third hostile takeover with DeSantis and his campaign donors taking over Hillsborough College. Right now, the college only has $50 million to rebuild the campus. At the trustee meeting yesterday, the CFO said he needed an additional $165 million. How do you rebuild a campus when the funding is not in place and you don't have enough money? The state only promised an additional $100 million. Rays haven't signed up to give them any money. There's nothing in writing. The Atwater says that, yeah, we have a promise, but you're going to have to fight for those funds, and a lot of those funds are going to charter schools. You still haven't been able to fix your elevator. You capitulated as a group. You did not demand for the Rays to pay for the college and the tax office. You had that power. You still have the power now. So they are demolishing 8 buildings. Students will be in portables with messy and loud construction with no place to park. Will they pay less in tuition? Probably not. Right now, the students think that it's under renovation. They have no idea that things are going to be torn down. Because of this upheaval, some courses will be discontinued. Students will drop out, just like my daughter did. These kids won't be able to drive to Ybor or Brandon. And I think, now that Atwater has said that I think we're only getting $150 million, I believe that this college will end up just being a shell of itself. And so I'm asking you to vote no, because I think that the value of a college is way better than a stadium.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Mr. Hayes? Not here, no present. Okay, Rachel Moscoso, Moscoso, not present. Okay, we're gonna get done early like this. Carmen Edmonds, Kurt Thorson, Marinella Enfant. What's that? Kurt? Okay, Carmen Edmonds is not in the room? Carmen Edmonds, going once? Is she? Okay. Well, she's on there twice then. Okay, very good. Kurt, coming up. Start with your name. Then we're going to have Enfant and, who's this Lena Young Green? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Kurt Thorson, and there's been a lot of drama thrown around here. Some Democrat this, Republican that. People being accused of misogynistic things online. Accusations of paid actors downstairs, fake college students. TSA members having their hands slapped because they're meddling. It's getting all political. It's getting kind of nasty. I came here back in May, and I wore a Rays polo. And I corrected myself and said I was wearing a Tampa Bay polo. I grew up in this area. I was raised in Manatee County, and here I am today in Tampa. Raising my family in Tampa. My father used to take me to games when I was a child, and now I'm doing the same. We're taking him to his first game, or we're taking him to the game on Saturday for his second birthday. I showed him a picture of a swimming pool, and I showed him a picture of the baseball field. He ran towards the baseball field. And so this isn't just X's and O's, it isn't just dollar signs and cent signs. This is a community asset. I want to also show the sort of asset and philanthropic work that the Tampa Bay Rays engage in. Is anybody willing to just kiss this goodbye? I certainly hope not. There was recently a video posted about on Facebook about how the Arizona Coyotes and Kansas City Royals built multi-use districts and failed. Kansas City hasn't built anything yet, and Arizona didn't build anything either, and they did move. That was correct. They're in Utah now. Would you be willing to say goodbye to the Tampa Bay Lightning in a similar situation? I certainly would hope not. Community asset. I've seen this TB in Tanzania, Africa, Ecuador, Martinique, France, Germany. This is us. I don't see Orlando hats. I don't see Ocala hats. I don't see Sarasota. This is Tampa and this is Tampa Bay. This is us. And finally, being involved with education myself, I know that it's a really big deal. And that little boy I showed you, I hope he goes to college, maybe Florida, Harvard, South Florida, trade, whatever he wants to do, whatever we got him on. In order to get to a really good school, you have to be dual enrolled. And in this county, the dual enrollment institution is Hillsborough College. It's not being abducted. It's not going away forever. It's going to be built better than ever and actually join us here in the 21st century. So lastly, there was something mentioned earlier today, and I want to go over this because I certainly did read the community benefits front to back. And a lot of the asks that were mentioned, affordable and attainable housing, yes. AMI levels for students 80% below, yes. Housing to live, work, and play in the community, yes. Quality and jobs, equitable living wage, yes. Yes, 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 yes. It was all there. So it's a bit deceitful when people say it isn't. And in case anybody wants to know,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, see, you are a teacher. See, you followed instructions well.
Yeah.
Marinella, followed by Elena Young Green and Valerie Bullock, and then J.P. Peterson. Marinella Enfant.
Infante. My name is Marinella Infante.
Thank you for having this today. I'm going to try not to take all the 3 minutes. So many people have spoken before me and have made very eloquent arguments on both sides, but I will say, would you jump into a pool without water? This is what this feels like. It feels like taking a chance on lack of transparency, unknown financials, documented studies showing proof of broken promises and failure. Feels like a rush job. I have to ask why. I think it's more important to let the voters understand what the final proposal is and let them vote on it rather than just a small group of people doing this. I think we need more information about it. It just doesn't sound like a good plan. So, like I said, other people have made very good arguments. I'm asking you to vote no on this.
Thank you very much. Delina? There you are. And then Valerie Bullock is going to be next, and then J.P. Peterson. Valerie Bullock in the batter box. Start with your name, please, because none of us know who you are.
I'm Lena Young Green. Thank you for the opportunity for us to come to speak to you today. I am here supporting the correspondence that you received from our president and the presentation that he did before he left, representing Tampa Heights. For years and years, we've worked hard to ensure that Tampa Heights digs out of the donut hole that we've been in the middle of East and West Tampa, downtown, and Seminole Heights. As he shared, we believe that that removing funds from the downtown CRA will affect us in the progress that we're making. We also would like the expansion of our CRA, which is the smallest one, and would like to apply some of those to our housing issue. That would complement the fact that you approved a few years ago the overlay district of Tampa Heights to help ensure diversity and a mixed community in our Tampa Heights area. I also request that you consider in the community improvement component of this agreement that we think about the youth and the youth development, as many of you have supported along with Tampa Heights Junior Civic Association. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Always lovely to see you. Valerie Bullock, followed by J.P. Peterson, then Allison Hewitt, and Elvis Piggott.
Hello again, Valerie Bullock, Tampa, Florida, Hillsborough County. I got to say that because I know a lot of people getting up here talking. They're not even from the area. I was on AI last night, and I did analysis of the battery, which is in Atlanta, and it said the tax revenue growth from the development, it said taxable property values in the district, it did jump from $5 million to $557 million by 2024. And then I asked it what was the economic gains from it. But most of the economists, including J.C. Bradbury from Kennesaw State, he said that much of the spending inside the district shifts money away from other local businesses instead of creating brand new economic activities. And the cost to the taxpayer, critical studies estimate that public debt payments and operational costs leave a yearly shortfall of around $15 million, meaning the stadium project still places a financial burden on local taxpayers. The regional growth, it says that suggests that property value growth near the stadium matches normal regional trends rather than proving a special stadium bonus. I'm against this, and the reason why I'm against it, they did extend East Tampa CRA, but with zero funding. We don't want an extension in years without the extension with the money. We need money. And if you want to get serious about Jackson Heights, Belmont Heights, and Sulphur Springs, you need to attach dollars over there. And that is not happening. Everywhere else, places grow. And I like the idea of extending East Tampa CRA because we've been fighting for it over 15 years. But it's useless to extend it and don't put no funding with it. And Sulphur Springs should have been included as part of the negotiating deal also. Sulphur Springs do not have a CRA. Downtown and Channel Side, both of them CRAs need to be sunsetted because they don't need no more money. But we do need it in Sulphur Springs, and I don't like the idea because Sulphur Springs was left out. So it's like really you're not trying to help the slum and the blight. You just threw in East Tampa, symbolic. And another thing, the Rays took the affordable housing out of the misused development. It'll be misused development, but no affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for FYI, we've got about 40 minutes of, if everybody takes all their time, we have 40 more minutes. JP Peterson, Allison Hewitt, Elvis Piggott, Karen, Saroch. JP Peterson, start with your name, please.
JP Peterson. Thank you, Council, for having us here again today on this historic day where the choice is clear. We can do something that provides the absolute gold standard for the public-private enterprise in building a stadium and vote yes, or we can vote no and be chasing something like this for our entire lifetime. My worthy predecessor here talked about the Atlanta Battery. I was there when that whole thing went down, and all these same arguments were made about it, and all these same economic studies were brought out. I too went on AI last night and showed that Cobb County is making up close to $11 million a year. Their debt service is $6 million. They've been making plus money on this deal for a long, long time. They turned a grove of trees into $40 million worth of tax revenue every year, and that's a proven model, and that's what we want to do here. So all these economic videos that we're doing using decades old data are absolutely useless because this is the new trend in stadiums. This mixed-use project and what the Rays are bringing here, $1.4 million in investment in just the stadium. How come nobody's talking about what they're bringing to the table? We're talking about what the public has. And by the way, your contribution in the city is 3% of this deal, and you're getting 35% of the community benefits. I'd say that's a pretty good deal. I also want to talk about bringing us all together, because I've been covering sports for 30 years in this market, and I've watched the boat parades. I've been there for the Bucks Super Bowl. I've been there for the Lightning winning 2 cups, and bringing people together in that way is unlike anything we ever do. The civic pride that a baseball team brings is unlike anything that we can do in this city. And I would tell you this, for all those people that don't want to give money to billionaires, I got news for you. They're going to take their money right down the road to Orlando, and they're going to enjoy all the benefits while we have to drive I-4 to see the Rays play. More than anything, this is about visionary. This is about being visionary and showing leadership in this moment. We can nitpick all the little things in this bill, and this isn't right, and this isn't right, and what if this happens, and what if this doesn't happen? You will be paralyzed by inaction if this is the way you look at it. Paralysis by analysis. Make a bold choice today. Say yes, vote yes, and come party with us on the boat for the World Series championship. Myself, Junior Caminera, Jonathan Aranda, I think Mr. Babby will be there as well, and we can celebrate this as a community. Go Rays.
Thank you, JP. Allison, Elvis, and then Karen. It's either Jarek or Sarah. I can't tell. Allison, you start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Allison Hewitt, third generation resident of East Tampa. Feel like I'm going to beat a dead horse here, and was feeling really happy when, unfortunately, when the city council was upset when they got the information at the last minute about the budget and had to make the decision. It's something that, especially in the East Tampa CRA, we've been begging to make sure that we have the information ahead of time, so we're not coming here with emotions, we're coming here with research and actual intelligent arguments for or against an issue. And so I would like to ask to make sure the city attorney is able to state on the record whether the timing and the manner of all the materials released it satisfies the city's obligation under 286.011 and 286.0114, and any applicable city charter ordinances and the public right for meaningful participation. So that was the first thing. The next thing on my issue is that several people has touched on, as y'all know, East Tampa, third generation from East Tampa. We need to really make sure that we have an extension that's not just an extension in name only, and that the funds that are contributed by the county is very important. And so that time will, because East Tampa is finally moving forward. We have an incredible manager who is finally making sure that he is in the community, talking to the community, making sure every step of the way we're doing progress. I want to also mention Drew Park. I've been attending meetings there, as well as walking door to door with the chair of the CAC. We just need to make sure that as we are so excited about a potential Rays Stadium, that we do not dismiss the incredible Drew Park community. That we do not we have anti-displacement plans put in there. They're not in the community benefits agreement, but they should be. We need to make sure that we are making sure that an area that has been historically overlooked is now not completely beat down by the 1,000-pound giant that's coming in the area. Want to also make sure the housing, as we have seen, as we're doing affordable, attainable workforce housing around the city, we have given more funding towards the 80%. It has been a real fight to make sure we have equitable funding for 30%. We want to make sure that we keep an eye on that as well. And the last thing is the CRA accountability. We need to make sure that as the funding is going through, that we are potentially create a dashboard like you did recently with the be able to track the projects. We need to be able to track how this money goes as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Allison. Next speaker is Elvis, followed by Karen, Gary Dolgen, Brett Givos, and Linda Taylor.
How you doing, Council? I'm Elvis Piggott, pastor here at Tampa for 20 years, and I've listened to the discussion. My story haven't changed. I think that it's very interesting, it's very nice. I want to most definitely give great respect and honor to the owner of the Rays. Ken Babby has did phenomenal with just our conversations. My heart goes out. I listen and I watch people put their kids up to watch the Rays game, and how the Rays Stadium has made such a great impact with their kids' life. But I want to talk about, when I talk about what about our youth, our children, our tomorrow. The Rays know what they're going to get. Tampa know what they're going to get. But our young people, do they know what they're going to get? And when we look and I see that some of our kids, I was fortunate this year to take 46 kids over to the Busch Stadium when they had the back-to-school event. And when those kids go in, the only time they've been in the stadium is to look in the stadium to get free book bags, to be at wow, to see what it looks like. And I think at the end of the day, while we're talking about building a stadium, while that may be phenomenal, while that may be nice, while that would be great, I would really like our youth to be the focus. When we talk about the future, we talk about our young people. We talk about the future, our young people in trouble. I got a 33-year-old that's a mother of four, single mother, that just on Tuesday, her mom called me because she tried to commit suicide and take her own life. And her words after I got to the hospital was, life is hard. It's not the billionaire's fault that life is hard. It's nobody's responsibility to give out handouts. But what I'm asking for, and I'm so grateful to God that somebody gave me an opportunity. Somebody gave me the exposure to see what else I can have in life. And that's what shaped me to be who I am today. I'm asking that the Rays, I'm asking that Tampa, while we do this, wherever your vote goes today, that you also have the same passion, the same ambition, and the same determination to get security and secure our future. How? Give them exposure, open doors, and make sure that if this stadium is going to be built here, I hope and I will continue to work with Ken Babby to hope and have that opportunity that our young people right in East Tampa, and not just black, not white, I'm talking about our youth in general, need the exposure to know that we cannot continue to watch hope being sucked out of them. We constantly look like our young people have lost the desire to dream. Let's bring it back. Let's not have a lot of grown people come up here and celebrate how they can't wait till the Rays get here. But let's talk about our youth, and let's make sure our youth is excited and protected and knowing that life is not over, that they too can go to HCC and be successful. Our dropouts, young men that's trying to get a second chance to society. I would like to see this make a total round impact to Tampa and not just the ones that can afford it.
Thank you very much. Karen Jaroche, Gary Dolgen, Brett Groves, Linda Taylor, Bob Morrison.
I don't know if y'all can see that, but I was not planning to, my daughter sent me.
Please start with your name.
Oh, sorry, my name is Karen Jaroche, and I was not planning on putting up my grandchildren, my two granddaughters. My daughter sent that to me today. They like ponies and unicorns, so I'm hoping that the city will consider funding their favorite recreational needs. I was here, I had to have my son pick up the daughter. Sometimes I help him pick up my 5-year-old daughter from kindergarten, because we need to make sure that she has good schools and good academics, because she's going to be the one funding this. But I wanted to take, there's been great commentary. Thank you for giving 3 minutes. The county always cuts us off. I wanted to talk to you about the perspective of a business owner in Tampa. 7 years ago, my husband and I emptied our savings to buy property and start a business in Tampa. The city didn't give us the land. It didn't hand us the extra city property next door so that we could turn a bigger profit. The lot that we bought was suitable for what we wanted and not already serving the public as a college campus, a tax collector's office, or a law enforcement headquarters. Our nest egg wasn't big enough to buy this property, so we had to refinance our home and take out another mortgage to buy the property. The city didn't chip in half. It doesn't tax our neighbors for 35 years to make our mortgage payments. When the roof goes, the city isn't coming to fix it. That's what the ordinary business owner gets. That's the treatment the ordinary business owner gets. And we make hard and we work hard and we make it work. The Rays are being offered something else, public land, hundreds of millions of public dollars, not hundreds of millions, well, yeah, hundreds of millions of public dollars and decades of public financing around their private development. If we had been handed that kind of a deal, at least we would have given the public an ownership stake and a share in the revenues. I already pay twice as much in city property taxes as I pay on my home in the county. When City Hall is flush with cash, it finds money for the best connected partners. Ordinary taxpayers get the bill. Vote no on this. When Amendment 3 is on the ballot, vote yes. Take the surplus away from municipalities that enable corrupt deals and allow it to stay instead in the people's pockets. The rush is telling. And I just wanted to leave you, because I have extra time, that I'm not used to getting, with an Aesop's fable. Sing now, dance now, Grasshopper said, as the ant prepared for winter. Will we be ready when winter comes? Your vote today will tell us if you're an ant or a grasshopper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gary Dolgen.
Good afternoon. I'm Gary Dolgen. It's like old times following Karen. We were in homeroom in high school together at Plant High School in 1982. I'm here as a citizen and as a huge Rays fan. We're going into the bottom of the ninth inning now. It looks like it might be a one-vote margin here, just like the Rays have a one-run game. But maybe we ought to go to extra innings. Councilwoman Hurtak, I watched your video this morning, and I was very impressed with it. It brought up some excellent points, and I think that any council person that votes yes on this today, I would like to hear them rebut her video. I want to thank Councilman Carlson for doing an excellent job of negotiating better terms, but I think the terms could even be better. And I want to thank Councilman Miranda for 1996 when he voted no on the Bucks. And he has historical perspective here. But I talk as a Rays fan who has been part of a season ticket group for years, who has taken his son on Rays road trips every year since he was 9 years old. He's now 22. He called me from Washington today and said, "Dad, I really want this deal to go through." And so I said to him, I want to see it go through too, but I want the taxpayers to be protected. And I said to him, you know, Ari, you're still in school. You haven't graduated to being a full-fledged taxpayer yet. So you might have a different perspective when you get a little older. What I would like to see is whenever you enter into a business deal, you're making a contribution, you're getting a stake. Well, what about the taxpayers having some type of equity interest so that you're guaranteed a rate of return? If the team makes a lot of money, how much is their value going to increase if this deal goes through? How much money are they going to make if this deal goes through? Well, the taxpayers should get a percentage of that. I want this deal to go through, but I want the taxpayers to be protected. So I ask all of you who have had a very difficult decision to make. I probably have spoken with 5 of you, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that everyone has had. There's some people that are yes votes, some are no. Protect the taxpayers. Let's get an even better deal than we have right now. If necessary, take it into extra innings, and maybe we can have a walk-off with a victory, both for the city and for the Rays. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Brett, followed by Linda Taylor, followed by Bob Morrison.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Gross. I've been covering this tiring stadium saga on YouTube for the last 10 years, but the story's gone on a lot longer than just 10 years. It's like a TV series where each season gets worse and more predictable. And, rendering after proposal after proposal. But for the first time in this never-ending saga, it seems like we are actually getting there, and it is closer than it has ever been. I live in Wesley Chapel, and it takes a little over an hour every single weekday of the entire season, and that's an issue with the entirety of Pasco County and all the northern suburbs of Tampa. Having this stadium built would be very beneficial for the people of Pasco County and the suburbs as well to access the stadium. And let's not overlook the fact that with USF and UT students who already have to Uber to Ybor City and Soho for bars because there's no walking bars from those campuses, they would give them a good option on weekends to just go out and have fun and have a place to go hang out. As a USF alumni myself, I know I would have loved a place like this when I was a student. But the point really goes to show that all the different opportunities that this development would bring for those all around the region. Additionally, I was just in Atlanta 2 weeks ago, and the nightlife of the Battery and the environment that it creates for the fans and locals is truly remarkable. And the entire time I was there, I was just daydreaming about that could be here. That could be Tampa. That could be our home as well. Imagine how much money in $20 beer sales alone you would get every single game and every bar outside of the stadium. It would be incredible. My final remark here will be, if this fails to get approved and the Rays end up leaving Tampa Bay entirely because of it, we lose this piece of our identity. The TB we wear on our hats, we lose this piece of our identity, and if we lose the Rays, it will only guarantee more people walking around Tampa in Yankees hats, and I know none of us want that. That cannot happen. So do the right thing, vote yes on the stadium. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Brett. Linda Taylor and then Bob. Linda? Hearing none? Linda Taylor? No? Okay, Bob. And then followed by Steve Kona.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Bob Morrison. I am here on behalf of the Hillsborough County Hotel and Lodging Association. In many ways, first, we appreciate what you've been going through because our industry has more than just a casual interest in this funding strategy because, as you all are well aware, over $300 million of tourist tax funds are part of the funding formula. Those funds only come from hotels. No local resident, no property owner, no individual taxpayer has a dime going into that pot. So we've been doing the same analysis that you've been doing on the tourist tax side of the equation. We believe our conclusions have come to the following. Number one, we believe that any time there's an opportunity to review a development that is going to take $100 plus acres from non-revenue producing to revenue producing is worthy of your consideration. Secondly, we are also of the opinion that when we look at how to make this community community respond to the needs of job and job opportunities, we view this combination of stadium and multi-use is a difference maker. I was advised of something today that reinforced another key to our analysis. We did not want to see assets cannibalized. In other words, if you have something that already serves the market, let's not do something else that just replicates. Well, I was advised today that the Women's Final Four, that has been a staple in this community, we in many respects have helped to put them on the map as a go-to, be a part of event, will no longer be able to be here in Tampa because our capacity at Benchmark Arena is not sufficient, not enough seats. What the Rays have done in redesigning the stadium for non-MLB events is where the economic development opportunity rests. We would urge you to give thought to that part of the equation, because that's where the delivery of the economic promise has a potential of taking place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Steve, followed by, if Justin Hall is still in the room, and then Keela McCaskill.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Steve Kona, President and CEO of Associated Builders and Contractors, Florida Gulf Coast chapter, representing 650 construction companies and thousands of skilled workers across the region. And first, I just want to thank the City Council and the Tampa City team for their tremendous amount of work that they've done getting us to this point. This is a huge economic development opportunity that could shape our region for the next 2 decades. From the construction industry's perspective, and let me put that perspective into a little place here, we have 7% of our workforce in Hillsborough County is construction workers. Another 9%, close to 10%, is construction-related activities. We have seen a significant uptick in companies investing in new workers in anticipation of this project. We get 2 to 20 calls a day with high school students coming, wanting to get into the construction trades, and that's because of the interest in projects like this. It's a significant uptick. We train all of our apprentices at our partner, Hillsborough Community College. We've had a long-time partnership with them, over 30 years, and we're excited to be able to continue that partnership and train the best and brightest. And construction doesn't just build stadiums, it builds people, it creates long-term careers, and it grows small businesses. The apprentices that we train today become tomorrow's skilled craft professionals, superintendents, project managers, and many will eventually become owners of their own construction company. Imagine starting your career today as an apprentice, working on the new Ray Stadium, and being able to say the rest of your life, I built that. You guys have that opportunity today as well. That's the kind of opportunity a generational project can create. That's the legacy I hope we remember this project as it's considered. We encourage everyone to support this project. Thank you very much for your attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. And again, for those in the back row, we can hear you. Please, if you want to have and the front row, if you want to have a conversation, please take it out front. Thank you. Okay, Keela, followed by Elijah Llewellyn, and then Brandon Barkley.
Good afternoon, Keela McCaskill. I want to start by thanking you that's been at the forefront of this project, from your videos to keeping your posts, keeping it educational for us in the community. Too often in the years past, development happens to us. We're not as involved. We don't get to talk as much. They tell us what they're going to do in the community. So for those of you that's done that, thank you. I want to also say that this is way more complicated than something I can actually deal with. So somewhere between my city council shero and my city council hero and the rest of you, I'm sure you'll figure it out. What I do know is that when Channelside and Water Street received their money, I was reluctant. I'm coming from the West Tampa side, and I fell in love with the development once they broke ground, once it started. I saw what it could be, and I've been there since 2013. So I've learned to not speak prematurely because I fell in love there, and I've been there ever since. Can't see myself leaving. So like I said, I've been there ever since. So should this move forward, and I support it, one of the things I love the most about this development is how we come down here and complain to you all as city council members, and we talk about what we want and what we don't want. And we for years have asked, well, for the last 2 years when they decided to strip CRA, we asked to extend ours before they do it. You heard that, and you took that opportunity to get the other areas what they wanted. I heard Rick Fernandez come up and say, well, we need ours extended. So if you were going to say yes to this, add the other communities and what they requested, because the city was not interested in listening to us about an extension. They probably not interested in listening to Rick about extending his boundaries. What I will say is use this as an opportunity to negotiate for some of the other areas. And now all of a sudden, because they want this stadium, they'll listen to us and give us the other things we want. So lay it on thick, add everything we want in this deal. And I also want to thank the CBA. I want to thank you all, but I also want to thank the Rays for letting me dump all the stuff that we don't get typically in a deal when it happens. When Water Street happened, we didn't get everything we wanted. We didn't even get to participate. But he's allowed us to share some of the concerns outside of the deal. When they mention the youth, there's concerns with the youth. I met a president, the team, like they are concerned with all the things beyond what's on the CBA agreement. So I want to thank them for being very forthcoming, sitting down, listening to me. You know how I can get. So listening to me and all the things that I wanted to share, I appreciate that. So while this is a very complicated decision, it's in your hands. I support what you all come up with, and I just hope that they continue to do what they've been doing. They've been in the community, talking to the people, asking what we wanted, wrote it down, re-shared it, put the information, and I have no doubt that they'll do what's right on that end, in addition to the CBA agreement, but I want you to make sure they do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Keila. Okay, is Elijah Fluellen in the room? Elijah? Okay, very good. Start with your name, please. You have 3 minutes.
Elijah Fluellen. I come before you today to say that the Rays Stadium project can be monumental for this region because it provides limitless opportunities to be something. A living example among many more in the Tampa Bay area that we love to call home. I love this area and this baseball team for far too much to not speak my piece with this wonderful development, to have witnessed it firsthand, both on the business and entertainment sides, to tell you that this is the group to lead the charge for the next generation of scholars, dreamers, doers, and Rays fans at the corner of North Dale Mabry and West Tampa-Ybor Boulevard. I turned 30 last Friday. People have been asking me since middle school, where are the Rays going to play next? I hope with today's vote that we get more clarity as to where and when. And I'll close with this. There's a whole damn stable of supporters willing to So a whole damn stable of supporters around the Tampa Bay area and beyond that are ready to support this ballpark development. Thank you for your time and work. God bless and raise up.
Thank you, Elijah. Okay, the remaining speakers are Brandon Barkley, Andy Scaglione, Susan Swift, Jamie Jones, Fran Tate, and Jade Scott. Brandon, start with your name.
Brandon Barclay, President, Tampa PBA. Council, as you know, I meet with dozens and dozens of organizations every year. I'm told promises from all these organizations, all these politicians. We reached out to the Rays. We told them what our concerns were from a public safety standpoint. They addressed each and every one of those through multiple meetings. If you have a no vote on council today because you individually have a problem with the Rays, the problem lies with you. You are the elected officials. You are the people who are supposed to be reaching out, voicing your concerns on behalf of the public. You tell them what their concerns are, and they either comply and address those concerns or they don't. If you have concerns today that are unaddressed, you have nobody to blame but yourselves. So I'm asking for a vote in favor of this today. Again, we've spoken with Fire, and I'm not going to speak on their behalf. I know that Mr. Babby addressed my concerns. I know he addressed Fire's concerns about all kinds of issues, about structural issues, transportation issues. Obviously, everybody here sitting behind me that is Westshore Alliance, Hillsborough College, they've all came out and voiced this opinion. You've had months and months to state your concerns to the Rays. If you still don't have an answer, then I'm hoping you're willing to publicly say today, when you vote no on this, that this is the reason why I personally voted no on it. What is the exact reason, and were they given the opportunity to address it? If the answer to that's no, it's all smoke and mirrors. So, again, I come from a profession where we have to make life and death decisions in a split second. To say that we need more time on this is laughable. We've sat here I've been at least 3 meetings going on 30 hours of just chewing over the same thing over and over and over and over. Please get to a vote. Please do it quickly. Everybody here would like to go home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Andy Scaglione, followed by Susan Swift. Is Susan in the audience? She left, okay.
Good afternoon. Actually, I'm really excited about this.
Start with your name.
Andy Joe Scaglione.
Thank you.
And again, I'm really excited about the Rays coming to Tampa. I grew up in West Tampa, played baseball most of my life in West Tampa Little League. I'm really happy and appreciate that y'all, the CIT, is not being used for part of this. Y'all kept your word with the voters, which is very important, unlike our friends in the county. I knew it would, I kind of felt good about it when I saw the letter written on June 4th, 2024, and I saw the signature behind it was John Bennett. With his integrity, I knew it would work out. He would do the right thing. I do have a problem with the incremental dedication schedule with no assurances on the development timeline, and also the TIF provision, which is actually a rebate. None of us in this audience, when we pay our properties, get a rebate at the end of the year for what we paid. So in essence, we're paying with our own dollars. And most pro formas, I've reviewed probably, in my 41 years in business, probably over 1,000 pro formas, and I can say this, most of them are wrong, okay? So just don't, without crawbacks or assurances, don't go on pro formas. You will be disappointed. There was a council member that put out a post last night that said 62.9% private, 37.1% public. Actually, that's not correct. When you include the $300 million of interest that nobody talks about regarding the TDT, tourist tax, and you put in the land, those ratios aren't correct. Main thing I'm very disappointed about is the community benefit agreement that came out 36 hours ago. On March 10th, 2026, we were all at Councilman Young, Miranda, 2 county commissioners, Harry Cohen and Myers. We were at the Jefferson High School, and we were assured by the Rays, Mr. Babby, that there'd be a much affordable housing at the district baseball area, and mainly because those people are going to work there, and Ms. Nadja wanted a live, work, and play environment. So far, I have not seen that, and we need to really work on this, because once you vote on this, this is a binding agreement. You have no leverage. So I'm relying on y'all to actually delay this until you get this settled, and this is really, really important for the people that can't speak for themselves, that need this affordable housing very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a Jamie
And I loved your
Jones?
video, by the way.
Jamie Jones, is there Jamie Jones in the house? Okay, yes, you're up. And is there Jade Scott? Jade Scott? No? Okay. So we've got Jamie Jones, and then Fran Tate is gonna close us out. If you were, oh, Michael Randolph will be online.
For dinner.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
All right.
Start. Everybody, hey, Andy.
All right.
Everybody.
Jamie Jones, I'm the president of the West Tampa Heights Neighborhood Association. I'm an urban planner, run a civil team, yada, yada, professional credentials. So these are the things that I think haven't been said so that I don't repeat everyone else. West Tampa Heights won't hate you guys about the outcome of this vote. We're going to respond about what happens after, right? And really, it's your successors who are gonna have to deal with this, and the taxpayers, right, for 65 or 35 years, like everyone has already said. I am disappointed that there's no community benefits agreement being voted on at the same time. I have extremely low confidence in a community benefits agreement being enforceable without being part of this current vote. At the very least, I thought that Councilwoman Young would get a carve-out of affordable housing. Some of this donated land should surely be donated straight to the Tampa Housing Authority. This development is not Water Street. This isn't downtown. My area is low density, low income, lower income, and has a very suburban roadway infrastructure. That's going to make things difficult to get out what you think you're going to get out of it. No one is talking about what happens immediately after this deal is approved. No one has explained what has to happen to help the Rays build as much as possible, as quickly as possible. I wish everyone could be clear that the goal here should be to minimize the amount of land that is dedicated to cars and maximize the amount of land that goes to sales tax generating retail and commercial uses, cutting out so many other things about education and very, very localized benefits that need to be part of this. And the residents and business owners around this development should be scared shitless at the words, build as much as possible, as quickly as possible. Best case, the city will be forced to upzone our area to bring in more people to patronize the businesses that we intend to build, or at least the retail spaces that we intend to build. And also, best case, the city will be forced to invest in transit so that people can get to our area without driving. Otherwise, our area is just going to continue to be parking lots. Parking lots, parking lots, parking lots. That's it. And then the last thing I'll say is, I'm scared about the U.S. bond market right now. I hope everyone else is paying attention to that. It is your responsibility to make sure that the U.S. manages our debt load the way it should. And I know we're just a little part of the U.S., but still, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Fran Tate, followed by Michael Randolph.
Good afternoon, Council. I am Fran Tate, 21-year community leader of East Tampa, member of the East Tampa Community Advisory Committee of the East Tampa CRA, 4 years. Transparency, accountability, experience, wisdom, knowledge, understanding. As you requested, Chair Clendenin, I won't repeat the words of Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Johnson, Lieutenant United States Navy. I won't repeat the words of Ms. Valerie Bullard, community member of East Tampa. I won't repeat the words of Ms. Allison Hewitt, East Tampa resident. I'm just going to say I'm in agreement with everything each one of them said. Remember, 2044 as it relates to the East Tampa CRA, 2044. Little bit disappointed that Silver Springs was not included in this deal, in this discussion. Thank you all so very much for your hard work. We know you're going to do the right thing. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Fran. Michael Randolph, you are our last public speaker today. Bring it home.
Actually, it's almost good evening. Thank you very much. So my name is Michael Randolph, and with the West Tampa CDC. Let me start off by saying that we do support in theory and in concept the deal that's before us. The final deal will get a hard yes from us once the numbers are worked out. Cities that got these type of deals right have three things in common: a fixed dollar figure, hard percentage set aside, and a standing public body that keeps check after the ribbon is closed, after the ribbon ceremony is all over. Starting with the strongest examples The FC Cincinnati West End deal totaled about $600 million, building specific number rather than goals. In that deal, they committed $100,000 a year for youth soccer, $100,000 for immediate housing needs, and $25 an hour minimum wage for workers, as well as 25% set aside for minority business. Columbus went even further, committing over $50 million with a firm 20% affordable housing unit requirement built into a 855-unit development near the stadium. Buffalo Bills deal is the strongest model for ongoing accountability. Instead of one lump sum commitment, it created a community benefit oversight committee that meets monthly in public, tracking workforce diversity, living wage, food diversity, insecurity, and education. This oversight structure is the one that we need for Tampa. The centerpiece of this proposal is the community benefit agreement. The first legally binding commitment of this kind was established in West Tampa as part of the Rome Yard project, a two-part agreement, one part for the city and one part for the West Tampa CDC. Under the agreement, we received an office and a training center for the West Tampa Technology, Wealth Building, and Job Creation Center, creating the creation of 80 AI resident-owned businesses and up to 30 home-based businesses with Web3 financing to provide capital to the so-called unbankable. Our model isn't DEI. It is a MEI, that is merit, intelligence, and excellency. By AI analysts, it appears to be the first of its kind, combining community development, entrepreneurship, artificial intelligence, and the Web3 technology, rather than relying on grants.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. Your time's expired, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you for sticking with us all day. Okay, that concludes public comment. This is now an opportunity for council members to pontificate.
Can you just tell us what the process will be now? Do we each
So
speak twice? Or
this is what the process is. We'll go through, this is the council's opportunity. One at a time, we'll go through and you can say what you have to say. If you still have any questions, although we've passed that period, but now after public comment, why do we have this feedback in the mics? This is weird. We'll have if you have any questions and if the staff is still available, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be able to have that opportunity to do it. Let's try to keep it contained and not repeat ourselves. But yeah, this is our opportunity as I told Councilman Miranda earlier today, it wasn't the time to pontificate, but now is your time to pontificate. I have a statement I'm going to read, and that's all I'm going to do.
yeah, can I just make a suggestion that we're not going to convince each other to change our minds? So if we could just each take 2 rounds max and not spend a lot of other time.
I think that's a wise decision. I'm only going to take one bite of that apple. I'm going to take 1 round. So if anybody, I'll start. If anybody wants, unless somebody else wants to. Do you have questions? Councilwoman Young, go ahead.
Thank you. Alrighty, so Attorney Shepherd, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking with us. So I have a question, and it was brought up a few times during the public comment regarding the CRA extensions, particularly with the county not contributing to the CRA. Could you speak about that, please?
Well, I can speak about it with the caveat that I have not discussed any of this with the county, and I'm going totally off the paper. And unfortunately, as some of you know, and maybe some of you don't, the paper changed from this morning at 8-something in the morning till last night when I sent you the memo with the draft that I had been given at 6:32 p.m. But in the original papers that I sent last night, are y'all able to hear me?
Yes.
There's a little bit of a reverberation.
Yeah.
Could he speak more into a microphone or something?
Could you speak a little bit more into the microphone?
Is this any better? I'm trying to get closer to it. If not, I can change to a different device. Do you want me to try it on my phone or something? I'll do whatever you ask.
Are you like in a room with an echo?
No, I'm in the same room I'm always in, but I can certainly try calling in on my phone if that'll help. I just
think
don't know.
Julia Mandel can answer this question.
Well, hi, Julia Mandel, County Attorney. Sorry, I was just coming back over when I heard there was an issue with the, and let me make sure I characterize what your question is, Councilwoman, so that I can properly have that conversation with the county administration, because I'm going to need to get back with them, and we'll get an answer very quickly here. But what I understand your concern is it only relates, I think, to the East Tampa CRA. Is that correct?
I'm seeing right here, it says the county will not appropriate or pay any increment to the redevelopment trust fund for each such community redevelopment area. And then it was brought up about 3 times during public comment that the county would not be contributing to the CRAs past the sunset deadline.
Right now, the way it works, and you probably all know this, but again, I'm trying to catch up to where we are right now. We have specific end dates for all of the CRAs. Like, for example, West Tampa, I think, is 2043. I think East Tampa is 2034. And so what the county is willing to do, I'm sorry?
Attorney Shepherd, you have to mute yourself, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So what we were willing to put into this initial conversation, because keep in mind, you still have a lot of steps you need to take to get there, is that the county would agree to the extension, which, you know, we might not agree or we might not agree anyway. We're agreeing now to the extension, but we're not agreeing to put in any increment. That doesn't mean during the process a conversation can't happen, but as we stand right here, we're not agreeing to put in for those extensions any increment. And I think we need to all understand that going through a process of extension would be taking place on each one of these. We're just having that conversation now versus having that conversation later. And for as we stand right now, those are the ones that we're saying, we're fine if you want to go ahead and extend them, but the county is not willing to put in any of its increment for that extension. So, but again, we would still have an opportunity to have that conversation through an entire separate process. We're sort of previewing where we live right now. The only thing I can do if we want to have a different conversation is talk to the county administrator and see. But that's why I just wanted to make sure I understood. Are we talking about East Tampa? I think we are agreeing to some increment on the extension of Drew Park, but East Tampa, we did discuss West Tampa, but we went ahead and took out the extension on that. That goes till 2043. There's a lot of time to have those conversations and have that thoughtfulness. So I just want to make sure I understand where your issue is so I can properly ask the question.
How much does the county contribute to
Right
East
now,
Tampa CRA?
to which one?
East Tampa.
That's a question I'm going to need to get some information on. I just simply do not have it as I sit here. So if what you want me to convey to the county administrator is that question, how much is it? And where she stands on that, I'm happy to do that, and it'll just take me a few minutes to get that information.
But Director McCray, I think he would know the answer to that question.
You might.
Good afternoon, Cedric McCray, Tampa CRA Director. Currently, the county contribution is 80% to the East Tampa TIF.
Okay.
80% of their
80%.
TIF.
Correct.
It's our, yeah, our increment. Do you know?
So
how
the county
much
gets 20, they give 80.
from the county's income?
city.
No, that's
No, the city, we're getting 100%. They're just out. Yeah, the cities, so,
So there are two separate ones.
Right.
There's the city and the county.
County,
So the
yes.
city gives 100%, the county gives 80%, and now they would be giving nothing.
Right. That's
But
what
I
I
do want to make it
figured.
clear, that conversation would have to happen on any extension. So there's two pieces of this. One, whether or not the county is agreeing to the extension, and two, whether or not the county is going to provide any of its increment. And so even if you do nothing today and, you know, it's silent on those issues and we aren't having that conversation, there has to be a conversation at some point in the future to allow for those extensions. So we're just previewing that right now where the county is. But like I said, I can get in touch with the county administrator and see if there's someplace else that she can go on that. But keep in mind, she'd have to run numbers, so it'd be hard for her to figure that out at this moment, but she probably can because she's really good at math and I am not really good at math. So why don't I go and try and have that conversation with her and you guys can continue your deliberation. You guys, I apologize. You all can continue your deliberation and see where we are.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Oh, Celine, do we have the timer on?
I thought we were just doing questions.
We are, but I'm just still timing it out, so. Okay, very good. Councilman Carlson and Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yeah, just to respond to that real fast too, Mr. McCray, you don't have to have a schedule of, where did he go? Do you happen to have the schedule of the drop-off of the CRAs? Because some of them are zero already, but the way the county works is that they drop off over time. You have that?
Yes.
And so what the county is saying is that they're okay sticking to this deal until it would have normally ended. So like in East Tampa 2034 or whatever it was, they're okay keeping with whatever they promised here. It's just the part after that. And if Chair Young would like to make a motion to get that forward on the East Tampa one, I'd be happy to support it and see if the county would support it. What I would like to do is just respond to a few things that were mentioned in public comment and then make a statement the second round. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, it is.
I don't know which chair I'm.
Perfectly appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, I said this before, but several people mentioned Amendment 3. This land has no property taxes on it right now. And so even when we talk about the tax revenue sharing in the future, there's no property taxes today. So we don't put in the $80 million loan, there's no money to take back anyway. So that's our choice, do we want it or not? But there's no base, there's most likely no homesteaded property, and so there's no taxes going to come in and go away. And so the big challenges would be the slowed growth of the commercial property from 10% to 5%. But we're not taking the 80 million as a loan. It's not CIT anymore. Before it was CIT, and we would have been taking it out of fire trucks and police cars. We're not doing that now. And so if there's a big reduction on the city side, we won't have taken more money. In fact, after 10 years, we'll have money that we'll be able to put back. Also, several people mentioned economic impact. I don't believe in economic impact numbers either. As I said earlier, there are people that pay for positive economic impact numbers, and there are people that pay for negative economic impact numbers. I don't believe either one of them. I've gone through both of them. They're both biased by the models they put together. Why is it that Republicans and Democrats can go through the same math and come back with different answers? It's because of the different perspectives they have. It's not just the math. There's not a single answer to these things. Also, some folks mentioned the TIF and the CDD and about transparency. The reason the TIF and the CDD are there is for transparency. Because what other deals have done in the past is they've given money to a developer, and then you don't have any public insight into it at all. None of this money from the city is going to the raise. None of it is going to the raise. It's going to a CDD, Community Development District, that will be reviewed by the public. You will be able to pull public records whenever you want. You'll be able to sit in the meetings, and the money is restricted that it can only go to public sector infrastructure that will be owned by the city, county, or state. Just like the Strat Center, for example. It's owned by the city. They make improvements on it. We still own it. We talked about East Tampa. East Tampa is still going to have whatever city money is promised all the way through. Nobody's taking away the city money. The city will still pay 100% all the way through the extension. The only question is the county, not the city's contribution. So that's all I have right now.
Okay. Councilwoman Hurtak, followed by Councilman Bureau, then Councilman Miranda.
Yes. Yeah, so I have a quick question for the county, or for our city attorney. Thank you. And Ms. Sharf, if you want to put up the email from the required maintenance costs, that's kind of what I'm talking about here.
Oh, I don't have it.
That's okay. Here,
Sorry.
you can. So I emailed you last night about this particular section of the, which I think is the current one. Can you just go ahead and put that on the Wolf? So I emailed you yesterday about the having to pay for the maintenance costs. This is in section 3.8, subsection 8, subsection IV, where it says that The incremental interlocal agreement will include covenants by the county and city to fund certain capital maintenance and repairs to the ballpark from legally available funds. In addition to and not in lieu of any funding received from the county contribution amount or the city contribution amount. When I asked you about it, you said that the city and county will be on hook for extra capital maintenance costs. Is that correct?
Not on the hook. The increment can be used for that.
Yes.
That's what I meant. It's
Yes,
not-
but
it's
we,
not- hold
but
on.
in
I mean,
there,
I'll
it
answer-
simply says that we still have to pay for maintenance and, maintenance costs.
No, the increment, okay, let's make sure we're on the same page. The increment interlocal agreement, which is going to be between the city, the county, and the CDD, will allow that increment to be used for CapEx expenses. But that doesn't mean we have to in any way be obligated beyond the increment.
So I don't think that's clear in here, so I'd like to make it clearer by
Okay,
adding
yeah.
of any type of sentence to make that clearer. That simply says, no additional funds from city or county can be requested.
Well, they could be requested, but we're not.
Well, I mean, will be provided.
Fine.
Just a nice simple sentence added to that.
Understood.
And then you said also that there's no penalties if the Rays don't use that
Yeah.
money, or the CDD doesn't use that money for maintenance.
And since then, I followed up, and there's going to be a operations agreement. And okay, so I agree that this agreement does
Okay.
not address penalties or details on their obligations for maintenance. I agree with that. But since then, and I did talk to Kelly, that there's other agreements. There's going to be an operating agreement primarily between the county and the Rays organization on the details of their obligations for maintenance to keep it up. So it's going to be in the operations agreement, which will be with the county. It's not going to be with us.
So we have to wait and hope that they agree to that in their
No,
operations.
they have to agree. It's required. The operations agreement is required.
Yeah, but they don't have to agree in the operations agreement.
They're going to have to agree to maintain, that's the whole point.
Oh, okay, thank you. So that's my first question. And the other question remains, you can take that off, Ms. Sharp. The other question remains about the CBA. First of all, the fact that we don't have one, we just have a piece of paper that says what they hope to do, but there's no promise to it. There's also no amount listed. And so if there's no amount listed, I understand that the county, you said earlier that the county is the one that's going to argue over that. But I don't want that space left blank if this moves forward. So I'm going to recommend no less than $75 million.
That's up to the city council.
So I'll just throw that out there as my suggestion. I just don't think we should leave that blank because it could be $10,000. So I think that we should put no less than whatever we think it should be. Therefore, if this passes today, the county has to at least have something that's more than $10,000. So that's going to be my recommendation. So those are my only questions and stuff around that. So that's it.
Councilman Vieira, followed by Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. And general statements permissible at this time?
Yes.
I would assume so. So thank you very much. Again, you know, I've spoken a lot on this before at prior meetings. I just wanted to address some points. I always say this a lot in city council because I always said it for probably 20 years in my cases in litigation, which is there's a lot of things in life that are black and white, right and wrong, and then there's other things, many things that have gray. I think it's important that when you are arguing for something to acknowledge the gray and acknowledge the detriment that something has, even if you support something. You know, first you start off with a proposition, the idea this is probably the biggest vote we're going to take up here as elected officials. Maybe Councilman Miranda may have had a couple of others throughout his time, you know, but you have to acknowledge the good as well as the bad. For me, for reasons that I'll explain, I think the good far outweighs the bad. I'll talk about both because, again, I think you have to be transparent. First off, when you talk about some of the changes that we've seen, I think it's important that for me, this sort of talks about why four of us, I'll talk about my own vote, voted to keep this alive, voted to not walk away. Because the issue wasn't being married to a particular set of terms that were on the table. The issue is, should we walk away and end discussions? That was it. So I think that the improvements that we've seen, and I'll talk about some of those things that I think are very commendable, I think are supportive of that vote. There's a lot of good things that we should be celebrating and talking about here. Number one is that for a stadium deal of almost $2.4 billion, this is something that's pretty fiscally sound. Almost 2/3, about 63% of this is going to be from the private sector. And I know there's been some discussions on that in public comment. That's a pretty big success. The loan's going to be paid off from revenue from the project. You're going to be talking about the community benefits agreement, something that we're going to be dealing with if this goes forward. That's going to have a lot of advancements for the community. Councilwoman Young has talked about a lot of issues that are very close to my heart. This is our big chance to affect change on issues involving mobility, public safety, youth empowerment, apprenticeships, and so forth, other things. Some of the CRA changes that have been proposed, Councilman Carlson, I think, has done a great job on a number of issues, including that. You take a look at the fact that Drew Park is protected. That's something that's very important. I'll talk about Drew Park very briefly in a little bit. East Tampa expanded. The downtown Tampa CRA being capped. We've heard about that. I've always supported that. Councilman Carlson's always led on that. I've always supported his efforts. I think that's something that's so important. I've always been passionate about the fact that I voted against some big projects in the downtown CRA because I don't think they passed the muster test on whether or not we would have spent it in downtown as opposed to other parts of the city, right? Downtown CRA is still going to have money. If there's parts of northern downtown that are still blighted, then let's spend it over there, okay? But capping it is just common sense, and that's something aside from this deal that should happen, but it's something that's going to support this deal. This is a good deal for the city of Tampa. You've got about $750,000 coming from Hillsborough County, about $1 billion coming from Hillsborough County, about $250 million coming from the state of Florida, all spent within city limits, all within city limits for this development. And our ask is something that, comparatively speaking, about 3 to 4% of the total project is very less than modest in comparison. This process has been extremely inclusive. When the Rays first came and talked about an April deadline, I said, that'll never happen, okay? April, May, that'll never happen. I would never support that. What we've seen has been something that has been very inclusive. We saw Mr. Brandon Barclay from Tampa Police Benevolent Association. We've heard from firefighters. As Mr. Stocco said with Tampa firefighters, first responders have been given a place at the table to be heard. They've been given a place at the table. That's something that's very important. They've met with, we saw Mr. Kona here from ABC. They've met with the Central Labor Committee, the local AFL-CIO, and with the skilled trades community. And we're also working on meetings with HART if this is something that should go forward. So public safety has been given a very big priority with a prospective move of District 1, right, from its location now into this development, having a Tampa Fire Station substation presence, in this development. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the past that we've done. And you know what? I'll finish my other remarks in my second round.
Okay, very good. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I sit in the middle of this. To my west is Drew Park. To my east is the neighborhood of West Tampa Heights. Both of them are going to suffer. We're cutting out Drew Park and giving them what's not going to be the CDD. Am I correct so far? So Drew Park has been working and getting it done, and now that they have an opportunity to get income, you're no good for us anymore. We're going to take over that land, and it's going to be something else. What a country. That's what divides a country, not unites a country. When you look at these things and you say, how does this happen? It happens because we let it happen, not because we want it to happen. It's the elected official's responsibility to do and act as you see it best for the city of Tampa, not for myself or yourself. So all these things are going on. Did they meet with everyone? You damn right. I would have done the same thing too if I wanted to do something right. So I admire Mr. Baker for doing what he did. However, when you look at this, and Drew Park is there waiting to be something better, and now we cut them out and say, you know, you're no good for us anymore. You figure it out. Who's going to get the traffic? Anyone here is going to get the traffic in the board that's here today? More than likely not. But Drew Park is going to be inundated with traffic. There's not 12 games or 15 games like there is at Ray Stadium, at the Buck Stadium. There's 81 home games. Some are at night, some are during the day, and they're gonna be inundated between that and the other side and the concerts. How much is this neighborhood gonna be able to hold? And they get, look, Zappo for it. Get out of my way, little boy, the big guys are coming in. I'm not against anything, but when I look at this, how would you feel if you lived in Drew Park or you lived in West Tampa? I don't see anybody say I'm happy in the audience. They get nothing, nada, zero, for what they've done for this city. And I'm gonna sit here and listen to this? What is a CDD? Can anybody tell me? It was your idea. Tell me what a CDD does. Yes, sir.
It's a community development district. It's usually used to build out infrastructure, and usually it's used in greenfield areas, but we've also used it, at least in one case, in the urban area. And in this case, it's being used to be a pass-through for the funding to pay for the infrastructure that will then be owned by the community. But it's a government entity that is subject to public records and sunshine.
I was raised in Ybor City. I have a different opinion. It's getting paid with your own money, washing the money and giving you your money back. That's what it is. It makes no difference to me what I say, because what I say is what I mean, exactly what I say. If it was a regular deal, the taxes would come like Midtown or Westshore is going to be directly to you. Midtown pays, like I said earlier, $8 million a year in taxes. This is altogether different. It goes into the CDD, and they give you the money back to you that you're supposed to get in taxes as payment. There's a difference to some degree. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. I guess I'm right, no correction. So what am I doing here? Who's benefiting from this? Not the people in Drew Park, not the people in West Tampa. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. In regards to the community benefits agreement, it was released Tuesday night, a very lengthy list. How enforceable is that, Mr. Steady? Since it's not in the document, does this have to go through the county and then in the future it comes back to us?
We haven't agreed to it. We haven't negotiated. It's not negotiable. What needs to happen is we need to negotiate a community benefits agreement. That's just their proposal as far as I'm concerned. Well, it is. It's their proposal. But once the number's established, we get 35%, we need to come back with a community benefits agreement. We need to negotiate it.
And then can we, when we say negotiate, can we say we want to allocate 100% to this or 25% to this, and that we can
Whatever you want.
customize it as we wish, correct?
It's your agreement.
Okay. Okay, so, you know, we've talked about the CIT, I've talked about the CIT, we've talked about Amendment 3. Amendment 3 is very dangerous because what's coming on the ballot, should it pass, could be catastrophic. It'll be $35 million the first year off the city. At the county level, it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars, from my understanding. And in that, since this is a multi-jurisdiction agreement, CIT is being used, not here, but over there. And the hits of what Amendment 3 does and the loss of revenue is very significant. I'm concerned, not that I'm against this development, I wish that the timing was different because we don't know what's coming. A storm that's coming that it may not even pass. It needs 60%, but the hit that we get as a municipality and as a county and as a state is going to be catastrophic. Those are the words that I've seen, those are the words that I've heard. Dangerous, catastrophic. So I have a lot of concerns. I commend the organization for all their work because they've really been out there. They've met with everybody. They've talked with everybody, or almost everybody. And they've made a lot of changes from May until today. But I just have this concern of what's going to happen in November. And it's going to be a significant amount of damage that comes to us and to all those around us should it pass. That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna use my time to make just basically my statement of position, because I think we've kind of beaten a dead horse, so. Okay. So let me begin by stating that I've supported this project since the memorandum of understanding. My support has been consistent, public, and deliberate, because I believed from the beginning that this new raised ballpark, together with the development around it, presents a significant opportunity for Tampa. But support was not a surrender. Supporting the project was never meant giving anyone a free pass. It has never meant abandoning scrutiny, accepting weak terms, or placing the interest of private organizations ahead of the people that we represent. We asked very difficult questions. We examined the numbers. We pressed for strong protections. We negotiated improvements, and we insisted that the agreement deliver meaningful value for Tampa. That work made this proposal stronger. I also want to recognize those that helped make this possible. First, for Councilwoman Nia Young. She was one of the early supporters of making sure that we extended the East Tampa CRA. She was one of the first persons that came out swinging about jobs. So she brought that to the table from the very beginning in the negotiations. Councilman Vieira came out strong swinging for folks with disabilities, which he always does. He came out strong for our first responders, our fire and our police, and he worked with the RAISE organization to ensure that all of those groups were protected in this agreement, and which also makes the city of Tampa stronger. And then lastly, Councilman Carlson. A lot of what we see here is we have now been able to rely on Councilman Carlson's business acumen. He was able to identify areas in this agreement that could be improved because he understood the business and the mechanics of it. And he was able to take this agreement and take it from an agreement that was not incentivized to an agreement that was incentivized for development. So a lot of the folks talk about how this thing is going to be built out. The agreement that has been negotiated is an improved agreement because we're going to see they will have incentive to build it out. I also want to acknowledge our partners at Hillsborough County Commission, in particular Commissioner Ken Hagan, and his 20-year quest to retain Major League Baseball in the Tampa Bay area, and the city and county staff who reviewed the legal, financial, and operational details of this agreement. Their work helped protect the public interest and improve the proposal that is before us. After that work, I believe the conclusion is clear. This agreement deserves our support. I'm supporting it because I believe it is in Tampa's best long-term interest. It is not merely a vote on a baseball stadium. It is a vote on whether Tampa is prepared to compete for investments, jobs, housing, education, and opportunity, or whether we're willing to let those opportunities go elsewhere. The final project is approximately $2.36 billion. The RAISE ownership group is committing approximately $1.37 billion, accepting responsibility for all the cost overruns. The city contribution is capped at $80 million. Those facts matter. We're not writing the check or the RAISE a blank check. We're not agreeing to cover cost overruns. We're not assuming responsibility for construction defects. We're not committing to unlimited public funds without conditions, oversight, or accountability. The public contribution is capped. The private investment is substantial. Public dollars are subject to protections before they can be deployed. I want to say that again. The public dollars are subject to protections before they can be deployed. That's not an open-ended giveaway. It is a negotiated public-private investment with defined limits and public safeguards. And the stadium is only part of the opportunity. The larger opportunity is the district around it. A connected, walkable, mixed-use neighborhood with housing, restaurants, retail, hotels, public spaces, transportation improvements, and a reimagined Hillsborough College. The RAISE have also committed to a much larger privately financed development around the stadium, creating the potential for billions of dollars in additional private investment, all within the city of Tampa. That could mean construction jobs, permanent jobs, new businesses, new housing, expanded educational opportunities, and a stronger tax base to help support the services Tampa residents expect and deserve. Now let us address the questions that matter most to taxpayers. What does this agreement mean for Tampa taxpayers? It means the final agreement is materially better than the structure contemplated in the original MOU. The earlier proposal involving the city's community investment tax and the $100 million CRA contribution, it's no longer in the structure before us. Do you mind if I finish this? Okay, I'll finish it on the second round.
Time's up,
This is
you
my
tell
first.
me.
Okay, okay. I will do exactly what I tell Charlie Miranda. You're out of order. I will finish my statement on my second round. Okay, now we are going to second rounds. I believe everybody's had their first. You have your, oh, you haven't had your first yet? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Hurtak. Yeah, you did. You were the first one.
No, I asked a question, and
Oh,
I
that was-
asked if this was
Oh.
gonna be a part, and you said no. So,
Go ahead.
okay, so, Ms. Sharp. This is a Bombardier Global 7500. When it was delivered to its owner 3 years ago, it was the largest and fastest civilian jet in the world. Only Concorde was ever faster. Its list price starts at $80 million, and it costs $4 million a year in operating expenses. It is the primary duty of every legislative body to identify the problems facing their constituents, identify the cause of those problems, and to address those causes by responsibly appropriating money to eliminate those causes. That was true when Aristotle wrote it 2,300 years ago, and it's true today. Which of Tampa's problems is being solved by committing $120 million to a baseball stadium? It's not 80, it's 120. We still have to pay the interest. We were elected to solve problems, not create new ones, like those which will result from us having to borrow money at the worst possible time, interest rate-wise, from canceling planned infrastructure repairs, and that's before the specter of a property tax amendment passing. A comprehensive survey of 120 studies over the last 30 years in the Journal of Economic Surveys came to the following three conclusions. 1, the deep agreement and researching findings demonstrates that sports venues are not an appropriate channel for local economic development policy. 2, even where positive relationships exist, estimated benefits tend to be insufficient to justify the level of subsidies provided. And 3, despite this consensus findings of economic studies that the benefits of hosting professional sports franchises are not sufficient to justify public subsidies, taxpayer funding for these subsidies continues to grow. We have decades of research showing how and why these projects don't create jobs and don't create a significant or sustainable economic boost. The deal currently on the table is a bad one for Tampa taxpayers and workers. The 7 of us today have a fiduciary duty to make wise choices with every Tampaño's tax dollar. The question today is, will the 7 of us recognize that we are ethically and morally obligated to start over and find a better deal for the city we represent and its citizens? Now is the time to prove that Tampa is the smart city. Tampa's the one that finally said no to the surge of forcing taxpayers to subsidize billionaire team owners. I am not anti-stadium. I guarantee you, if we find a better solution, I'll be at more games than anyone else in this room. Consider that it is currently also a blank check to the Rays to maintain and repair the stadium, because it's not, that sentence isn't in there yet, that Tampaños are expected to put up all this money but won't own a share, or that we cede all control over the land development to the county, even though it's literally in Tampa. This is a Bombardier Global 7500. When it was delivered to its owner, Patrick Zalupski, he paid $800 million for it. He spends $4 million a year operating it. Now he says he needs $80 million from us? Or I'm sorry, 80 million.
Councilman Miranda,
You want me to follow that?
your light's on. I don't know, maybe she'll follow your lead and not step foot in the Rays stadium.
Well, listen very carefully. When you look around and you say, well, we're going to get development. Well, from 1996, tell me what new development came in some corner on MLK and Dale Mabry? Anybody have an answer for that? That's what I thought. So we promising they're going to do something. You know, here again, we try to do the best we can with what we have, and I don't blame the Rays for asking. Not at all. Those that are going to support it, and I guess they're going to win 4-3, I can tell now, are going to pound their chest for a little bit of time. But I guarantee you, long haul, the city's going to suffer. Never have I seen any financial statement from the Rays. None. Never have I seen any document from the Rays on the feasibility of paying back any loan. Now, I'm not saying they can't pay it back. I've just never seen it. So what am I doing here? How can you do, this is a loan in a way. How can you vote on something that you don't even know what's going on? All these papers that came in, I didn't see them till Monday afternoon. And then there were some changes made. What business acumen, who would you hire to do the job and not look at what the hell they're looking at to make a decision? Quick, we're in a rush. What do you mean a rush? It's not my responsibility. Your responsibility is to bring me in time so we can digest it. Now the CRA, which some of us wanted to close sometime back or cut it 8 or 10 years away, are being extended. I think I'm playing with kids when I was 3 years old. It's being extended, the ones that we wanted to cut off. For why? I don't know why, but I got an idea. So these are the things that are going on in my mind. It's heartbreaking to see that this city is going to be divided, just like this country. We have one of the finest cities in Florida, and I can go on, but the chair's going to cut me off. I got 10 seconds left. Thank you all for attending.
I'm nicer than y'all. I let her go on.
Yeah, listen, but I'm different. I got no hair like you. So anyway, but thank you all for being here. Whether we agree or disagree, you're still Tampanians.
Okay, guys, let's bring this to an end. So who wants to start?
I have a procedural question.
Go ahead.
Like, are we going to talk about the CRA first?
No, we're going to vote here, and then we'll recess, and then we'll go back to the CRA for the discussion on CRA.
Well, we should do the CRA first, wouldn't we?
Yeah, really.
I think Nia don't want that.
Well, if you vote first, I mean, you don't have to worry about the CRA.
This was our procedure. This is how we.
The changes that we made this morning guarantee that the CRA changes have to be made. So
Correct.
So
we actually don't even have to meet as a
Well,
CRA.
that was my point, is that there's no decision making.
But there's no guarantee that that's going to pass.
But then if it doesn't pass,
Then it's
then
moot.
then they don't get paid.
Yeah.
The deal doesn't go forward.
Then it's moot.
Right, so, Chairman, at this point, the CRA doesn't need to make any decision today.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
you could
that
just,
was-
you could just
coming back on
close it
September
out.
10th.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
that doesn't make any sense. I mean, we found out that those CRAs aren't even going to get an extension, and
No, we didn't
No,
find that out.
If I may.
or not the extension, but they're not going to get the money.
No, they're
Like,
not.
Why in the world?
No,
would the county-
that was an inaccurate
So
statement
it's
for
still-
somebody in the public. They're getting the city TIF. The county
But-
TIF is still subject to
correct,
negotiations. But here, the status quo is if we do nothing, it goes to zero anyway.
Well-
So we're starting at a base, so if we do nothing, the TIF from the county is going to zero.
But I also think it's a really bad idea to continue to subsidize, for the rest of the taxpayers to have to continue to subsidize these neighborhoods.
Okay, well, we'll let you make that in your point in your statement, let's make our statements now. Mr. State, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, just that I don't think the CRA needs to
Okay,
make
yeah,
any
I think
decision.
we got that point.
Right,
Okay, thank you so
yeah.
much. Okay, who wants to bring it home and start and do a closing statement? Councilwoman Hurtak?
Sure.
Okay.
So I'll finish the rest of my statement, which was Patrick Zalupski now wants $80 million from us, and he also needs us to give up the $4 million a year in property tax revenue we'd get if instead of building a stadium, we just gave those 130 acres to developers and let them build whatever we want on it, though. So I'm going to talk to all the 4 of you who are voting for this. Alan, you stated numerous times that we should not be borrowing money for things we want, only things we need. You've said that stormwater projects are too expensive for bonding. Will you tell people who lose their homes due to flooding that their relief was just something we wanted, but a stadium is something we needed? Naya, you said, quote, I will only support something with enforceable commitments and timelines. This proposal has none of those things. The CBA is just a suggestion. Did something make you change your mind? Or do you suddenly trust a billion-dollar company to do things voluntarily that have no profit motive? Bill, on Friday, you said, I make a motion to put, or Thursday, you said, I make the motion to put the raise contract vote on the August 27th agenda, provided that it's in on base by 5 tomorrow. The raise contract vote that is on today's agenda is not the contract that was in an on base on 5 o'clock last Friday. That is a motion that was seconded and approved by this council. Why is it still on the agenda? And Lewis, we're committing an amount of money to the raise that we could otherwise be used to build 12 new fire stations. We already know that the shortage of stations has had tragic outcomes to people suffering medical emergencies. Is this stadium worth trading people's health and safety for?
I'm not gonna use my time, but I want to correct a couple of things. One, this money, you refer to this in a way that the evidence that has been submitted today does not substantiate. The $80 million that we're borrowing is being paid for by TIF return that only materializes if this construction project moves forward. That money does not exist unless this construction project moves forward. So it is money that is created by the project that's going to repay the city the money that we're taking out. So that's a wash. On the fire station thing, again, I think that's an inaccurate assertion. I think we paid $24 million for the last fire station, right? So that your math don't add up. You need a new abacus. On the guarantees, there are so many guarantees in this 140-plus page document, and everything is linked. If you read the document, if you truly read the document, you'll see that everything is backstopped for the city specifically. There are backstops in every part of that agreement. If we don't reach an agreement on a community benefits agreement, no money is transferred. If we don't do this, no money is transferred. If they don't do that, no money is transferred. Our city staff and the county staff and the county administrator have done such a tremendous job negotiating this agreement. I cannot tell you how impressed I am, and including with the changes that Councilman Carlson brought forth to make this a better deal. I mean, I thought the deal we had when we did the MOU was a good deal. We've got a great deal now. We are so protected. I don't think there's a city in the United States of America that has been building professional sports that would not die for this agreement, because cities all over the country are bending over backwards in pain. Talk to Jacksonville about how much money they're spending on their stadium. Talk to Kansas City. Talk to Las Vegas. Talk to anybody. They're spending fortunes on this thing, and we've got a private company that's coming in with over $1 billion, 1.37 or something like that, $1 billion of private money just for the stadium construction. Not to mention the billions of dollars of adjacent construction around that with the hotels and apartments and restaurants and all that. So, I mean, and all of our money that our negotiators, our city staff that we love and we trust, they negotiated a deal with these private people that we're only spending it on the stuff that is horizontal, nothing vertical. It's the ditches, it's the sewer pipes, it's the water pipes, it's the streets, it's the sidewalks. It's the stuff the city is supposed to be doing. So, I mean, I think I really applaud our city staff for doing what they did. And, you know, because I went off on a rail, if you would like to respond, I would welcome your response. Okay, sorry about that. Who's next? Councilman Young.
Thank you very much. So, I have spent a lot of time with these documents. A lot of time. I have read a lot. I've asked a lot of questions. I've read even more, asked even more questions. I've spoken with people all throughout the district, and just listening to their perspective, which is something I said that I would always do, is I would at least listen. From the beginning, I have articulated that this is not about baseball for me. I am not a baseball fan. It has nothing to do with baseball for me. It's about the community impact and opportunity. That's what this is for me. And I have had extensive conversation with the Rays ownership, with our staff, with the administration, about my expectations. We've spoken about the history of unfulfilled promises to communities when transformative projects and opportunities like this come about, and the impact that it has had on public trust. And I believe that they have listened and heard me. The Rays, the county, and the city have all come together and compromised. This deal is not perfect. I think we all can admit that. But what I do see is opportunity. I see opportunity for our youth, not just kindergarten through 12th grade, but our college students as well. I see opportunity for our youth sports and facilities like the Belmont Heights Little League and the Yellow Jackets that are going to get that much needed attention that they deserve. I see a creative approach to collaborate with our schools and our nonprofits. I see job opportunities for living wages for our youth, for our college students, for our returning citizens, and an intentional approach to hire in areas such as Sulphur Springs and East Tampa, which I have articulated to the Rays ownership. Quality careers, not just in concessions. I see opportunity for our small, I'm gonna need way more time, so put it on there. Put it on there. Put it on there.
Just kill the timer. Let's
Yeah,
let
I'm gonna
people
need
talk.
time.
Kill the timer.
I see opportunity for our small,
Kill the timer for
local,
everybody.
women and minority-owned businesses for contracts, prime and subcontracts. I see the opportunity for affordable housing at 80 and 60% AMI, which I have extensively expressed to the Rays ownership. Not just for the development, but throughout the city, in areas such as East Tampa and Sulphur Springs, which I have also articulated to the Rays ownership. I see the opportunity for the CRA extensions for East Tampa, because that conversation is not over. Opportunities for transit, which we had that discussion today. Justin from FDOT explained the opportunities for transit. And I see community input and accountability with a Community Benefits Advisory Committee to check that report card to make sure that these community benefits are going to be delivered to the community. And that's why I've been supportive of this. Youth opportunities and investment, affordable housing, jobs with living wages, opportunities for our small, local, women, and minority-owned businesses. All the things that I have asked for and have extensively expressed to the Rays need to be a part of this agreement. It needs to go to the community. Lastly, there is a quote by a very famous woman, our forever First Lady, Michelle Obama, and she says, "When they go low, we go high." I wanted to still applaud my fellow council members. I don't think for 1 second that any of us took this lightly. And I believe we all did our necessary research and due diligence to come to the decisions that we have today. When they go low, when you go low, I will go high. And it's unfortunate that you took the opportunity as the only other woman on this council to approach me the way that you did. But I still will applaud you because as a council member, you do your due diligence. That's all I have. Thank you.
And I'm going to respond to that by saying my question is simply, you'll only support
You're
something.
not going to get an answer from me. I said what I said.
And that's fine, but I have a place to respond.
You absolutely do, and you can respond to yourself. I'm not responding to you.
That's fine. You don't have to respond to me. But the issue is, you said I'll only support something with enforceable commitments and timelines. There are no enforceable commitments or timelines. The community benefit agreement could simply be nothing. You said you've talked to them about it, but there's no agreement made. They don't have to agree to anything. I'm sorry, but after you sign this, after we sign this, they don't have to agree to anything.
Okay,
I'm
everybody.
sorry, but you aren't allowed to speak
Yeah, everybody-
in public comment. So I'm gonna say
I'll take care of that.
I'm
I'll take care of this. Everybody in the audience, remember, you had your opportunity to speak during public comment. This is the council's opportunity to talk. Normally, this exchange wouldn't happen, but this is the biggest deal in the history of Hillsborough County, the city of Tampa. I'm gonna let it run a little bit and let people get their points across. So Councilwoman Hurtak.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. I am simply repeating back what people said, and I'm asking them to think about it. And if you disagree, that's fine. But I have the right to ask the question. I wasn't rude about it. I haven't been mean about it. But I'm simply asking you if you think that that's okay. And you have umbrage with that, and you are perfectly allowed to have umbrage with that. But it doesn't change the fact that you said it, and the fact that after we vote today, we cannot guarantee it. And that's the ultimate thing.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson, followed by Councilman Vieira.
So I've had a bunch of people ask me, why did you change your mind? And the fact is I didn't change my mind, the deal changed. There are all these conspiracy theories out there also that say, oh, well, he must have bought you lunch or breakfast or something. I actually bought Ken Babby breakfast like 3 times because I don't let anybody buy me coffee or breakfast so that I can say no if I want to. I didn't take any campaign contributions from anybody related to the raise. And the only thing that changed is I'm representing the people of the city, and I want to get the best, what's in the best interest of the city. Ken Babby reached out to me after the discussion we had a few weeks ago, and I've only been involved in this 3 or 4 weeks. But when we met, I said, there's no way you can convince me because you won't like what I'm going to say. And he said, what? I said, well, number 1, no CIT. Everybody I talked to said no CIT. We took that off the table immediately. The second thing is I said, we're essentially giving $180 million. I don't want to give $180 million. We took that off the table. So that went from $180 million to 0. And then they said, well, we still need money for whatever, so we need a loan. So I said, well, how about if we pay in 4 annual payments so we don't have to take out loans? We could do pay-go depending on what's going on. Amendment 3 doesn't pass, we can pay-go. We don't have to pay interest. The reality was the original deal, we were gonna pay $180 million and we were gonna get 0 back. There's no chance of getting back. And so everybody's saying, oh, well, what about the interest? And what are we got a guarantee or whatever? The reality is that now we will get paid back. There's a small chance that we won't. But before we had 0 chance of getting paid back. And we'll get interest back. The next thing, and there's no new taxes. People keep emailing us saying, no new taxes for billionaires. We're not only not increasing taxes at the city, the county's deal, I don't know what the county's deal is. We're not increasing taxes, and we're not taking taxes away from anything else. This CIT is a different situation. We're not using CIT anymore. Also, the original deal said the Rays wanted to control the Drew Park CRA. And I talked to folks in Drew Park, and they said, we don't want to be controlled by the Rays. We want to control our own future. So I said, we need to set up a TIF because it protects Drew Park. It allows Drew Park to control its own future. And not only do they control their own future, they keep their same base year, so they don't have to start over again. They continue to get the money that they had before. And then we're extending the life of the Drew Park CRA. So it actually, we're putting the future of Drew Park in Drew Park's hands, because not everybody in Drew Park wants gentrification. Not everybody wants development. This way, Drew Park controls its own future. Originally, there was going to be money to the Rays. Now, there's money to a CDD, and it's not people can mention whatever conspiracy theory they want. CDD is a very commonly used tool that's out there, and the reason is that it is public, and it limits it to infrastructure. Originally, there were no CRA changes. Imagine if you were buying a car and the person's trying to sell you on it. You walk through the showroom and you say, hey, I want you to throw in that jacket too, or I want you to throw in those special wheels. That's what we did in this situation. We threw in extra things that weren't part of the deal, but while we're in there, why not ask for it? So originally it had no CRA changes. Now we have extensions to East Tampa, and we have some changes to West Tampa. Originally there was no money for roads or flooding. Now there's going to be a revenue source from the TIP, and we're also taking half the downtown CRA money that we can use on roads or flooding or whatever we decide to use. My proposal is roads and flooding because that's the #1 thing I hear about. Please keep in mind that section 19.7 says that we are not endorsing the county deal. We are not approving the county deal. Our deal is separate. If you're against the county deal, go to county commission tomorrow. Our deal is a good one. We're putting in an $80 million loan, and we're getting access to 3 different revenue sources. We haven't even talked about sales tax today. And I'm not talking about BS economic impact numbers. The other thing, similar to Mike, and the other thing is, I want to promise West Tampa, Jamie Jones and the rest, I'm going to be there with you for the months and months and months, helping you, whether anybody else does or not, whether the MPO or anybody else wants to go along, I will be there helping you, I promise. I'm also not a baseball fan, and so why would I vote for this? Because my constituents want their roads fixed, and they want the flooding fixed. And so when I get the emails that say, don't give money to billionaires, give it to roads and flooding, this is exactly what we're doing. We're going to have access to 3 different revenue sources. If somebody's mad about $80 million, please show up next week, because we're talking about a $100 million boondoggle stormwater project. And guess what? We have not seen a draft of the document. The document's not posted yet, and it'll probably change right up until the moment. And nobody's asking for a referendum on that. Please do, because that is a boondoggle. The last thing I'll say is that some people say, well, you guys are only doing this for legacy. Does anybody know? Do any of my colleagues know? Think about the biggest thing maybe that ever happened in Florida history and economic development was Disney. There's a picture of Walt Disney, Roy Disney, and the governor of Florida. Who was the governor?
Claude Kirk.
Brian Ferris.
Was it Kirk, or did he come right after?
Hayden Burns. Nobody in the room knew who Hayden Burns is. If you don't know who the governor was that brought Disney to Florida, what difference does it make for any of our legacies? In 10 years, nobody's gonna remember us. The only thing we'll be able to do is think about how this made our community better. That's the only satisfaction. We have to be happy with ourselves, not based on whether anybody else will remember us. Even if your name goes in a building, eventually the building gets turned down. And if you remember any name, please remember Ken Hagan. But I'll just say thank you to the community. Thank you to the community for working on this. I hope that we can come back together. Whatever happens, I hope we can come back together as a community. We're out there fighting every week on important issues. We hope that this many people will show up. We hope people will be as passionate. We hope people will do research, because we need your help every week. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And Councilwoman Young spoke about some of her values, and in my discussion with the Rays on things that I wanted to see in the community benefits agreement, I would always tell them that I defer to what Councilwoman Young has said publicly on things like our youth, empowerment, social welfare programs, returning citizens. We share those political values. We are bleeding heart type folks, and I just wanted to commend you for that, because I know that's always been very, very important. I'll just say some quick remarks, if I may. I talked about a lot of the good of this project. I'm going to be voting for it. There's also bad. We got to talk about things like that. Economic projection numbers are just that. Folks talk about Amendment 3 and where that's going to go. The interest, tens of millions of dollars, some significant money there. Again, there's gray, but the good far outweighs the bad on this. I strongly submit. A couple of other things. We hear a lot about false choices, which is the idea that if we turn this project away, boom, we're going to start spending money on fire stations and roads and all these different things. It's not going to necessarily happen, right? This is totally separate from that. Whenever it comes on issues involving public safety, I brought to the table, and I was proud to do so, along with some of the skilled trades unions and the AFL-CIO, but dealing with public safety, Tampa Firefighters Local 754, Hillsborough County Firefighters Local 2294, and the Tampa Police Benevolent Association. And I did that because I told the Rays they need to be consulted. And if there are public safety challenges with that, you will not get my vote, along with other issues that I brought up. Ultimately, not only did these organizations whose sole purpose is to advocate for public safety and their workers not only not object to this project, they wound up supporting this project. So for those who would say that this project undermines public safety, I would ask, do you know better than the Police Benevolent Association, than the firefighters? If you do, then that's like saying that the Pope is an atheist, because these folks, their sole purpose and their life's purpose is to earn $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year to get shot at, to run into burning buildings, to die 10 to 12 years earlier than other folks on average because of their everyday tasks and duties. So for me, that meant a lot. And there's so many projects that we could use that analysis on. Councilman Carlson talked about the South Howard flooding project, which, by the way, I voted for, right? There's other things I could bring up. Hey, we should have capped the downtown CRA and taken that $25 million we spent on the Museum of Art, for example. But I'm not gonna put the Museum of Art against public safety, against roads, against things like that. I'm just not gonna do that for many, many reasons. I remember talking to the Rays. We first started meeting, and I said, you're going to be burdened by our mistakes of the past and the failures of the past. The mistakes on the past involving things like keeping up on public safety, issues that I have very strong opinions on, something that may not have any direct relevancy to the Rays, but it certainly has relevancy to the way that people will perceive this. They've engaged on that issue. Failures of the past with regards to mass transit. You know, I sure as heck would have liked to have that penny sales tax from 2018's All for Transportation, which got struck down to Florida Supreme Court, or the 22 initiative, which before we could even vote on it, got struck down in the circuit court. Big issues. We should also recognize something big. You know, Councilman Carlson talked about Ken Hagan. He's a Republican. This is a bipartisan gesture by the county and the city where Republicans and Democrats are coming together to do something big. Folks, that's a big thing because that never happens anymore. It should, but now maybe if you oppose this, you go, Republicans and Democrats are coming together to ruin our community. Whatever, right? But to me, we're coming together to do a great thing. And we should also salute, I'll say this as one of my final points, the courage of some of those county commissioners who put their careers on the line, right, in voting for a very, very big deal. People who gotten opponents or will get opponents, maybe even other efforts I won't get into because of their vote. I salute that. Harry Truman once said, I'd rather be right than be president, and some of these folks in their own mind would rather be right than be county commissioners, potentially. We ought to do that. And I'll say just in closing, which is I respect the opinions of everyone up here on Tampa City Council. Everybody has stated their piece and why they're voting yay or nay. I would give special deference on his legacy to Councilman Charlie Miranda, above all of us, just because it's a pleasure to serve with Councilman Miranda while he's wearing black on this vote, no matter how much we may disagree. So thank you for that, sir.
A pleasure, really.
I enjoy it.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I missed that trivia question. Claude Kirk was the governor in '67, right after Hayden Burns. And anyways, so
I'm very disappointed in you.
I'm sorry. Well, he did come to Tampa when we had
I thought you were going to get it.
I was close. I had the next governor.
Very, very disappointed.
So, you know, I just want to say that we can disagree, but we can still be respectful. And I think we've lost that here. We've lost that in politics. We've lost it certainly on social media. Go on social media.
Oh, yeah.
It's interesting, you know, but to explain what I mentioned earlier, my concerns with Amendment 3 and all these other things. In 1996, with the CIT vote, the people voted on a community stadium. I believe that's what the wording was on the ballot language. And they had a voice, and it passed at 53%, and Raymond James was built. So when the Bucks discussion comes up in a few months, whatever number they're going to ask for, I can at least say the people voted on it. It's a different contract from 30 years ago. It's different. In this case, with the CIT renewal, there was discussion at the county commission level about stadium and no stadium and no stadium. And here we are with money going, not from us, the county is a separate deal, going to a stadium. If it was different, if the CIT was renewed and 2 years ago where it said it could go to a stadium, I would have no issue because the people would have supported it, and that passed 51%. That, along with Amendment 3, if Amendment 3 wasn't on the ballot and I didn't have concerns what happens in November, I would have really no issue supporting something like this. I'm worried for what's going to happen because the financial hit is going to be huge if Amendment 3 passes. So that's why I'm voting how I'm voting. I've been consistent since day one. It's not anti-anybody. It's not anti-raise. It's trying to be fiscally responsible. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of things that I should have spoke about earlier. What's happening to the tax assessor's building, Nancy Milan's building in the corner of Blois and MLK? I haven't heard anything about it yet. I don't know what's happening. Is that still part of this deal?
Is there any staff available that can answer that question? I don't.
And also the rehab building where the kids are at, right behind the Yankee Stadium.
Juvenile justice.
Huh?
Juvenile justice.
Juvenile.
Juvenile justice.
Start with your name, please.
Julie Mandel, Hillsborough County Attorney. I just happen to know the answer as it relates to the tax collector and her lease. There's a lease that exists that goes through, I think it's 2067, maybe 64, not really sure. I know that there have been conversations that occurred between the council, the attorney who's representing the tax collector on that issue, Hillsborough College, to ensure that that lease will be honored. So at this point, there's no plan and no understanding that that lease will not be honored. And as an aside to that, if there's a decision to negotiate, they can negotiate that later.
Is this part of this deal or not?
It's not part of the deal because it's not an issue because there's an existing lease.
All right, but I want to make sure that, you know, that building has 900 people a day from middle class that go there, just 900 a day. And the juvenile building, what's happening with that? Anybody know? Because they're contiguous to each other. When you look at them, they make together a nice piece of property.
I interestingly also have some information on that, so I'm happy to give you what I know. What I know is that for several years, there have been conversations between the Department of Juvenile Justice and Hillsborough County Facilities and Real Estate staff to identify other locations because they were seeking to move. Some of those went by the wayside, and they actually, I think, had a site that they identified that there were some issues as it related to stormwater. I will tell you that the county had no knowledge of the most recent issue that came up relating to a decision to vacate early. We are working with them through a transition period right now. I actually spoke to the Director of Real Estate and Facilities this morning about this particular issue.
And the other one is the downtown CRA. Once that downtown CRA is used, there will be no funds to put the streetcar heading north. That's my opinion. And furthermore, that streetcar's got to be expanded all the way north somewhere. You used to have 54 miles of streetcars. Now you got about 12 blocks. But it is what it is. It's working. It was put in by Dick Greco, and Ron Rotella worked on it very much back in the Greco administration, and it cost $11 million for the whole thing. Now you can't do a mile for $11 million, or a block for $11 million, I should say. Furthermore, and then the next thing is, what is a public facility? They say that a stadium or an arena or whatever you want to call it is a public facility. I don't believe that is. A public facility is where you can walk into a library or something, a city park, and do what you want. But they knew it would not pass if it was called a stadium or an arena. So the geniuses got together and put the two words, public facility, and it passed by what Guido Scalco said, about 1.5%. 51-49, because if it would have put stadiums in arena, it would have failed miserably. But the public got fooled again when they put public facilities. So I learned something today. Not today, I learned that the other day. And furthermore, when you look at police and fire, Mr. Vieira, the first city council that I served with wanted to do something for fire and police, and we got turned down by the mayor. And that was the only time that I can remember that the city council overruled the mayor on a 4-3 vote. And furthermore, the next day we had a full-page ad with 5 people's name on it saying the fireman's 5. And we never forget that. But anyway, thank you all for being here. I have no animosity to no one, not even myself.
Thank you, Mr. Miranda.
That's another one for you, Mr. I said that one just for you.
Councilwoman Hurtak, you pass? You don't have anything? No? Okay. Okay, I'll close this out. Well, first I'll start streetcar. I don't think anybody here doubts my commitment to the Tampa streetcar and the proposed extension. I don't believe that this is detrimental. Of course, having the CRA makes it a little bit more simple because, we act as a CRA board without administrative oversight, without the building across the ways oversight. But that money doesn't disappear. This money is still available, whatever piece that we need to have. It's just not necessarily dedicated to North Downtown. So I will tell you that if I felt like this was the end of the streetcar, I may have, I'd feel differently about the proposal, but I'm willing to entertain it because I think this is, it's worthy of discussion. And honestly, We're making friends with people that have connections with Tallahassee, and I'm hoping those friends that we've made will help us get our transportation needs met in the future. And we're going to need a lot of help. And as you talked to Secretary Hall about this as well, and you talk to folks, you know, this is something that the entire community, we know we need. And it's not just the streetcar, it's the connection between the airport and downtown. It's the connection to USF. It's getting access to CSX. Our transportation needs are great, and we're going to have to find a solution. That's probably going to have to be somebody biting the bullet and doing some kind of another All for Transportation 3.0. Okay, that being said, I'll leave it at that. My support's not based on fandom, like everybody says about baseball. You don't have to love baseball to understand the economic stakes. You do not have to believe every provision is perfect to recognize that this is the strongest agreement available to Tampa. Our responsibility is to not wait for a perfect proposal that doesn't exist. Our responsibility is to negotiate the best agreement possible that protects the public and makes the decisions that best serves the Tampa's future. And that's what we've done. Tampa should demand more. We should demand more investment, more jobs, more housing, more walkable neighborhoods, more educational opportunities, more private capital, and more economic opportunity. This agreement gives us a chance to pursue all of those goals while protecting taxpayers, holding the private partner accountable. I've supported this project since the MOU because I believed in Tampa's potential. After months of scrutiny, negotiation, and hard work, I'm proud to support the final agreement because it is stronger, it's more disciplined, and better for Tampa than where we began. Reasonable people may disagree, as we've said over and over here, about this project, and I respect those concerns. But I do believe that this agreement before us reflects serious negotiations, meaningful safeguards, and substantial opportunity for our city. This is a vote to move Tampa forward. It's not only about building a stadium, it's about building Tampa. And that's why I will vote yes. Thank you. Okay, that concludes this portion of our program. We need to make a motion on resolution for 80. Who would like to make a motion to move that resolution?
Mr. Chairman, before you take the motion, just for the purpose of the record, if I can be heard very briefly, just to confirm, today you were presented with an addendum that had.
We approved it this morning.
We made a motion.
And you
Yes.
approved the addendum, and by so doing, you in effect substituted Friday's agreement for the one that you have that's been uploaded in OnBase, and Mr. Steady and I have agreed that is the agreement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Plus what you previously also agreed earlier today with the two proposed changes that were presented by the city attorney that you accepted.
Yes.
So I just want to be clear for that. That is exact what you are voting on today.
Yes.
What about my additions?
We didn't vote on that.
I need direction from the council. The only thing
That would be the sentence to add.
I actually, if you wanted to bring that to the floor, I would actually probably refer to Mr. Steady or Mr. Shelby about the legality of us, because that is something that's being negotiated by the county.
Well, I actually already talked to the county attorney about it. That was fine. Ms. Mendel said it was fine.
But I mean, for our attorney,
Right now, there.
And I had both of them
I
together.
apologize. Julia Mandel, Hillsborough County Attorney. Right now, there are two blanks in there. One blank.
we're not talking about that
No, I
issue.
understand. Just give me a second. Run with me on this. There were two blanks in the agreement. There was a discussion among you to go ahead and just leave that number to the county. However, if there's a number that you are proposing, as long as the percentages remain, that's something you certainly have the opportunity to give to the county for their consideration.
I could see where this would be legal if it wasn't binding, if it was our suggestion.
It's no less than.
But
So it's not a.
But I'm saying that I don't think we could legally bind the county in their negotiations.
No, but you would create your position. I mean.
Yeah, it states our
they'd have to
position, but,
approve
yeah.
Yeah.
I talked to Scott about this yesterday. If he has the mayor's authority, I think, to approve our changes. If we if we make a change here, then it has to get approved, the change has to get approved by the county, so.
Yeah, so I don't see there's any harm with it.
Okay, just as long as we understand that
Does
it's
that
not
mean you
binding,
vote yes then if we
bind-
make the changes?
So what do we,
As long as we can't understand that we can't bind the county.
right, well, we haven't bound the county yet
Right.
anyway. They have to
Right.
prove all of this, including the changes we made earlier. So, but what are we talking about? We talking a community benefits agreement?
Yes.
Or-
The
okay.
community benefits agreement to be no less than $75 million.
Second.
Councilman Buer.
Yes, sir, thank you very much. And obviously, in theory, I would have no problem with that, but for Mr. Steady, if we pass this, and then the county disagreed with the number, and they sent something back to us that was distinct from what we send them, do we have to re-vote on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sticking point. Unfortunately, this couldn't be negotiated because it's between two bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, there was not we weren't going to all get together in one room with two bodies, so.
This could be an inadvertent poison pill.
Right, it
There's
could
also
be,
a
so.
charter issue here, and this is where I would defer to Mr. Shelby. Can we negotiate on behalf of the administration and from the
Again, my
dais?
suggestion.
Well, I'm not comfortable leaving a blank.
Well, you're
'cause
voting
that
no,
means
you're
zero.
voting no anyway.
But if it's passing, then I still have an
I suggest
obligation
we leave
to
it blank.
my constituents to make sure there's something, because right now there's a big fat zero.
But because it's deferred to the county. So, Mr. Shelby, can this council negotiate from the dais on this?
Can I
City
make,
council, or city attorney told me yes.
may I make another?
Mr. Steady, hold on one second, Mr. Steady. Go ahead, Councilman.
What if we pass this and then make that, either way, the county has to approve it, but if there's the risk that the county is gonna send the whole thing back, why don't we just pass it as is and then make a separate motion, which I'm
I
happy to
would
second?
support that.
And then we request that the county insert this and approve it, and then we'll approve the change whenever.
And if they don't, okay, that's what actually,
Then it's not part of the agreement,
Right.
it's an add-on.
I would
right,
support
but, okay, so I just want to go through what could happen. So you're going to pass a separate motion, which I understand what your thought is and how much it should be. Now, what if they don't agree? What do we do, what do we
It's
think?
separate from the deal, so then
It's
we.
separate from the
They
deal.
just want a suggestion.
But it's, I'm trying to figure out how we ultimately resolve.
Okay, so this is how I hear it. So we'll take a motion on item number 80, moving
Right.
the resolution. If
Please.
if that passes, then we will subsequently, I'll entertain a motion to forward the county a resolution from the city council with a expectation that this would be, what was the dollar figure? $75 million in the CBA. But it would be a standalone,
least.
it would be a standalone
At
resolution.
least.
Mr. Shelby and then Councilman Elder, go back to Councilman Buer.
Well, and I had a secondary motion.
Are they related in the same motion, in the same subject? No.
Okay, so Mr. Shelby.
Expectation or
Well, that's,
suggestion for consideration?
give me legal language that is
But what
legally
if they don't
permissible for
agree?
this council.
Right.
If they don't
Regardless of
agree,
whatever-
it's a suggestion. They can reject a suggestion. If it's an expectation,
Right, but if-
I don't want to create any
But even if-
anticipation of an
I guess my-
expectancy by city council.
Sorry, Marty.
I'm sorry.
Chair Scott Steady.
Mr. Steady.
I'm just trying to figure out how we resolve it. So if it's a suggestion and they come up with a number less, then I guess we have to come back and confirm that you agree with them.
Either way, we have to agree separately.
Okay, I'm going to stop this conversation right now because I want to get the one thing out of the way first. I would entertain a motion to move 80.
If permissible, and I don't know if Councilwoman Hurtak's motion has a second, but if I may, pursuant to the direction of the chair, I would move item 80 separately, if permissible.
That's what
I did have a request to add a sentence and I think Ms. Sharf took my copy. So Ms. Sharf, if you could bring me back my copy of section 3.8, we talked about adding a sentence that says, section 3.8, I believe it was subsection H, subsection IV, if I remember correctly.
If you got that right, that's a miracle.
I'm good.
Do we know what page it is?
She'll be here in just a second. I don't know where she ran off to, but yeah, subsection 3.8, subsection H.
What is the substance of the change?
It was adding a sentence that said we would not be obligated to any more money. And he said that was fine. Thank
still
you. It
looking-
was subsection, yes, 3.8H/IV, in the ballpark capital
Hold on,
funding,
hold
you
on.
said that we would not be on the hook, but I said, is it okay if we add another sentence that said, we will not be obligated to any more expenses?
Could that be
What
considered as a
page, what
scrivener?
page is that?
That, I don't know what page, oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry, it was on page 36.
So my interpretation of that would be a scrivener, because it's basically just restating what we've already understand about the agreement. That would be considered a scrivener's change. Can we agree, will the administration agree that that change is a scrivener's change and make that change to the agreement?
And what about Julia?
Could somebody hand me that? Could you have it?
Do you have another copy?
I don't know which page.
Oh,
Here, Kelly.
What the request is, and if it's on the city stuff, then.
Yeah, I know, it's not, I gotta find 3.8. Who wrote this damn thing? 3.8. H, CBD, E, F, G, H. Our capital funding.
Sorry.
36.
I'm not really sure I understand what that is.
Okay, after consultation with City Council Legal, Mr. Shelby, would you like to intervene here for a moment?
Yes, just to inform all of council. I'm going to read from section 4.01 of the charter relative to the mayor. And of the mayor's duties, number 2 is the negotiation of all contracts, franchises, acquisition, disposition of property, and upon approval thereof by city council, the execution on behalf of all the city's agreements, leases, deeds, and other instruments in connection therewith. My concern at this time, this is a 3-party agreement, and to couch it as a scrivener's error is could be problematic because this has not been negotiated and agreed to by the parties. What was brought back to you this morning, which was uploaded in the addendum and is available to the public, is what is before you now and agreed upon by the mayor representing the city and the city attorney negotiating and all the parties. So my suggestion would be that changes to this agreement could actually, in effect, elicit a recommendation that this matter has to be continued to get the agreement of the other parties rather than
Okay.
put all this in jeopardy.
So based on legal advice, I'm going to rule that that proposed change, this item 80 to be out of order. And I am now going to entertain the motion from Councilman Viera to move the resolution. And second from Councilman Carlson. Roll call vote, please.
Young. Viera.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Miranda.
No.
Maniscalco. Hurtak. And Clendenin.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda, Maniscalco, and Hurtak voting no.
Thank you. Now I will entertain a motion for, I know y'all are excited, but, and JP, I will throw you out. Y'all wanted to do a subsequent motion to?
If you want to do a separate motion, I'm happy to second it too.
No? No?
We can
Okay.
we can still send it to ride with it.
Okay, then let's move on. Item 70, let's go.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to give a moment for the room to clear.
Why, may I ask why you are taking up item 7?
Because it's next on the agenda.
What about?
Oh, we have the CRA. I'm sorry.
You
we have
have,
the
you
Oh,
CRA.
okay. Actually, I have a motion for CRA.
Everybody,
Okay,
keep your voices
y'all.
down for a moment, please. Let's just wait for them to clear for a second.
Well, I have a motion I'd like to make
During city
before we
council?
close. No, during CRA.
we haven't passed the gavel.
But now we have people just like standing and taking photographs. Let's go.
It's just a motion for the CRA.
If you guys could keep your voices down and please exit the room if you're not staying. We've still got business to do.
I just told Fox 13 too. Yeah, I will. Just hand it.
Hey, guys. Outside. Everybody outside. Councilwoman Young.
So I gotta get the other two. But I need direction. Yes.
Can I make a motion?
What's that?
So prior to the approving the CRA budget, I moved to have each CRA provide a project update report in the same format as the one presented by Mrs. Astrakiza on 8/2026 to be provided by all board members on Friday, September 4th, 2026. We can use this information to discuss the length of time it takes to complete projects, where the delays occur, and strategies to shorten the time from conceptual design to completion at the September 10th, 2026 CRA meeting. That was this line item that showed the annual or the years it takes to finish a project. So I'm asking for our staff to provide that.
So we have a motion from Board Member Hurtak. Is there a second?
Carlson seconded it, but I'll second it. Go on.
We have a second from Board Member Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have any other business for CRA?
Mr. Setti, do we have any other business for CRA?
Not CRA, but we do have for the
Yeah,
council.
we're coming back to council.
We're in CRA right now.
May
Board Member Carlson?
I just want to say that on, I think it's September 10th, we're coming back, the CRA attorney is coming back with documents to codify the things that are in this document. So that's the next step.
Attorney Steady, could you please confirm that?
Yes.
I mean Attorney Shepherd, sorry.
Yeah.
Not Attorney.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
The answer is, I don't know, because I have been frozen out of trying to figure out what the heck is going on, but I will do whatever needs to be done between now and the 10th.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments for CRA?
Motion to receive and
No?
file.
Okay.
Is that for CRA? No, that's not CRA.
Motion to receive and file.
Okay, I have a motion from Board Member Clendon and a second from Board Member Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Are you adjourned?
Yes, the CRA meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. And we're now just back to only council. Mr. Steady?
Okay, so I need direction on the community benefits.
It was passed. I guess we're passing it to the plan to let the county deal with it.
And may I please?
Okay, all right, all right.
Councilman Vera.
Okay, good.
May I, thank you, sir. Yes, on the community benefits agreement, and we spoke about this, Mr. Steady, which is can that come back to us for potential final resolution subject to our proceeding prior to November of 2026, potentially?
I'll personally make a commitment that if people cooperate, I'll bring it back.
Okay, so I asked that, council, because on November 2nd of this year at midnight, I'm out, and District
We're counting the
7.
minutes.
Thank you. And District 7 obviously needs a voice on that, the Alaska of Tampa. So that's all. So how about this? Sebastian, if you don't mind, for next week, let's put a reminder that I'll do a motion on this, and I'll speak to you, Mr. Steady, on the proper parameters and all that, if I may, before.
I don't know that that's appropriate because it's going to be something that has to be dealt with by the city and the county. I don't think we can make a motion for that.
And that's why I'm going to wait till next week to deem it appropriate or not, so yeah.
Okay, there's two other resolutions, remember. One is for the non-relocation, the other's a guarantee. Given that you just approved the agreement, I highly, highly recommend you adopt those two resolutions.
Okay, can I get a motion to adopt the two other additional resolutions? I have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
The extension and,
I'm sorry, Mr. Steady, but I was under the assumption that item 80 included all those agreements.
No.
That was my assumption,
No,
but
there's
that's
two
not
other
correct.
resolutions.
I guess that was my assumption as well, that's why.
There were 3 resolutions, and as far as I'm concerned, well, as long as we all agree that all 3 resolutions have been
Okay, let's
approved,
just,
that's fine.
let's tie this up nice in a tidy bow. We're gonna do a roll call vote. But you've got to record 3 and 4? Okay, go
Wait a
ahead.
second.
Motion carried with Hurtak, Maniscalco, and Miranda voting no.
On which one
For
of the
this-
3?
For the last 2 resolutions.
You want 2 done together, or you want separate votes?
I can take both, as long as both
can move
resolutions are
resolutions
approved,
together.
Marty. It's
That's fine,
your
if that's
call.
acceptable to council.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we're gonna, and the community benefits, they'll decide, and we get 35%.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
35% is already decided in the agreement.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, council, chair.
Okay, we're moving on to item 70, brownfield designation. Aren't you glad you stuck around for us?
Yes, thank you for having me. Good evening, council. My name is Beth Lee with the City Attorney's Office. This is the first of 2 scheduled public hearings on a brownfield area designation for a parcel generally located at the northeast intersection of North 46th Street and East Fletcher Avenue. Ace Fletcher LLC is requesting a brownfield area designation of this property to assist in assessment and remediation of environmental impacts that may exist on the property. Details of the designation have been outlined in the staff report for Fletcher District Green Reuse Site Proposed Brownfield Area Designation. It's available for public's review in the city's electronic agenda system and at the city clerk's office. An on-site public meeting was properly noticed in both a general circulation newspaper and an ethnic newspaper prior to being held on August 12, 2026 at the Patel Center for Global Solutions. After the second public hearing, scheduled for September 24th, 2026, council will have an opportunity to pass a resolution designating Fletcher District Green Reuse Site as a brownfield area. The applicant's representative from Ace Fletcher LLC and a solid waste staff member are present and available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak to this brownfield? I have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Second, yeah, we still need a second one, so thank you very much. Okay, item number 72.
Good evening, Justin Vasky, Legal Department. This is regarding the approval of a special assessment role for the Downtown Special Services District. We are requesting the approval of a resolution to adopt the non-ad valorem special assessment role for the non-ad valorem special assessment within the Downtown Special Services District of the City of Tampa for the purpose of bank for the provision of certain enhanced services in the said area for the 2027 fiscal year. Those services include, but not limited to, marketing and business development, safety, maintenance, transportation, planning, beautification, and urban design. The unit of measurement for the downtown assessment shall be $1.0285 per $1,000 of assessed value of each property in the certified preliminary roll provided by the property appraiser. There's been no increases in the assessment amount, and there has not been an expansion of the district. Also, we are seeking approval of a downtown special services agreement between the city and the downtown partnership regarding the use of these non-ad valorem special assessment funds within the downtown special services district. We have staff here from the downtown partnership to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak to this downtown ad valorem? Well, don't we have to close? No, we can't close. Oh, okay.
And I would just like to add that objections and comments were provided to the clerk's office prior to the meeting.
Okay, great. We're about to move 72.
72. We can actually we can do 72 and 73 together if there's any objection to it.
Well, he has to talk about 73.
Okay, you want to talk to 73?
Yeah, what's approved 72,
Okay,
and like I
we'll
said,
just
there's
divide
2
it up, okay.
resolutions.
Thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Council, these are all separate public hearings, and I believe, did you say, Mr. Vasky, that they have to be, the resolutions have to be adopted during the sub? Yes. And, okay, before it goes, but because they were separate public hearings, my recommendation is you take them up all separately, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco. I have a second from Councilman Miranda.
And I would like to add that you need to approve the resolution for the special services agreement for that as well.
Okay,
Okay.
and we do it during the same public hearing, right? Yeah. Okay, very good. Okay, is there anybody else? Nothing else? Already asked for public comment. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, I have a motion moving the second resolution of item 72. Second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. And now we need a motion to close, please. Motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Hurtek. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. I have a motion to open public hearings for item 73. But even, okay, very good, okay. Okay, item 73.
Justin Vasky, Legal Department. We are requesting the approval of a resolution to adopt a non-ad valorem special assessment role for the non-ad valorem assessment within the Westshore Business District of the City of Tampa for the purpose of paying for the provision of certain enhanced services and improvements in said area during the 2027 fiscal year, including transportation, marketing, security services for that said area. There has been no increases in the assessment amount or an expansion of the district. The unit of measurement for the Westshore assessment is 13 1/4 cents per 1,000 of assessed value of each property described in the certified roll provided by the Hillsborough County Property Appraiser. And once again, we're also seeking the approval of a Westshore Special Services Agreement between the City and Westshore Alliance regarding the use of these non-ad valorem assessment funds within the area of the city known as the West Shore Special Services District for the provision of improvements and services within the district. There are no written comments or objections were received by the clerk, and staff is here to answer any questions.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to item 73? No. No. Stephanie, did you say you wanted to speak to this item? Oh, okay, very good. I have a motion to close for Councilman Maniscalco, sir. I have a motion to move the resolution from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. I have a motion from Councilman Hurtek to move the second resolution, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. I have a motion to close to move the public hearing for item 73 from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Item 74. Nowhere to close it. I know it gets crazy. Yeah. I think we're all spent too. We're all spent.
Good evening, Council. Emma Gregory, Legal Department. I am here for items 74 and the next two items, actually. But this is a resolution requesting approval to adopt the non-ad valorem assessment role for the downtown and Ybor areas for the Tampa-Ybor Historic Streetcar Special Assessment. The unit of measurement for this assessment is 33 cents per $1,000 of assessed value. This has not changed this year. The assessment area has also not changed. Mailed and published notice were sent out in accordance with state law. Objections have been received and, filed with the clerk. And I'm here for any questions, and just a reminder that the resolution does have to be adopted during the public hearing.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this item? Hearing none. Can I get a motion to move the resolution? We have a motion to move item 74 resolution for Councilman Maniscalco, second for Councilwoman Hurtek. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. I have a motion to close the public hearing for Councilwoman Hurtek, second for Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Item 75.
Okay, Emma Gregory, Legal Department. I'm also here for item 75, which is the public hearing for the adoption of the resolution approving the city's non-ad valorem stormwater service assessment. This was continued from our August 6th meeting. The city did send out published and mailed notice in accordance with our code and law. The service assessment rate this year is $82 per ESU. That's equivalent stormwater unit. That has not changed and has not changed since 2015. Anything else I want to say? Oh, yeah. Written objections are on file with the city clerk. And yes, the vote needs to occur on the resolution while the public hearing is still open.
Okay. Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Anybody in the public wish to speak to this item?
Can I?
Oh, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just, this is in general renewing the fee, but not, this does, the next one is the one with the individual projects, right?
This is the service assessment, so yeah, this is just for operation and maintenance of our system.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody in the public wish to speak to this item? Mr. McElhaney, come to the podium, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I was going to say good afternoon, but we've passed that. On August 4th, I prepared a letter for you requesting that the items be continued and that before the assessments are approved, the council should require staff to clearly identify the budget and work program of specific concern of the staff salaries and expenses and how much of the funding is being committed for maintenance and new construction. I would go so far as to say that this maintenance lags far behind, and the operations and the salaries associated with these departments are extremely high. If I believe the chart that was presented by the city staff, 65% of this assessment was going to salaries, which seems disproportional to the intent and the general responsibilities of the city for maintenance and the operations. You lack in field crews, you lack in equipment, and none of this has been addressed. That's why I'm asking you for a clear work program associated with this assessment. You also have moved the South Howard project to September 17th, and I think it's inappropriate for these assessments, but both this one and 76, to move forward prior to that being fully vetted. You also received a letter from the Delapart law firm on the 25th, also pointing out that the opinion that these funds can be used anywhere in the city and moved to the detriment of other districts that would receive no funding. It is very clear that in the legislation that it says that it has to be proportionally spent for the districts and the areas from which it's collected. Without any designation in this request that you simply approve the appropriation or the assessment, there is no accountability, and it simply leaves that completely open to the administration. Whereas if you provide that as a condition of the work program, we discussed this at the workshops for the budget, and it's extremely important to know that this is not a piggy bank that can be raided anytime for the money just to be spent however they wish. I think that in Delapart's letter, he also pointed out that that the opinion that you could move money around wherever you wanted to was not contained in the enabling legislation. In addition to that, the specific legal opinion only talked about the bond money for 2016 and not the assessment money. Respectfully request that you continue this item until such time as those work programs and the accountability is presented to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak to this item?
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. I found a video of me talking about this 2 years ago. It's so funny. I actually I confess I am the definition of insanity because I keep doing the same thing and saying the same thing over and over again. I think we have I think we have more transparency within the stormwater department, but I would caution you that every single time they come in front of you, they tell you that they have a schedule. They never say we adhere to the schedule. And they are never showing you how the schedule is adhered to. We have to accept this money. I know that because I've done this before. And it's okay to go ahead and accept the money, but I think that we need to figure out a way to be able to, besides Ms. Canella running around chasing them down and making sure that they're doing it, or Jamie Adair, in such a way that they are actually monitoring whether the work is being done. Because when they're saying that they checked on a lake every month, that's crazy. Because if they did, they wouldn't have lost without it. And the email that I sent you a couple weeks ago about, with Mr. Kramer's house where he's got toilet paper rolling out. I don't care when that was. The bottom line is that if our stormwater drains are draining, and they're not draining properly, that's a problem. And so it creates bigger issues within the city by not addressing these issues. And I don't know how you check up on it, because you can't check on everything. I mean, you guys just can't. But I just wanted to point out that I'm the moron who keeps coming here talking about the same shit. Thank you.
Was that rhetorical?
Yes, it was for you, yes.
Very good. Okay, hearing nobody else from the public wish to speak to this item, can I get a motion to close? Oh, I'm sorry, motion to move the resolution. Did you move the resolution? We can close this one? Okay. Motion to close, Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Viera. All those in favor say aye.
Wait.
Aye.
Did you vote on the resolution?
Oh, she just told me I could close it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we haven't closed, we're still open. I have a motion to move the resolution from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Viera, correct? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, ayes have it. Now I have a motion to close the public hearing from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, ayes have it. And we'll do the same thing on item 76. We'll keep
Yes,
it open.
thank you.
Okay, item 76.
Good evening, Council. Emma Gregory, Legal Department. This is item 76. This is the public hearing on the resolution to adopt the stormwater assessment role for the capital improvement assessment. This funds the stormwater capital improvement program, and the resolution setting the public hearing was adopted on July 16th. Then we came on August 6th. It was continued. So mailed and published notices were sent in accordance with the code and Florida statutes. So this assessment has an ESU of $89.55, and there's been no change since 2021. Written objections are on file with the clerk, and please vote on the resolution during the public hearing, and I'm here if...
I think we got the message. The last one, we got it. We're going to get it right this time. Okay, does anybody have any questions for staff here? Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, so this one is backing up the CIP. So by approving this, are we endorsing the South Howard project, or are we just saying that we agree to renew this?
Yes, it's just an approval of the renewal of it's just an adoption of the assessment role.
Okay.
It has,
I understand that it's connected to the CIP, but we're not in this voting to endorse the South
No.
Howard project anyway. Thank you.
No.
Thank you for the clarification. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this item? Can you just say ditto?
I can, but I don't know if it'll transfer. Steve Michelini, also, I'm raising the same objections that I raised earlier. You have a letter of objection from Delapart. You have a letter from me objecting on August 4th that these be continued and not be taken up before you decide on the South Howard. A work program should be presented and should become part of this, and it shouldn't be used as a piggy bank. You shouldn't be allowed to move money around from the rest of the city for the benefit of one project, which is clear in the enabling legislation, was never the intent. We are not supposed to be taking funds from East Tampa, North Tampa, West Tampa, and South Tampa and moving it to one project. It simply shouldn't be done. It's bad policy. I don't know what else I can tell you. It's wrong. It's irresponsible to do that. The money from one area shouldn't be transferred, and it does not follow the intent of the enabling legislation. So one last thing I will tell you is that some of the things that staff says up here at the podium do not match what they say under sworn depositions. It's very troubling, and it seems to be constant. We've had records that have been destroyed. We have information that's been delayed or not submitted to us at all. It is very disturbing. We'd appreciate council to be taking very careful notice that when they come up and say things to you, that I don't know about swearing them in, but when I come before you, my integrity means a lot to me, and I don't lie to you. I'm an advocate, but I am not a liar. And it is really disturbing to see that so many of the things that are being said are not backed up by fact when these same staff members are put under sworn testimony. I respectfully request your assistance in this matter.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public wish to speak to this item?
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. I don't think that this assessment is being spent apportionately, that's the correct word, and I'm not a big fan of I'm sorry, but my people in Port Tampa, the folks in North Tampa, are we spending on capital improvement in order to fix the issues for them? That's what I would like to know. So, and I'm kind of with Mr. Michelini on this one. I would love to see anybody who makes a payroll check over $150,000 a year be sworn before they get up here and speak. Just saying.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public wish to speak to this item? Ms. Tate, start with your name, please.
Fran Tate, East Tampa. I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Michelini. Funds should not be transferred from one area to another. It's happening in East Tampa, and I am very, very upset about it. My stormwater project, the stormwater project that was canceled. I had a discussion about it. Now it's going to be investigated. Real estate is going to speak to the owner once again, but I find out $1 million of the $1.5 million for Broadway storm relief is being taken away and transferred to South Howard. I found that out in my conversation. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public wish to speak to this item? Hearing none. Can I get a motion to move the resolution? I have a motion from Councilman Vieira. I have a second from? Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Can I get a motion to close? I have a motion to close from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Hold on one second.
Item number 78.
Item number 78. Here we go.
Good evening, City Council. Mike Schmidt, Assistant City Attorney, here on item 78. This is the first read of an ordinance in order to repeal Section 14-111 and to amend 2-404, as well as amending 16-21 of the city ordinances. This is relating to a couple of changes that city staff legal is recommending based on potential preemption arguments with relating to firearms. So we are asking for these changes. I'm here to answer any questions.
Does council have any questions? Okay, hearing none. Who would like to read this one? I'm going to leave it open for somebody who wants to read it. Councilman Vieira, you're the public safety guy. You want to read it? Okay.
I move an ordinance presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, relating to omitting any reference to firearms in deference to the preemption requirement of Florida Statute 790.33, making revisions to City of Tampa Code, Chapter 14, Offenses, repealing Section 14-111, Chapter 2, Administration, amending Section 2-404, Chapter 16, Parks and Recreation, amending Section 16-21 of ordinances, providing for severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing for an effective date.
I have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 17, 2026 at 10 o'clock a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Okay, the next one is something Councilwoman Hurtak wanted to call out, so I'm going to wait for her to get back. So let's move on to, where's Mr. Shelby? We're moving to you.
What did I miss?
We're moving on to item 86, City Council rules. No, but this, Councilwoman Hurtak asked for that, so I'm gonna hold that for her. 85 was removed. Yeah.
What do we have left, 41?
We have 84, 86, and 41. Yeah, that was the ordinance on the firearms ordinance. We dispensed of that.
And dispensed in the sense that it has been
It's
passed
been adopted,
and-
yes.
And not been adopted.
First
but
reading, first
second-
reading.
That's coming back on
First reading,
second reading.
yes. First
Okay,
reading.
thank you. Sorry about stepping out. Now, you say you're here on number 86. Mr. Chairman?
Can I just get a motion to move the resolution?
No, you have to read the title first.
Do that.
Councilman Vera.
Yes, sir. I move the resolution amending and restating the rules of procedure governing the meetings of the City Council of the City of Tampa to primarily address public participation within the limited public forum created to conduct official public business, providing an effective date, and we're doing Councilwoman Hurtak 86.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilman Vera, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a clarifying question, because I received some emails regarding number 86. Does this take away the having public comment on workshop days?
No.
No? Okay.
Ken, thank you for
Yes.
asking that question, because I'd like to clarify that for the purposes of the public. One of the things that was suggested was that public comment on agenda items was limited to only 30 minutes. That's not council's direction. For as long as people want to talk about items on the agenda, council will hear it at the beginning of the meeting. With regard to, your point was again, just I want to make sure, the workshops.
Yes.
What happened with the workshops was the rule is now moved to a different section. Rather than being in Rule 3 of meetings, it's been moved to be consistent with the rest of the public participation to Rule 5. And now it states, again, there, that public comment will be limited to 30 minutes on the subjects, limited only to the subjects of the workshop at the end of the meeting. That is what it states now. And there's one more thing, Mr. Chairman, if you give me 15 seconds to update you. I took out the language related to the commendations for the union commendations. That really does not belong in the rules of procedure. That is between this council and the chair of the public safety as to how to conduct that. Right. So I took that out entirely, and there's no reference to any distinction between union recognition and any other recognition that you have. It's a total of 3 items.
Administrative function.
Well, it's either a commendation or presentations, a limit of 3 for a 30-minute total in its entirety.
Yeah.
But for clarification, so there will be public comment allowed on workshop days, just for clarification?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we're good? Okay. Well, let's call the vote again. Okay. All those in favor, for 86, all those in favor of moving the resolution, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no.
Okay, very good. And if I have got this correct, Sue Ling, item 41 is the last item that we have to do. I'm sorry, I forgot 84.
Yes, and we have, I believe, Mr. Knox here.
I just told you we skipped it so we can get to you. Yeah.
All right, item 84, Carl Brody from legal. At the June 25th meeting, we promised to come back with a proposal to move forward with the fee mitigation, and I'm going to present it to you real quickly, try to get through it as fast as we can. As we talked about, for a lieu fee, we have a 2-step process. We first have to show why we need the change, and then we need to show the proportionality of the new fee to the burden on the property. So to get that done, the first thing we have to do is today, we have Brian here and he provided you a memo on the reason why we need this. So that gets our first step done. We're going to present a proposed ordinance. This is proposed for City Council to review. If everything looks good, we can move that to first reading in September. After first reading, we can provide that ordinance to Revenue and Finance for them to do the actual study. And then about a month later, give them time to do the study, we can come back with a resolution and an ordinance which would update the city code and also provide whatever the determination of Revenue and Finance determines when it does its study for a mitigation fee. So those are the steps we're taking.
Great.
Do you need anything from Brian? If you don't, then, because he did provide you a memo, that might be enough.
Yes, so I guess my question was, so you're gonna show us an ordinance, do we need to set it for September, or do you already have it set?
I would like you to set it for September.
Okay, so I move that we put this ordinance on the September 17th agenda?
I have a motion, Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from?
Yes, we have room.
Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you so much for your work on this.
All right, very good.
Thank you. Okay, now, do I have it correct? Item number 41 is the last item of business, correct? Okay, item number 41. Just wanted somebody to talk. Give us something to talk about.
Save the best for last. I, Emma Gregory, Legal Department. I'm here in person, but I think Brandon Campbell, Mobility Director, is online, so I think he's your first line of questions, but I'm also here for questions.
So we heard in public comment today about Mr. Bide being a part of this, and there was concerns that I think the new rule is that you can't participate in city business for 6 years. 2, but actually they changed it to 6. Oh, I'm sorry, that's electeds. Apologies. So 2 years. So Mr. Campbell.
Yes, good evening, council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good evening, council. Brandon Campbell, Mobility Director. Item 41 on the consent agenda is an amendment to a previously executed agreement with the Tampa Bay Partnership for the Tampa Bay Regional Infrastructure Accelerator coordination services that they're providing. This is not related to the item that was brought in front of council during public comments. That document does not have a relationship with this. If there are questions about previous employees doing business with the city, I would defer to the legal department on that, but there's not a relationship between Mr. Bide and the item that is in front of you tonight.
Yeah, I would suggest that during new business, if that's what you wanted to do.
Oh, well, I can't remember. Maybe it was earlier today or earlier this week. I spoke with one of my colleagues in the legal department because this employment question isn't typically what I address in my day-to-day practice. However, in Ms. Hamilton's opinion regarding Mr. Bide's work on a pre-existing contract that is not this agreement, that's not what's in front of you, he went to a huge engineering firm with like 100,000 employees that had existing contracts with the city. Work pursuant to those existing contracts, if he's even doing it, truthfully, I don't know, would be okay if it's, fulfilling pre-existing work. So.
Thank you.
And if you have more questions about it, I can certainly follow up with my colleagues.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had that line of questions. I object to having former employees who were involved in lawsuits, involved in leading projects in the city. But I also object to the Tampa Bay Partnership being involved or running this in any way. First of all, it's an exclusive organization where you have to pay $50,000 and get approved by the current or former mayor to be a member. And then they've been involved in the last, all of the 5 ballot initiatives that lost, and they were involved in creating T-BARTA, which failed. And so I don't see any reason to give them any activity that would involve transportation anymore.
Thank you. Is there any other questions of staff? Hearing no other questions. I have a motion to approve the resolution from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Viera. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Motion carried, Carlson voted no.
Thank you. That concludes our agenda? That concludes our agenda. We have new business. Councilman Carlson?
I have my Form 8B for 53 and 52.
Can I get a motion?
Receive and file.
I have a motion to accept the form from Councilman Viera, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Anything else? Councilman Viera?
Yes, sir. Two quick ones, if I may. Y'all may have seen that Tampa Bay Times report on children with autism having a significantly higher propensity on drowning in storm ponds and municipal local government ponds and so forth. And I think the number is that it's 1 out of 25 kids that have autism, and it's about 25% of drowning victims who are youth are folks with autism. So I'm doing a community meeting in late September here with Commissioner Harry Cohen on this, and I'd like to have, if I may, just a staff report based upon the input we get from that community meeting on what the city can do in working with the county to prevent drowning deaths among children with autism or other intellectual disabilities on that day.
Is that written or in person?
Oh, in person.
In person.
Yes,
Thank you.
I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco. I have a second from Councilman Viera, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. I am so tired.
Yeah. I have another community meeting now.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes
Just-
have it. Councilman Maniscalco.
I'm glad that you brought that up.
Yes, sir.
Because you see in the news how often it happens,
Yes.
and it's horrifying. And
Sad.
with my daughter, she loves the water. She loves the pool. She loves, and that's where we have, deadbolts, and that's where we have, because you read these stories and it's terrible.
Yes.
So I'm glad you brought that up, and
Everybody thinks it can't
kudos.
happen to them.
Yes, sir.
Everybody thinks it can't happen to them.
And yes, sir, and
Councilman,
obviously,
number two.
and yes, sir, and obviously, Councilman Niscalco, when I leave, I hope you run with that because you have such a personal connection to it, as well as a great heart. My second one is for Mr. Shelby, and again, this is my last one because I know we're all tired. I'm exhausted. We have our City of Tampa Veterans Advisory Board, and Mr. Shelby, what is the process to have council members submit their proposed appointees for execution by this board? What do I need a motion for?
Was there a deadline attached to that, sir? I think there was.
I
Is there
thought
a
we
deadline?
already did that.
I don't believe so. I know.
Because I submitted my name, didn't I?
Did you?
If I can can you make that motion next week after you and I talk?
Yes,
And
sir.
perhaps I'll
Glad to
work with
do it. So
Sebastian to be able to
Sebastian
do
will
that.
Next
put that
time.
on. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Good meeting, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair. Thank you.
Councilwoman Young, any new business?
I move to make a motion to present a commendation on October 1st, 2026, recognizing former Hillsborough County Commissioner Les Miller as the honoree of the first annual Robert Bob Samuels Award of Courage for the 2026 Black Men's Wellness Day being held on October 10th, 2026 at Al Lopez Park.
We love the Millers. I have a motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Viera. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes
Can I
have
just
it.
say something?
Go ahead.
Bob Samuels was one of the best guys I ever met. He was, do you remember him?
I know of, but I don't know.
He started the National Prostate Cancer Coalition. I usually would pass out halfway through lunch talking about it, but he was a great guy with a great vision.
Very good. Anything else? Okay. Councilwoman Hurtak. Oh, hold on. Can I recognize you after I finish this?
Follow up on this, not to say anything in particular about the particular commendation and motion on October 1st, but just so you know, your new rules are now in effect, and just please take note now that you have 3 commendations. You have 2 commendations and a police officer of the month. So in effect, please be cognizant of the fact that when you review the calendar, when it fills up, because I'm going to ask council, and we can have a discussion about this another time, that a motion to waive the rules is problematic with regard to consistency.
Yes, and since we've been talking about this, all of my accommodations are 10 minutes and below. I've already started, and it hasn't even been in effect yet. I've already started the practice.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, Councilman Maniscalco, any new business? No. Ready to build a basketball arena?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Miranda.
I would like to make a motion for the Mayor's Hispanic Heritage Committee to come before council on Tuesday, Thursday, September 3rd, doing a presentation and commendation to present a brief invitation to the council for the annual Hispanic Heritage Celebration.
And this was brought to my attention, and I approved it because it's just a brief invitation.
Yeah, just
It's not
a second,
yeah,
a minute of motion.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, I would like to make a
Well,
motion.
let's finish this, dispense of this. I have a motion from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, ayes have it.
I would like to make a motion to present an off-site commendation to the Mayor's Hispanic Heritage Committee on Tuesday, September 29th.
I have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, there you go. I'd like to make a motion to direct the legal department to monitor the Hillsborough County adoption of an ordinance regarding short-term rental regulations and provide an update on the November 5th under staff
Okay,
reports.
I have a motion from Chair Clendenin, a second from Councilmember Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay, I have a couple of actual motions and then something I need to say. So I have a motion, I want to accept my Form 8B for item 81.
Okay, I have a motion to accept the form from Councilman Maniscalco, second
From
from,
Councilwoman Hurtak.
what, I had a motion. Can she make her own motion to
Yes.
accept the form? Okay, motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, ayes have it. Thank you.
I move to have staff present a 6-month update on the tremendous program tree plantings to include the number and types of trees planted from October 1, 2026 to April 1, 2027.
Second.
On April 15th, 2027, under staff reports.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, ayes have it. Thank you.
And my last motion, I move to have staff provide a monthly written report on the tremendous program tree plantings for each month starting November 19th, 2026 for the planting period of October 1, 2026 through October 30th, 2026. Then repeat this monthly report until the in-person staff report on April 15th, 2027. At that time, I will reevaluate the need for monthly reports.
Thank you for the reevaluation. I appreciate that being added in there. I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, ayes have it.
Okay, I got big news.
Go ahead.
Big news. I will just tell you that the reason that, Councilwoman Vieira, that I didn't get you my veteran nominee on August 12th is because that's the day that I was diagnosed with breast cancer. So I have been diagnosed with breast cancer. I have been poked, I have been prodded, I have been MRI'd, I have been PET scanned. On Monday, I had surgery to put a port in because I start chemotherapy on Monday. I will be going through a 12-week cycle, and hopefully after that, I will be through by Thanksgiving. I will still have to have surgery, but it is something that I have been dealing with, I have been going through, and I will tell you all that having to be here for 12 hours today has been very painful for me. I'm in a lot of pain right now, and so I will just let you know that based on my blood count levels, I may have to be virtual, but I won't miss a meeting. I'll be here. I just want my constituents to know that I fought for you today. I will continue to fight for you. Nothing changes for me. It just might change where I am.
So thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I knew something was up, but I think I speak on behalf of everybody. Our heart and our prayers are with you, and we'll be with you all the way.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And the only other thing, people are going to ask what they can do, and I just say whatever your particular religious belief, I'll take blessings, prayers, good thoughts, whatever you've got, and we're going to get through it. I have a wonderful team. My doctor found this on July 31st, and I start my first chemo on August 31st. It's been incredibly fast. I am incredibly grateful for all the wonderful care I am receiving. I am not talking about where I'm getting my care. I'm not talking about anything more personal. I just wanted to get it out there because things will be different for a while. And I'm probably going to join Mr. Miranda and Councilman Clendenin in not having hair, but I will have a wig. So, I've already thought about that.
Should I get a wig?
or everyone can just shave their head. I don't think that'll happen. But yes. So I just wanted to make everyone aware of that because it's been a really heavy burden to carry privately, and so now I won't have to carry it privately.
Well, thank you for sharing, and you shouldn't have to carry it privately. It's something that so many people in our lives face challenges every day, and it'll be a challenge, it'll be tough, but I'm sure you'll kick it and you'll get through, and you'll be back to the feisty woman we know. Well, I'm assuming you're going to slow down through this process a little bit, maybe a little bit. Okay, Mr. Shelby, did you have something to add?
Council, I'll bring it next week.
Okay, very good. I have a motion to receive and file from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Viera. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We are adjourned.